Chapter 571. Jiang's legs were trembling. He tried his best to control his trembling hands. He slowly raised his hand and gently stroked the map. In his eyes, the map in front of him was a priceless military map. He had never seen anyone who could draw a map in such a way. What a genius. If he could get it, as he thought about it, he glanced at the winged knights. The winged knights had a short knife in his hand and was ready to attack at any time. He glanced at Li Yi, who was pointing at the map and explaining it to him. He took a deep breath and let go of the wrong thoughts. Li Dongzhu, how did you get a map of Hebei province? Jiang asked with a smile. To prepare for war. I have a new thing that is most suitable for use there. A dozen of them can cover a large area. The small boats of the Khitans are useless. They don't know how to make large warships. We have them in the Tang dynasty. Fortunately, I thought of a way to let them make money. Otherwise, they would have been dismissed. Li Yi bragged to Jiang about his contribution to the Tang dynasty's navy. He mentioned how much the seafood from Bohai Bay could be sold in Chang, and how good it tasted. The key was that it was easy to catch. The Khitans couldn't do anything about it. Jiang felt a pain in his chest. Money was being earned by the Tang dynasty's navy. After making money, they could use it to support their navy. Brother, you look at these places. There are wild red pine trees. The pine nuts are delicious. If you go by water, you will reach Great Song after crossing the bay. I am a Khitan. I can pick pine nuts and sell them in Great Song in exchange for things from Great Song. Also, let me tell you, why do I want to fight in Hebei province? There is a big iron mine there. The iron produced is very good. You have been here for some time. Do you know the iron mine in Biao County? It is a small mine. There is a big one in Hebei province. Li Yi lowered his voice as if there was a business deal to be made. Where is it? Of course, Jiang knew about the iron mine in Biao County. Some of the stones there were even lumps of iron. I can't tell you. It's a military secret. If I tell you, you'll be detained. Li Yi's finger was about to point at the map when he suddenly retracted it and shook his head regretfully. Jiang wanted to grab Li Yi's hand and pull it down. Why didn't he know that there was such a big iron mine? Li Dongzhu, that place is so cold. What's the point of occupying it? At this moment, Jiang was afraid of fighting. Li Yi had said that they had weapons so they could fight a large group of people at once. Don't be afraid of the cold. Let me tell you, there's a local thing that can be used to keep warm. It's very easy to find. That thing, this is also a secret. Forgive me. Li Yi stopped at the crucial point. He was very tight-lipped. He rolled up the map. Let's not talk about the northern part of Hebei province for now. There are some ores in your hometown that are suitable for making cement. You know about cement, right? It's used to build roads in Zhuangzi. It's only useful for building city walls. Naturally, it's also good for building houses. If you want it, you can contact other shoe merchants. I'll send people over to build a cement factory. It can increase employment and solve the problem of building a city. As Li Yi spoke, he had already rolled up the map and put it aside. Jiang tried his best not to look at it. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would die here. He took a deep breath and drank tea. He felt his face and fingers go numb. Li Dongzhu, don't you need to keep the cement a secret? Jiang recalled Li Yi's last words. Other people don't know that I'm building a factory. You can find people to invest money. You can get half of the profits. Who asked you to give me amber? I like it. Sure enough, when Li Yi mentioned Hu Pe, his expression changed. Jiang didn't want to find people to build a cement factory in Shu. Shu was so far away. What did it have to do with him? Li Dongzhu, about the cement factory, let's talk about it when the weather gets warmer. What do you think I can do now? Jiang looked at Li Yi expectantly. Yes. Li Yi nodded. Bahui Bridge has now become a market. It needs to be managed. You can go there and help manage it. Li Yi talked to Jiang about management. At the same time, he told Jiang that he could pay Sanjin a month's salary. Jiang agreed. He also wanted to go there often. Now he had a reason. Li Yi smiled and walked him all the way to the courtyard. Brother, if there's anything else in the future, we can talk about it together. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. I've benefited a lot. Jiang cupped his hands and walked away with seemingly relaxed steps. When he returned to his room, he directly lay on the bed. He felt weak and stared blankly at the canopy. After chatting with him today, he obtained a few useful pieces of information. Li Yi had developed a powerful weapon to fight against the other side. Li Yi was likely to encourage the Tang dynasty to send troops. Li Yi had a detailed map. Li Yi knew where to find a good iron mine. Li Yi also knew that there was something warm there. Li Yi, yes, pick pine nuts. It's too late now. Wait until next year. Don't forget to sell them to the Song dynasty. Where was he referring to just now? Send people back to look for that iron mine. Make the area bigger and take it slow. The Tang dynasty's navy is rich. They won't be withdrawn. They can send troops to fight at any time. Yu Jiang looked at the ceiling and muttered. He also found that the Li family Zhuangzi was heavily guarded. Whether it was a sneak attack or a direct attack, his men couldn't break in. Li was also timid. He had to shower and change his clothes before meeting him. He couldn't bring anything with him. We should write to the Tubo and Turks and ask them to think of a way. Li has always been thinking about attacking the surrounding area. Moreover, he used his talents to create weapons. Yu Jiang decided to let someone else do it. He placed Li in the same position as the Tubo and Turks. He must be eliminated. I wonder if we can make use of the more than 10,000 captives from the southwest. How do we get in touch with them? Yu Jiang thought about it again. The soldiers were there but he couldn't use them. In Zhuangzi the map was opened again. Guizi looked at it. Li Dongzhu, do you have a map of the southwest like this? Guizi looked at the map carefully. Yes, I can only draw it after a few days. It includes the Tang dynasty, the southwest barbarians, part of the Tubo, and part of the Turks. Li agreed. If it was tiring then so be it. Then what you said about building a cement factory in Shu. Guizi took Li Yi's words to heart. It's useless. What's the use of building a city? It's better to create more weapons and not rely on the city walls. We can fight outside to prevent them from going around the city. Unless it's a dangerous pass we can just package it in Zhuangzi and ship it there. It's impossible to put the cement technology outside. Li Yi refused to go out to build a factory. The security measures in other places could be easily taken advantage of. At that time, Tubo would learn to build a city and it would be difficult to fight against the Tang dynasty. Hu Feng and the others who were following them on the mountain finally confirmed that those people were not soldiers of the Tang dynasty. At the same time they were also soldiers. They should be hiding on the mountain because they know that the hunters are going to enter the mountain. They are moving and are afraid of being discovered by the hunters. Hu Feng analyzed the behavior of the group of people to his disciples. His disciples nodded. One of them asked, Master, they will leave traces in the snow. Why don't we follow the traces? What he meant was that the others were walking in front of them. If they encountered the wild beasts first, it would save them a lot of trouble. Chapter 572. No, don't follow their footprints. If they turn back and find our footprints, we will be injured if we fight. Hu Feng was unwilling to fight with 59 soldiers. He had counted the number of people on the other side. There were only 12 of them left, plus 34 dogs. He was confident that he could kill them. However, many dogs would die and his apprentices might be killed too. In the mountains, the other side was obviously not as skilled as hunters. Hunters were best at moving for a long time in the mountains, especially when they were good at tracking. When they were being tracked, they could set small traps to erase the traces. After it snowed, it would have a great impact on the erasure of traces. Others could tell where the snow was not right. Hu Feng led people to track. The distance was far and he had binoculars. He was not afraid of the dark. If the other side did not light torches at night, they would be seeking death. He had dogs in his team. If he tied a rope, the dogs would lead him. The 34 dogs were all taken back at the moment. They would not be let out. If they encountered other large animals, the dogs would be exposed. The sky was getting dark. Those people lit torches as expected and their speed slowed down. It seems that they are looking for a place to spend the night. We should also look for a place. Hu Feng judged from the swaying of the torches and the movement of the figures. The 11 apprentices had no objection. It was just spending the night in the snow mountain in winter. It was a common thing. Not long after there was a bonfire there. Hu Feng led the team forward. There was a hunter's hut in front of them. It was in a natural semi-cave piled up by a few big stones. There were firewood, rice, salt, dried meat, and flint. According to the rules, hunters came here to rest temporarily. They just needed to make up for what they had used. If there was no rice, they would put more prey after they had finished hunting. The hunter's hut had the most salt. Every hunter would bring more salt and put it in the hut. Usually, the hunter's hut was in a secluded place where other animals could not enter. Not long after, Hu Feng and others arrived at the location. There was no one there. The place was small, and only 6 people could enter at the same time. There was dry firewood, a lot of shelled grains, and stone tools. He arranged for everyone to keep an eye on another group of people outside and take turns to rest inside. The dogs did not need to care about them. They huddled together to keep warm. They also changed to the inside when it was cold outside. Along the way they hunted rabbits and pheasants with bows. Now they made a fire and the dogs ate them raw. Chang and city lit up at night. The newly made ice lanterns were used one after another. The rules were the same as last year. The merchants and wealthy families paid for the advertisements. With the soldiers sweeping the snow, the streets looked clean. In the past they were all piled up in a corner. When there was too much snow they moved them out. In the end all the snow at the bottom froze. I wonder if the soldiers will still help if it snows again. There's snow there that hasn't been cleared. The work isn't meticulous. There's an ice lantern over there. There's no snow around, so the ice lantern should be melting by now. The commoners came out at night to shop and look at the ice lanterns. They gave positive comments about the 16 guards' participation in the snow removal. The ice lanterns in the palace lit up. Li Longji had not gone to look for Li Yi for a few days and was upset. Therefore he asked Yao Chong and the others to come over for dinner. It was still hot pot. At the same time he prepared vegetables for Yao Chong and the others to bring home as a reward. There's a new report from the southwest. The southwest barbarians have retreated and captured more than 1,000 captives. Li Longji talked about the happy news. This subject requests that you send someone to investigate Li Yi's use of the money to buy the captives. Yao Chong did not mention the southwest. He was staring at the money. They had agreed that the money from selling the captives and pandas would be given 10 cutlasses each for the living and 100 cutlasses for the dead. As for the injured, it would be adjusted according to their injuries. When more than 1,000 captives arrived, there would be no shortage of money. They would all be given out. During war, the generals did not dare to move for fear of affecting morale. After the war, when money was involved, the generals would give him money to distribute. If he embezzled it, it would not affect morale but the reputation of the imperial court. Yes, the imperial court. Don't look at how Li Yi had paid the money and the soldiers from the subduing Chong manor belonged to the imperial court. Yes. Li Longji agreed. Send out the first imperial inspection team and keep a close eye on them. Your Majesty, the left imperial general Guqiangguan has submitted a memorial to clean up the remaining Western Turks who have not surrendered. This subject believes that this cannot be done. Yao Chong spoke of the second matter. As you say. Li Longji smiled. Li Yi had said it and it was indeed accurate. Quoza Governor Zhang Shaosong has led troops to attack Aduada. The current situation is unknown. Someone has reported that Zhang Shaosong embezzled resources. Yao Chong spoke of the third matter. Zhang Shaosong was still fighting, and someone had already begun to impeach him. If he's embezzled, then so be it. Give him a promotion and place him in Quozu. Li Longji was still smiling. As expected, Zhang Shaosong was a coward and had contributed too much. Perhaps there really were people who did not see eye to eye with him. However, none of this was important. Zhang Shaosong could fight, so he should be placed there to continue defending and intimidate the western regions. If he contributed too much, he would be promoted. If he was really greedy, it was fine. He could just treat it as a reward. Yao Chong and the others were dumbfounded. Your Majesty, Zhang Shaosong has embezzled resources. Yao Chong reminded. When he's done fighting, ask him how much he embezzled. If it's less than 500 taels, give him 1,000 taels. It's only 1,000,000 taels. If he embezzled 1,000 taels, then don't give him any more. Li Longji's words caused Yao Chong and the others to be even more stunned. Your Majesty, this matter cannot be allowed to continue. Lu Huaishan could not hold it in any longer. If the generals at the front lines are not punished for embezzling resources, the other generals will follow suit. Zhang Shua added, if they are not punished because of their contributions, the front lines are afraid of raising bandits. One matter at a time. Zhang Shaosong has won consecutive battles. If we punish him, will the other generals still dare to fight? Remove Zhang Shaosong from his post. This will cause pain to those close to him and delight his enemies. Li Longji did not accept the advice. He believed in Li Yi's words. If Li Yi said that it would be fine, then it would be fine. If Zhang Shaosong won the battle and was punished, the people who were beaten would be happy. They thought that the Tang dynasty punished Zhang Shaosong because they were afraid of them. What? Who did the Tang dynasty need to lower their heads to? If they were not happy, they would beat them. Seeing Li Longji's firm attitude, no one said anything more. They knew that Li Yi must have been the one who came up with the idea. They trusted Li Yi this time. When the battle report came back, they would ask Zhang Shaosong how much he embezzled and see what he would say. The pandas have gone back to sleep. Let's go back too. There were still people watching the pandas in the Li family Zhuangzi's garden. In order to prevent them from freezing, there was also a free soup prepared here. There was only one pot. People from Chang and city brought their children to the Zhang family's village to play. When they talked to the children were so sleepy that they dozed off, but they still waited for the pandas to come out. The pandas went into the cage by themselves. There was a rope hanging from the cage. When the pandas went in, the fence was lowered. Only then did the people in charge of cleaning enter. The cage was a big one made of iron. It was said that the pandas were iron eaters, but the pandas could not bite it. The cage was placed in the room. There was hay and a fire passage below. The temperature was suitable. The most important thing was that there were bamboo shoots. The pandas went in by themselves and no longer hated humans. Seeing that someone hung a kerosene lamp and cleaned it, the pandas just looked at it. Then they got into a comfortable position and began to sleep. They could get up to eat when they were hungry. When they went out to play, the cage had been cleaned when they came back. The tourists were addicted to seeing the pandas, and the Zhang family's village made more money. It was almost midnight when Hu Feng's 2 disciples came to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi was woken up. He looked at the 2 disciples and asked, "Will Master Hu and the others take action?" Chapter 573. Master probably won't fight recklessly. The disciple who had just finished his apprenticeship understood Hu Feng better. Li Yi was changing his clothes. He wanted to go personally. He didn't want the winged knights to suffer any casualties. The winged knights outside were preparing. There were 3,000 winged knights in Zhuangzi. 2,000 of them were dispatched. They were changing their clothes. They usually wore black or red clothes. After a quarter of an hour, Li Yi packed up and walked out. 2 eunuchs followed behind him, each carrying a box. One box contained Li Yi's flying device, while the other contained a sniper rifle. The 2 disciples couldn't care less about their fatigue. They were responsible for guiding the way, so they could only rest in the car on the way. The disciple who had finished his apprenticeship was called Guan Linfeng. The one who hadn't finished his apprenticeship was called Hu Xiaoguang. He had no relatives. Hu Feng had brought him from another village. Guan Linfeng didn't care about fatigue. As a hunter, he sometimes had to keep track of prey. Xiaoguang hadn't finished his apprenticeship. He was a little excited. This was his first big encounter. By the time they arrived outside, the 2,000 feather forest flying cavalry had finished assembling. It was that fast. They were dressed in camouflage. Because they were in a snowy forest, the environment was very cold. The winged knight's camouflage was white with a mix of yellow and light brown. They tried to match the environment and not be pure white. The bows and crossbows were also changed to the same color, one set after another. They included tactical backpacks, snow boots, and scabbards. "You 2 get in the car and rest." Li Yi called out to the 2 hunters who were stunned by the neat formation of the winged knights. After getting in the car, the team set off. The other cars followed behind to load the supplies. The winged knights were still riding 3 horses each. They rode one and led 2. The winged knights didn't wear armor. They didn't expect to fight in close combat. They shot arrows from afar. The team crossed the bridge and sped up. The people in front carried kerosene lamps. It took them more than 2 hours to reach Lantian County. They still had to enter the Qinling Mountains from here. The other places were far. Moreover, the place where they found people was also this way. 1,000 people stayed behind to guard the things. 1,000 people followed Li Yi up the mountain. "Little Guang, come up." 2 winged knights carried a folded stretcher. "I'm fine, I'll rest in the car." Little Light shook his head. "Obey the order." The winged knights glared. Xiao Guang helplessly went up. Guan Linfeng did not need it as he had good stamina. When the sky was about to brighten, the winged knights at the front stopped and relayed a message to the back. "Simple battalion commander found. Lights out." The kerosene lamps were extinguished one by one. Everyone grabbed the person in front of them and moved forward. Xiao Guang was put down. He looked at the other telescope in surprise. It was so dark, but he could still see it. "I'm going to find the master," Guan Linfeng said and ran to the front. He had to look after the dog in case it barked. About half an hour later, Guan Linfeng came back. "Tell everyone not to touch the dog. The dog is under control. Spread the word, don't provoke the dogs." The winged knights began to spread the word. "Let's go. We can't see the situation there from where Master is, and we can't see Master and the others from there." Guan Linfeng whispered again and led the large group into the cave. When they arrived, a few kerosene lamps were lit again. 34 dogs crowded there to take a look, but did not make a sound. "Li Dongzhu, you came personally. You must be tired from the journey. Go in and rest." Hu Feng came out to greet him. "Master Hu, we brought hot ginger soup. Have a sip first." Li Yi did not refuse. He wanted to go in and discuss the situation with Hu Feng. The others came out to drink the ginger soup and eat the meat buns that the winged knights brought. "I brought some for the dogs too. Can they eat it with seasoning?" The winged knights took out some more buns. Eat it once in a while. The hunter took the buns and went to feed the dogs. The dogs sniffed and ate in big mouthfuls. They still did not bark and did not fight with each other. Look at them. They didn't bring much baggage. They are soldiers. I don't know if they have a camp in the mountains. I can't tell where they are from. Hu Feng explained the situation in the house. He gave two useful pieces of information. One was that they were soldiers and the other was that they had little baggage. Baggage was little. If they wanted to resupply they must have a place. Li Yi listened and could not tell where they were from. Tubo, Turkic and Khitan all had heavy snowfall in winter. It was hard to tell from their behavior. People from many places came from the Tang dynasty. It was very complicated. Li Dongzhu, pandas don't live here in winter. It's too cold and there's little food. Bamboo can also grow here. But why do they eat bamboo in a place that's not warm? Hu Feng was still thinking about the pandas. 1,000 ding for one. As long as you find the enemy, I'll give you 10,000 ding. Li Yi was straightforward. In front of the enemy the pandas were at the back. No matter how cute and important they were not as important as discovering the enemy. No need for money. It's our duty to discover the enemy for the Tang dynasty. Hu Feng waved his hand. The government will also give rewards if they discover the enemy. My reward is even more. Because I think they are doing this to deal with me. Li Yi made his own judgment. Of course he knew how important he was. Didn't you see the spies sent by Khitan directly give him the amber with the coal spirit? This was his value. If he ran out and was caught by others he would not die. He would be raised and interrogated for all kinds of technology. When he could not come up with new technology his life would end. I've brought you a pure white cloak. I didn't think about this before. I thought you had encountered a wild beast. Since you have encountered a possible enemy, you should cover yourself with a cloak in the pure white snow with no other vegetation around. Li Yi apologized. When hunters entered the mountains, encountering an enemy and encountering animals were two different things. Li Dongzhu, you are thoughtful. The compressed biscuits are delicious. Hu Feng admired. Duck-down clothes were light and warm. The compressed biscuits were delicious. After drinking a little water or chewing a mouthful of snow, one would feel full. Delicious. Li Yi found it hard to accept this praise. Whether it was in the past or now, he had never felt that the compressed biscuits were delicious. After taking a bite he was tired of it and it was very hard. The non-hard ones were for ordinary people to eat for fun. The military compressed biscuits were hard and had higher calories. Eating them was like drinking oil. A compressed biscuit costs a lot, right? Hu Feng took out a half-eaten compressed biscuit. Master Hu, there are buns. Don't eat this. In the future if you want compressed biscuits you can get it directly from Jianghu. It's free. Li Yi stopped Hu Feng from continuing to eat the biscuits. He went out for a while and came back to give Hu Feng two big meat buns wrapped in oil paper. Hu Feng did not stand on ceremony. He took a bite and swallowed it. Li Dongzhu's buns in Jianghu are also delicious. If you sell the compressed biscuits we will pay for it. I'm not selling. I'll give it to you. You have done a great service. I've also given you the duck-down clothes but not the binoculars. Li Yi made it clear. He would give what he could and take back what he could not. Hu Feng took another bite. I know. It's a military weapon. If I take the binoculars I will be killed. He knew that the Tubo and Tujua knew that he had the binoculars. They would definitely think of ways to kill him and snatch it. When the sun rises they will leave. Master Hu, do you still want to participate? Li Yi waited for Hu Feng to eat the two big buns and handed him some water. I know that the winged knights are powerful. But on the mountain, it's better to be experienced hunters like us. I'm afraid that you will be injured if I don't follow. Hu Feng proudly puffed out his chest. He had a look of, I'm more experienced than you. Thank you, Master Hu. Li Yi thanked him. Chapter 574. There was no snow today. It was dawn and the 59 people were cooking. Smoke rose from the kitchen. They are very experienced in surviving in the wild. Khitans. Li Yi observed through the binoculars and came to this conclusion. He exchanged his binoculars with his lifespan so he could see further with a higher magnification. When the group of people started the fire, they dug branches from under the snow. There were pine branches and other branches. The outside was covered with snow, but there were still things that could be burned under the snow. Usually, this kind of situation was common in the Northeast. Experienced people would choose to dig out the snow under the trees to look for things that could be burned. Pine branches were the easiest to burn. There was also pine oil on the pine trees. Once a flame was lit, it would save a lot of trouble. Li Dongzhu, it seems that they are not afraid of being exposed. Guizi moved closer to Li Yi. They think that they moved fast enough. The smoke now can't spread too far. Li Yi started to estimate the combat power of the 59 people. From the speed of eating and the way they reacted, they were indeed soldiers. Even when they were eating in the morning, they did not forget to arrange sentries. Half an hour later, the group of people finished eating, put out the fire, covered the burned area with snow and left. Li Yi's team followed them in a parallel line. When they reached a mountain in front, they took a detour to increase the distance between them and the other party. It was noon and more smoke was floating in the valley in front of them. Is this a large force? Are they going to attack the Li family Zhuangzi? Li Yi was puzzled. He started to doubt if he had made a mistake. They were not Khitans and they were not targeting him. If they were Khitans, they would have to avoid many troops from the Tang dynasty to come from such a far place. What about the logistics? Should he carry them? He signaled the others not to move and he and Guizi sneaked over. Along the way they paid attention to the snow and whether there were people on the trees ahead. They are indeed Khitans and they are an army organized by Khitans. There are no women old or weak. When Li Yi got a clear view he was sure. Hairstyle. Different hairstyle. The hair of the 59 people he saw before was no different from the people of Chang, and now he saw more people. Their hairstyle had a distinct Khitan characteristic. There were also many hats on the side. It was obvious that the other party was hiding their identity by wearing hats. Now that they were in a safe place, who would be willing to keep wearing a hat? Looking at the scale, there are more than 300 people. Should we fight? Guizi raised his binoculars and estimated the number of people. 1,000 against 300, the result of a sneak attack was inevitable. Li Yi narrowed his eyes. The other party had chosen a good location, a valley. This gave his side an opportunity to attack from above. Was it possible to achieve 0 casualties? Could he persuade them to surrender? More than 300 people were going to mine, and they didn't even have to pay 50,000 each. What a good deal. He raised his head and looked around to see if he could create an avalanche with a loud shout. No, that little bit of avalanche was not enough. Find a place to rest and harass them at night. Let's not fight now. Li Yi thought for a while and decided to slow down. The two of them went back and explained the situation. Hu Feng listened there and gave an idea. Li Dongzhu, ask a dog to find a place to bark at night. Li suddenly looked at Hu Feng. Master Hu, you are awesome. In the future, I will not only take care of your compressed biscuits, but also the flint and kerosene of your kerosene lighters. Guizi smiled as he understood what was going on. I will ambush them first. I want to catch them alive. Now I will rest. Li had a new idea. The people around him didn't know what he was thinking. They just cooperated with him. They also ate compressed biscuits and waited for the snow to fall. Then they rested and waited for the night to come. Time passed little by little. They continued to eat compressed biscuits for dinner. It was dark. Hu Feng began to give orders. The other dogs stayed away and were not allowed to cooperate when they heard the dogs barking. They needed to use a cover. Otherwise, who knew which dog would bark with them? Everyone continued to rest. They all felt uncomfortable. At the end of the night, it was almost time. Hu Feng brought one of his mountain guard dogs to the location requested by Li Yi. Li Yi hid himself, lay down, and put the night vision scope on the new gun that came with it. The other winged knights were either near or far. Some of them had already circled to the other side of the valley and formed an encirclement. Li Yi waved at Hu Feng, who was holding the night vision scope. Woof 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 woof. The barking of the dogs sounded in the silent night and spread out. Many of the Khitans were awakened. A team of 10 people came out with crossbows. They listened to the direction of the barking and moved forward with their backs bent. 10 minutes later, they were about 20 meters away from Li Yi. Li Yi felt that they were too close and didn't attack. When the 10 people left and were about 30 meters away from him, he opened fire. There was a slight noise from the silencer. After the first shot, he immediately changed to the next one. Ah! One of the Khitans let out a muffled groan. His hand went to his buttocks and touched something. He pulled it out forcefully and took it off. Ah! Another Khitan made a noise. The others didn't know what was going on and didn't dare to make a sound. Ah! Not long after, the third person was hit. Something pricked me. It seems like a needle was placed on something. Aye. The first person didn't finish his words and fell to the ground. Li Yi continued while the Khitan stopped and looked for the enemy. He wanted to catch as many people alive as possible. He was using a tranquilizer gun, the type used in Barbecue 901. Based on a person's physical condition at night, it would take about a minute to anesthetize them. Moreover, it had a range of 40 meters. It was faster than killing animals. This gun and the special drug were made in China. If he used a drug like ketamine and injected it into the muscle, The anesthesia would take 3 to 5 minutes. The dosage was 6 milligrams per kilogram and the effect would take about half an hour. He wasn't using a tranquilizer gun. It would take about 10 seconds. The Khitans had never encountered such a weapon before. When the tranquilizer gun hit them, it was like being pricked by a needle. One could feel the entire tranquilizer gun. It was useless to pull it out. It would be injected in 0.1 seconds. They weren't in a good mental state at night, and the drug soon took effect. When the 10th person fell to the ground, he was still wondering what the needle was. Was it an enemy or a special beast? Li Yi gestured and the winged knights ran over and dragged the 10 people away. At the same time they tied them up and gagged them. Woof 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 woof. The barking continued. The Khitans were stunned. The barking of the dogs meant that hunters had appeared and the dogs had discovered the situation. The previous 10 people were sent out to deal with the hunters. They had to kill them quickly and not let the hunters escape. Why was there no movement? There were no sounds of killing and the dogs were still barking. Not long after, 20 Khitans followed the sounds and came over. The barking of the dogs gradually faded away. The 20 Khitans chased after them. They thought that the hunters had discovered the situation and wanted to escape. Li Yi raised his gun and chased after them. He had adjusted his strategy. If he got too close, the Khitans might be pricked by the needles and shout. Even if they shouted, the Khitans in the valley would arrive and the 20 Khitans would fall. There are needles pricking me. When Li Yi finished off the 20 Khitans, they finally reacted. By the time they shouted, they were already numb. Chapter 575. On the night of the 5th day of the lunar month, the moon could not bring light to the night, and the stars in the sky did not seem to provide any help. Under the cover of darkness, the barking of the dogs gradually faded away. The shouts of the people echoed in the mountains and then slowly dissipated. Hasiga Hasiga. Someone in the Khitan camp called out together. This was the name of the last person to fall. The camp clearly needed more information from him, but there was no response for a long time. More people came out with torches, bows and crossbows. There were more bows than crossbows. I thought you guys would continue to send small groups out. Why are there so many of you? No, the situation is tense. Retreat. Li Yi was worried. The enemy was too cunning. He could not launch a sneak attack and had to retreat. The soldiers in front of the winged knights turned and ran. They could not wait for the enemy to get close. 20 people were dragged away, leaving all kinds of traces on the snow. After a while, the Khitans arrived. Seeing the messy footsteps and the situation on the snow, they seemed to understand a lot. They were ambushed. 30 of their men were ambushed. 30 of their precious crossbows were gone. There's no blood. A small leader observed and felt his hair stand on end. 10 people were ambushed and there were no traces of battle. 20 people were on alert but they were still ambushed. Only one person shouted, "There's a needle stabbing me." There was not a drop of blood in the entire area. If not for the footprints on the ground, he would have thought that his brothers had encountered something unclean. He could not understand. 20 people were ambushed. Under what circumstances did they not bleed or shout to kill? Were the hunters of the Tang dynasty so powerful? Killing without a sound? More than 100 people. They followed the traces and chased here. Continued to lure them further away. Scatter the dogs to other positions. Bark. Li Yi did not want to face more than 100 people. He arranged a strategy at the last minute. Other than the winged knights who surrounded the valley in other places, the other winged knights carried the 30 captives and ran. Their footprints were the most obvious. Most of the 100 people chased after these footprints. 5 people chased after the dogs. The dogs only had footprints of one person and one dog. 5 people were enough to deal with them. I'm going to help Hu Feng. You guys go first. I'll be back in a while. If it's really impossible, I'll kill them. They don't have many crossbows but their bows are very accurate. Li Yi was worried that his men would be injured or killed, so he asked them to be vigilant. Do you have my permission? Guizi was unconvinced. The winged knights were actually similar to the Khitans and Turks in that they specialized in horsemanship and crossbows. Moreover, the enemy had lit a torch and was definitely a target. Li Yi ignored them and ordered his men to put down his aircraft. He stood on it and started it. With a sharp whistling sound, he flew out with a whoosh to chase after the 5 people. The 5 people holding 3 torches and the other Khitans could hear the sound of the jet, but they were unable to pinpoint its location. Li Yi flew far away and soon the sound of the airflow disappeared. He landed, found a place to lie down and covered himself with the cloak. About 3 minutes later, 5 people followed the footprints of a man and a dog. They passed by Li Yi. When their backs were facing Li Yi fired. I've been hit. What's this? There's a needle. The first person who was hit reacted quickly. He reached behind him and took out the tranquilizer bullet. The team stopped and went forward to look. Oh, I've been hit too. Another person was shot. What direction? Behind? Yes, it should be there. The third person was shot when he asked the first two people. However, there was no one there. When the fourth person was shot in the stomach, he had an idea. Lie down in the snow. Look for snow. The fifth person was shot and killed. Li lay down and waited. The 5 people held torches and searched vigilantly. Blah. The first person to fall was numb. It's poisonous, the second person said in a daze. Got it? The third person casually fired the arrow before he fell. The remaining 2 looked at each other and shouted together, it's poisonous. Before the 2 finished shouting, they fell together. Their physiques were different, so it was not necessarily the case that they were shot first. It's considered poison. Li stood up. He walked over, took out a small knife, and cut the strings of 4 bows and 1 crossbow. He tied the hands and feet of the 5 people and tied them diagonally. The 5 people were numb. He had to leave for a while and bring more people back later. They would not freeze to death. Wuxia was on the side. As the team ran, a few people would split up and go to the side. Footprints were left on the snow. The Khitans did not split up at all. The leader shouted, "Don't split up. You'll be ambushed." The Khitans listened to him and continued to move forward. After running for dozens of steps, there were footprints of a few people splitting up to the left and right. They continued to chase. Finally they stopped. The leader was sweating. Besides the heat from running, he was also scared. The footsteps in front were still so messy. By now, 200 people should have split up. The number of the enemy's main force was still the same. This meant that the enemy's numbers far exceeded his team. When he thought about the positions of the people who had split up, the leader had an epiphany. He was surrounded. Not good. Go back and prepare to break out. The leader quickly ordered. Poof. The torch in one of the Khitans' hands suddenly fell to the ground. There was an arrow stuck in the torch. Poof. Another person's torch scattered into sparks. He was still holding it. However, there was a hole where the torch was loosened. An arrow was nailed to the trunk of a nearby tree. Put down your weapons. Those who surrender will not be killed. I know you can understand the language of the Tang dynasty. Put down your weapons, Wuxia shouted. After shouting, he immediately lay down. Sure enough, someone shot a crossbow at him. Put down your weapons. Those who surrender will not be killed. More people shouted. Screech, a sharp whistle was mixed in with the shouts of the winged knights. Something suddenly flew over the Khitans. 2 things fell at the same time. The 2 items fell to the ground with a bang sound, followed by a chi-chi-chi sound of smoke curling up. My eyes hurt. Ah, cough, cough. The smoke spread. All the Khitans who were affected by the smoke started to cry, have runny noses, cough, and have difficulty breathing. Whoosh, Li landed. He heaved a sigh of relief. He muttered, if it wasn't to capture you alive, would I have to use dimensional reduction? It's too easy for 1,000 winged knights to take care of you. I don't even need to shoot with my sniper rifle. The surrounded Khitans who had gathered together and were ready to fight their way out encountered tear gas for the first time. They weren't prepared at all and didn't know how to deal with it. The more they couldn't breathe, the more they gasped. They threw away their weapons and couldn't hold their torches. They ran like headless flies. After running out of the smoke, they threw themselves on the ground and stuffed snow into their mouths and smeared it on their faces. This was a normal reaction for people who felt pain in their eyes and throats. It didn't need to be taught. Hurry up and drag the people inside out. Li was afraid that someone would die from inhaling too much smoke. The winged knights didn't hesitate. They took a deep breath and rushed in. Soon they understood how uncomfortable the enemy was. They couldn't control their tears at all. It was killing. They grabbed people and dragged them out. After dragging them out, they started to look for snow to smear their faces. There are 5 more over there. Hurry up and find them. Otherwise they will freeze to death. Li continued to give orders. 20 winged knights ran out. The Khitans had completely lost their ability to resist. When Wuxia ordered people to tie them up, he curiously moved closer to the smoke. Chapter 576. Cough, cough, cough. Ali, Mother of God, ah. Wuxia was hit. He ran to Li and squatted down to scratch the snow. He looked up at Li, asking if he had anything that could make him better. Li took out a water bag and poured some water on Wuxia's face. Wuxia quickly rinsed his mouth and washed his face. His tears were still flowing and he couldn't recover in a short period of time. I didn't think of this before. I should have thrown 2 tear gas grenades into the valley and captured them alive. Li Yi stood there and reflected. Why did he use the tranquilizer gun? What a waste. But it could be used to capture animals in the future. For example, if he met a panda, he could estimate its weight and consider shooting it. Ah, huff huff, Dongzhu on the battlefield, the smoke can't compare. Guizi felt better. His eyes were swollen and his nose was running uncontrollably. Wait for me to plant more peppers. I will let you use them on the battlefield. The effect is not bad. Li Yi thought of the chilies. They were still being planted in the greenhouse. They could already be harvested gradually. He was waiting for them to mature completely. Then he could harvest the seeds and eat the skin. Chilies were like cucumbers, eggplants and tomatoes. They could bear fruit gradually. The harvest period was quite long. Can it compare to this thing of yours? Guizi ate a mouthful of snow and spoke more fluently. Far from it. This is unbearable. Li Yi knew the effect of tear gas grenades. He was curious like Guizi and tried it when he was overseas. The feeling of rubbing essential oil or peppers on the eyes was far from comparable to tear gas grenades. The captured Kitans were lying on the ground and rubbing their faces against the snow. They were all crying sadly. The winged knights who went into the smoke to drag the captured Kitans were also crying and coughing. Li Yi came to a Khitan and squatted down. I am doing this for your own good. Look, I don't need to use any tricks. I can only kill you. Are you touched to be alive? Oh. The Khitan rubbed his face against the snow. Are you touched to tears? Don't cry. Everything will be fine. Li Yi comforted her with a smile. Woo-woo, this time the Khitan was really crying. Zet. I'm already like this and you're still bullying me. What do you mean I'm moved to tears? At 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, the winged knights who were not in charge of encirclement gathered together. Including the other 5, a total of 160 captives were connected by ropes. Their situation was much better now. 30 of the captives were the first to be drugged. They thought they would die after being poisoned. He didn't think that he would be able to regain consciousness. He didn't think that there would be any major problems. Li Yi handed the tranquilizer gun to someone else and held the sniper rifle himself. The winged knights did not ask anything, as if it was natural for Li Yi to conjure a gun. Hu Feng and the others were full of doubts, especially about Li Yi's ability to fly by stepping on that thing. They had heard about it a few months ago, but they didn't believe it. How could humans fly? Now that he believed it, it was indeed possible to fly. Tell them when we reach their camp, shout from outside that the people in the valley should surrender. Otherwise I will use smoke to smoke them and kill their people at the same time. Li Yi walked in the middle of the group. He was in a good mood and captured 160 captives alive. The credit was given to the winged knights and the captives were his. These captive slaves were different from the slaves bought in the market. If you want to kill a bought slave, you need an excuse. But if you want to kill a captive slave, you can kill them as you wish. In theory, as a secondary grade 2 civil official, capturing captives was considered a military merit and could be rewarded. But the captives must be returned to the imperial court and will be dealt with by the imperial court. The winged knights went to threaten the captives, and Guizi had a snowball in his hand. He wiped his eyes from time to time. Li Dongzhu, you captured the captives to let them work in the mines? Do something else first. Prepare to change. Li nodded and then shook his head. Change what? Guizi wiped the snow and tears on his face. Change the people of the Tang dynasty who were captured by them. When the Khitans occupied the northern part of Hebei, they invaded the border and captured many people of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi pointed to the northeast with a determined look in his eyes. He continued, Tubo also captured many of our people. They don't have any slaves for the time being. I plan to buy them with money when you Huaid and the others go there again. Zigong to ransom people? If you are willing to spend money to buy them, Tubo will be more willing to come and capture people. Guizi reminded Li Yi. That is something you should be ashamed of, and not something I need to consider when buying people back. Li looked at Guizi. One day I will conquer that place and take revenge for those who died. I will save all of my people. Guizi pursed his lips and took a deep breath. You can do it. I believe in you. Li Yi, who knew how powerful Guizi was in history, smiled. In history, Guizi was always temporarily placed in a certain army as a general, and then he won one battle after another. Sometimes the soldiers didn't know the general and the general didn't know the soldiers. If the soldiers had poor combat skills, Guizi would lose the battle. Now he was helping to provide weapons, maps, and at the same time train the winged knights. Under Guizi's lead, they shouldn't lose. At 1 o'clock, the group of captives arrived at the valley. The captives stood at the top of the valley and looked down. The people below lit torches and fires and waited. Guizi lit a kerosene lamp and shook it. In less than half a minute, kerosene lamps lit up around the valley. Under the light of the kerosene lamps, the figures of the winged knights wearing white clothes and holding crossbows appeared one by one. The Khitans in the valley panicked. The captives despaired. So many winged knights? Like the winged knights who captured them, each of them carried a bow and a crossbow. They couldn't fight a battle. The winged knights had more people and better weapons. They had the higher ground. What was even more frightening was the one who could fly. He could throw smoking things into the valley. Surrender, we've all been captured. They're the winged knights. They have powerful weapons. We can't fight back against them. Surrender. The leader cried. He didn't want to see his own people being shot to death. If they surrendered, they might still have a chance in the future. The other captives also shouted, their voices filled with desolation. The Khitans in the valley became even more chaotic. They looked for cover and raised their heads to look around. Do you want me to waste tear gas? Let the captives dig the snow. Dig out anything that can be burned. Gather them into balls and throw them down. Li didn't want to exchange for tear gas anymore. The situation was clear now. The captives could only dig for grass. They used their hands to dig out the snow and looked for dry grass. The other winged knights were rolling snowballs. If anyone in the valley wanted to charge up, they would roll a big snowball down. The sky gradually brightened. The people in the valley could see clearly how many winged knights there were. When the first big ball of smoke rolled down, everything would be over. On the evening of the 6th of December, 10 winged knights ran back from Lantian County. They didn't enter the Li family Zhuangzi and went straight to Chang'an City. They entered through Yanqing Gate, ran horizontally to Vermilion Bird Avenue, turned north and went all the way to the Imperial City. When they arrived at the Imperial City, they didn't get off their horses. Instead they shouted, "Urgent military situation," and only dismounted when they were not far from Xingqing Palace. Your Majesty, we've caught them. We've caught them." The leader of the winged knights shouted as he ran. Chapter 577. We captured 390 Khitan non-commissioned officer. There were no casualties on our side and no casualties on the enemy side. There were 400 enemy soldiers who infiltrated and 10 of them died of illness. The captives have been sent to Lantian County and will be back tomorrow. Everything is fine. The winged knights reported to Yao Chong and the other two. Since it involved the enemy, the Prime Minister and the Minister of War had to understand it. When they left yesterday, the winged knights had sent a message to Li Longji, and Li Longji had been thinking about it. Yao Chong understood the content, but what he didn't understand was, there were no casualties on the enemy side and there were no casualties on our side. There were 390 enemy soldiers, 1,000 winged knights, 14 hunters and 34 dogs. Is that enough? Yao Chong repeated the key points, the number of people and dogs. The winged knights ignored him. As the Minister of War, he had no right to command the winged knights. Could it be that the Khitan soldiers traveled through mountains and rivers just to seek refuge with the winged knights? Zhang Shua joked. He naturally found the problem. There were 390 Khitan non-commissioned officer. They had infiltrated all the way here, so they must be able to fight and survive in the wilderness. Facing the winged knights, no one was injured, and in the blink of an eye they became captives. Were the winged knights that charismatic? Prime Minister Yao mentioned one person and Li Yi as well, Lu Huaishan reminded. With Li Yi around, nothing was impossible. He was the embodiment of magic. How did both sides manage to capture the Khitan soldiers without casualties? Li Longji also found it interesting. What kind of battle did both sides go through? It couldn't have been a game of dice, right? Whichever side had more points would win, and the other side would surrender. More or less, it was owner Bright Minister Li Yi who took action. The feathered forest flying rider answered and closed his mouth, not saying anything more. How did they fight? Yao Chong was anxious. Yes, Li Yi fought, but what did he do alone? Buy it with money? The feathered forest flying cavalry was silent and didn't say anything. When the matter is over, send me a battle report. Li Longji stopped asking. He knew that Li Yi must have taken out another special weapon, and the weapon had to be kept a secret. What about captives? Zhang Shua raised the issue of the ownership of captives during the war. Li Dongzhu said that he will stay. He wants to find an opportunity to exchange with the Khitans for the Tang dynasty people who were captured by the Khitans. The winged knights resumed the way they addressed Li Yi. Hearing his words, Li Longji and the others were momentarily speechless. How could they not know that the abducted commoners were being bullied? Not only the Khitans but the Turks in Tubo also liked to abduct people. The men who were snatched away became coolies and the women, knowing was one thing, but he couldn't think of a way to save her. In the end, Li Yi used his methods to capture people alive to exchange for the women. After a dozen breaths, Yao Chong slowly said, "The Tubo soldiers who can infiltrate and survive in the mountains are valuable. One of them can be exchanged for several Tang dynasty people. He's a true national scholar." Lu Huaishan sighed. "It's getting late. You may leave." Li Longji's good mood was gone. Yao Chong and the others left regretfully. In the past, Li Yi could come up with ideas and make farming tools. At the same time, he could also make money for his own zhuangzi. But now he's changed. Yao Chang's voice was low, and he appeared to be very sad. "Isn't it just a powerful weapon? If he can't equip it, he would definitely give it to the winged knights first." Lu Huaishan was open-minded. Li Yi wasn't a threat to others. As long as you didn't provoke him, he could deal with anyone. If you offended him and targeted him personally, it was negotiable. Just admit your mistake and apologize. He wouldn't punish people to death. If you offended him and harmed the people, he would calculate, including impeachment. He didn't say who he would kill directly. If you bullied him for the sake of the people, he would accept it. Like Bai Gu, who always suppressed him with righteousness, he wasn't angry. Instead, he helped him think of a way. As for the enemies, they should be killed. This time, the situation was special. Li Yi was actually able to capture them alive. It seemed that as long as he wanted to, there was nothing he couldn't do. Eat meat. It's hard in the mountains, isn't it? Eat some food. If you don't know how to use chopsticks, use your hands. Fushan is occupied by you. Don't the locals use chopsticks? In Lantian County, there were 390 captives behind the drunken immortal restaurant. They weren't captured by the Federation, and there were pigs to eat pork bones. Li Yi put his hands in his pockets and stood beside the leader of the Khitan army, Bacharka. As soon as he mentioned chopsticks, Bacharka picked up the chopsticks on the table and ate cucumber with garlic paste. He used his actions to prove that he knew how to use chopsticks. It was just that he was used to eating meat with bones. The other Khitan captives also ate. It was indeed delicious. Life in the mountains wasn't easy. They didn't run because Li Yi used his sniper rifle to shoot a big tree a kilometer away and a pheasant about 300 meters away while escorting them back. Under the circumstances of exceeding his standard, every shot hit the target. Li Yi didn't expect to be so accurate. It would be fine if he could hit the target with 3 shots. How long would it take to run a kilometer away? He could shoot many times. There should be 1 shot that could hit the target, right? Of course, there was an opportunity now. One of the captives would suddenly go berserk and kidnap Li Yi or even kill him. However, the Khitan captives didn't move, especially Bacharka. He always felt that this Li Yi wanted to make him move and then kill him to establish his authority. "Look, you are still a tribe. You fought with the Tang dynasty. You couldn't beat them, so you ran to the Turks and the Turks attacked you. You took advantage of the fact that the Tang dynasty's forces were concentrated in Tubo and occupied the place. Aren't you still living a hard life? Our people help you do some work, but you always bully our people, right?" Li Yi said as if he was chatting with an old friend. "No, I didn't bully them." Bacharka quickly shook his head. "You didn't bully them well. Otherwise, I would have taken thousands of winged knights to your place and slaughtered them. Let's not talk about other things. My gun is good, right? It's so far away. I can kill whoever I want. By then, your people." Li Yi shook his head and looked very regretful. Bacharka swallowed and whispered, "We also bully each other. We don't only bully the Tang dynasty people. Yes, that's not civilized enough. If you want to learn from the Tang dynasty. As for me, I have an idea." Li Yi began to explain the relationship between the 2 sides and the future development of the 2 sides to Bacharka. He told him that when they were in the Tang dynasty, he taught them how to plant beans and learn culture. When they learned enough, they would go back and exchange with the people of the Tang dynasty. They wouldn't be killed. They would work and be given food. When they went back, they would teach the advanced technology and culture to others. Then they would trade with the Tang dynasty and build a friendship with each other. When the winter was hard, the Tang dynasty would prepare a place for them. They would bring animal fur, ginseng, and pine nuts to the place of the Tang dynasty to live. They would go back when the weather was warm. They would visit each other often. There was no need to fight and kill. Bacharka nodded in agreement with whatever Li Yi said. If he didn't agree, he would be killed. "If you want to run, you can run. I'll fly and chase after you. When I catch you, you can run. I don't want to kill people. You can tell them to try." In the end, Li Yi was ready to leave, so he added to Bacharka with a smile. Bacharka shook his head. "We won't run. We want to learn how to plant beans." The Khitan captives next to him nodded in agreement with their boss. "We know you can fly in that smoke. Brothers and sisters, please vote for us. Thank you. The farmer bowed. Chapter 578. Dongzhu, they won't run away? Li Yi went upstairs to eat. Guan Xiaotan came over with a plate of braised pork ribs, worried that the captives would run away. Li Yi took his hand out of his pocket. At the same time he took out a pistol. He washed his hands. They won't run away before they fully understand the situation. People are the most courageous in their first battle. At that time we blocked them in the valley. They held on until dawn, and when we started to smoke they surrendered. They held on until dawn and surrendered. Their morale was gone. After that, I showed them my weapons and told them that we would all live a good life together in the future. War has a purpose. They are not war planners. If they let go of the spirit of carrying out the mission, their willpower will not be strong. Guan Xiaotan sat next to him and listened carefully. When Li Yi was eating, he turned around and took out a notebook and pen to write. The chitin captives in the courtyard were full and rubbed their hands on their clothes. The winged knights did not have anyone watching them, but they secretly watched them with night vision devices. Hu Feng and the other 14 people also finished eating and sat there to divide the money. Li Yi said that he would give them 10,000 coins, so he gave them 10,000 coins. They were all large banknotes of 10 coins, which were not available in Chang, and for the time being, they could spend it outside. As long as it was the Li family Zhuangzi's coupon, no one would refuse. Hu Feng took out 6,000 coins and gave each of his 12 disciples 500 coins. You learned hunting from me and suffered a lot. You even helped me find the mountain guard dog. When you finished your apprenticeship, I only gave you a broken bow. You rented Chang, and then did not have your own house. Each of you has 500 coins. It's not good to rent a house. Hu Feng said to his disciples. The eyes of the 10 people turned red. They wanted to refuse, but they really wanted to buy their own house. Hu Feng counted out 1,200 coins and put them in front of his disciples. When you got married, I didn't give you many things. Some of you already have 2 children. Take it as compensation. Master. Guan Linfang's tears flowed out. Don't be like a girl. Beasts don't believe in tears. Hu Feng said to his disciple. Turning his head, he looked at his closed-door disciple. Little Guang's luck is better than yours. When he finished his apprenticeship, he would have a house if he wanted to. He wouldn't lack money even if he wanted to marry a wife. All of you are senior brothers. Don't think that I've given little Guang too much. Little Guang treats all of you as family. The 2,000 jars were separated out and placed to one side. Hu Feng still had 800 silvers left. He glanced at his disciples and said, on the way here the Chitans said that they took out a lot of life-saving resources. Without a house on the mountain, hunters would die in the mountains, especially newbies. Take this money and hire a woodsman who can go to the mountains to gather firewood in the winter, and bring the things up with us. Let's repair the place where we live, replenish the rice that needs to be replenished, and replenish the firewood that needs to be replenished. If it was too far away, he couldn't do anything about it. He had to find someone to inform the others. In the future, the nearby areas will be our life-saving places. Taking out 800 taels, Hu Feng did not leave a single tael for himself. Master, what about yourself? Little Light counted, but his master didn't have any. When I'm old, I'll go from house to house. If I'm happy today, I'll go to one house. If I'm happy next year, I'll go to another house. Hu Feng looked at his disciples and said with a smile, Master, I'll take care of you. One of the disciples wiped his eyes. Do I need you to take care of me? Let's go find the pandas. Before the new year, we'll repair our house on the mountain. After the new year, we'll go to a place far away. Hu Feng smiled and pointed in the direction of the mountain. He still wanted to earn money from the pandas. The chitons in the courtyard still had the same things as before. Other than the weapons, everything else was still there. One of them got half a bundle of straw. Tonight, they needed to rely on straw to pass the night. Just like what Li Yi said to Guan Xiaotan, the chitin captives no longer had any thoughts of struggling. The leader of the group, Bacharka, told the others what Li Yi said. The main thing they heard was that they wouldn't be killed. The second thing was that they would have a good life in the future. When the Tang dynasty built their government in Fushun, the local people had a good life. Later, when they fought, the Tang dynasty took their people and retreated. They kidnapped some people back and their life was different. They thought that people like them wouldn't know how to live, and they needed to catch more people from the Tang dynasty. Now he had been captured. If they could really learn something, they could go back and hide in the warm places of the Tang dynasty in winter. That was good. As for carrying out the mission, they had to wait for the person in charge to deliver the order. Forget it, the person in charge couldn't save them. It was better not to come over or they would be caught. After one night, more than 30 chitin captives caught a cold. Go to the hot spring. Come back and change into new clothes. Make soap in the hot spring. Don't go to the main pool. Squeeze in the other 6 pools. Li Yi knew the reason for their cold. Their body functions were declining. They knew in advance that hunters were going to enter the mountain, so they moved. Just as they finished moving and arrived at the mountain, they were attacked at night. They were frightened, tired, and relaxed. They caught a cold. After taking a bath, he washed his body and his head, which didn't have much hair. After changing into new clothes, he was back to normal. They also drank more hot soup to replenish their water and salt. 390 people went to the hot spring. The waiter of Drunken Immortal House delivered a big bucket of vegetable soup. When Li Yi was eating breakfast, Guizi came over with a plate of steamed buns. Li Dongzhu, are you going to teach them skills? Guizi came with a question. When 2 countries or 2 tribes have different beliefs, cultures, and living standards, contradictions will start to appear. Li Yi gave Guizi a lesson. He talked to Guizi about the integration of civilizations, starting from the Central Plains in Hunan to the present. In summary, they must protect their strength and then integrate others through other means. When the 390 people learn more common knowledge and common sense of the Tang dynasty, they will think that they can lead their tribes to live a good life. When they go back, they will spread the Tang dynasty, learn from the Tang dynasty, and get in touch with the Tang dynasty. After they are taught well, when they go back, we will open up the trade with the Khitans. It can be considered as helping them. Li Yi gave them a plan for the future, a long-term plan. When they go back to spread the good news of the Tang dynasty, they will be killed. Guizi looked at Li Yi and felt that Li Yi had become stupid. It can only mean that you didn't teach them well. Why not teach them to endure first and then slowly change? When they go back, they will shout about the reform. If it were me, I would kill them too. Li Yi thought of the reform of 1898. A group of people learned Western knowledge and spread it. The young emperor was fooled and impulsively carried out the reform. He made a big move at the beginning, but it was over. From his point of view at that time, a group of scholars did not understand the situation and rushed forward foolishly. He knew what the situation was. Of course, he would not let the learning captives go back to change the world immediately. When they go back, they should start from the bottom and lead a small group of people to gain benefits. When the big shots want to gain benefits, they will connect with them. Then they will help the big shots to gain benefits. They will take out a part of the things for the big shots to make money and enjoy. Li Yi explained patiently to Guizi. Guizi looked at Li Yi in surprise. He realized that what Li Yi said now was similar to what Li Yi did. Li Yi did things bit by bit in the Li family Zhuangzi. After that, he met King Song. If he did not meet King Song and His Majesty, he would probably slowly find others, give them benefits, and continue to climb up. Chapter 579. Guizi, who thought that Li Yi was stupid, felt bad. He was the stupid one. He had planned from the beginning. It was impossible for him not to know what to do. Li Dongzhu, thank goodness you're in the Tang dynasty. If you were from other places, the Tang dynasty would be in danger. Guizi sighed. No matter where I am, I will come back. And I will definitely find a place close to Chang'an. I was born a Chinese and I will die a Chinese soul. Li Yi's expression was still so calm. Why do you want to go to Chang'an? Guizi was stunned. Chang'an is close to the imperial court. It's easy to bribe. No, it's convenient to be an advisor, take the imperial examination, and become an official. Li gave a reason. Are you going to take the imperial examination next year? Guizi knew that Li Yi led chickens and ducks to deal with the locust plague this year. What about next year? No. Li Yi shook his head. What? Guizi asked. I don't want to take the imperial examination. Li Yi said casually. You can become an official if you take the imperial examination. Am I not an official now? Secondary class rank 2. You're just a secondary class rank 6 official. You're so far behind me. Li Yi's eyes were full of contempt. I have real power. I lead the army. I'm in charge of the winged knights. Guizi was unhappy. So what if he was an official? I just took the imperial examination this year and became an official. Li Yi nodded and gave him a thumbs up. I admire you. Then official Gua, you must rush back to Zhuangzi before noon today. I know. Guizi nodded. Then he realized that he had to obey Li Yi's order. A secondary class, rank 2 official is higher than a secondary class, rank 6 official. Did you notice? Li Yi asked with a smile. Guizi took a bite of the bun and said in a muffled voice, yes. The next time you meet other troops, I'll let you kill them. It's best if you shoot their legs and arms. You can save them after they lose their ability to fight. One is to get used to killing. The other is to practice battlefield rescue. Shoot the wrong place. As long as they don't die, we'll save them. Don't expect to be promoted. His Majesty will directly give your family a discount. Li Yi changed the topic and talked about the merits. The winged knights took all the credit and he took the captive. He paid Hu Feng and the others, but he didn't spread the news. Spreading the news would only bring trouble to Hu Feng and the others. 2 hours later, the chitin finished washing himself. Many people rubbed the mud directly, but they couldn't rub it off. They needed to soak it first. After soaking, they used soap to rub each other's backs. After changing into new clothes, all of them looked refreshed and seemed to have recovered from their colds. Each of them carried a small basket containing towels, soap, toothbrushes, and wooden combs. His original leather clothes and boots were discarded, and the Li family's farmhouse took them back. Leather clothes and old leather boots could be made into leather shoes after some processing. Leather boots could be made into cool leather shoes in the summer. Now that Li Yi didn't have the technology to recombine the crushed leather, the scraps of the leather were all composted. The winged knights rode on horseback while Li Yi held his sniper rifle and sat in front of the ambulance. The captives each had a scallion pancake wrapped in oil paper. There were fried eggs, green vegetables, sausages, braised minced pork, and some marinade. They held the basket in one hand and ate the scallion pancake in the other. They were relieved. If they wanted to kill or enslave them, why would they give them delicious food? Have you ever seen someone give soap to a slave? Do slaves need to brush their teeth? Li Yi heard their conversation and shook his head. He wanted to tell them that they did. Not only that, but they were also specially taken care of. They were usually women. There were people who used human skin to make lampshades and cushions. They would take good care of them. Where are they from? Their heads are fine, but their hair is shaved like that. Chitin, you just arrived in the county? Last night the news spread. 1,000 winged knights killed their way into the mountains and captured the chitin soldiers. They went out for 3 days and only came back. How could the chitin soldiers come in? What are they doing here? Doing something bad. They sneaked in from the mountains. Can you stop them? Our winged knights didn't die, right? The winged knights are so strong. When they shouted their name, the chitins all knelt down and surrendered. Look, they weren't injured either. Right, the chitins are quite smart. Li Dongzhu was afraid that someone would be injured, so he brought the ambulance over. The citizens of Lantian County stood by the roadside and made way for the main road. When the chitins heard this, they were speechless. What did they mean by kneeling down when they heard the name of the winged knights? We were beaten up. The Li Dongzhu you speak of could fly and had such a powerful weapon. Yet, he still resorted to such underhanded means. It wasn't that no one died. They died because they didn't have a chance. Those who were scouting ahead were poisoned by the needles and fell to the ground. When they tried to resist, they were poisoned by the smoke and fell to the ground. In the end, the remaining 200 people were surrounded by the 1,000 winged knights in the valley. How could they fight? The winged knights each had a crossbow and looked down from above. If the people in the valley charged up, they would die. Some of the captives were cursing Li Yi for using such a sinister move when he could have killed them directly. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Li Yi. Coincidentally, Li Yi was also looking at him. The captive quickly turned his head back. He was so nervous. He wouldn't shoot, right? Li Yi felt that it was too serious and not lively enough. He took the loudspeaker cable from the ambulance and began to broadcast. Everyone is currently in Lantian County. Lantian County has a long history. The people of Lantian County have settled down here more than 100 years ago. When he said this, not only did the captives like to hear it, but the citizens of Lantian County and the winged knights were also attracted. Li Yi talked about history, one dynasty after another. He talked about products, listed everything, talked about culture, and brought up people one by one. The captives did not feel tired as they walked. At the same time, they felt yearning and regret. There were so many things going on in the great Tang. Where were his ancestors? What did they have? When they got closer to Chang, and they would reach Shuangzi. Li Yi's topic changed to Chang and again. Chang, and has been the capital since ancient times. It started from the Zhou dynasty. Later on, in fact, you can recite it. The Xia Shang dynasty and the Western Zhou dynasty. The Eastern Zhou dynasty was divided into 2 parts, the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. The Qin and the Han dynasties were unified. The Wei, Shu, and Wu dynasties were divided into 3 parts. The Sui and the Tang dynasties were parallel. The Tang dynasty is our Tang dynasty. Chang, and is surrounded by 8 rivers. Chang, and has 108 villages. The Ba River has a long history. Li Yi almost blurted it out again. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. The others did not know that the history was from the Sui and Tang dynasties. They were attracted by Li Yi's talent. Along the way Li did not stop. He picked out sentences from the Book of Songs, Chu Ci, Spring and Autumn Annals and other books. He did not memorize them in advance. Instead he spoke casually as they hurried. The Khitan captives were envious. They wondered when they could do it. The winged knights were proud. This was Li Dongzhu. Why should they protect him? They should find Yao Chong. Let's see if Yao Chong can speak all the way. We're here. See if there's anyone you know. If there is, point it out, Li said with a smile. The captives' hearts tightened. They looked around, hoping that they would not meet the person who sent the message. Run, brother. You can't win against Li Yi. The person in charge of contacting Yu Jiang and the Khitan team was having lunch there. It was noon. He saw his own team. Each of them was carrying a basket and surrounded by the winged knights. He lowered his head and did not look. He did not make any eye contact with his own people. He knew that it was over. They had been captured by Li Yi. There was no way to save them. He even suspected that Li Yi's purpose of finding the giant panda was to lure out this elite team. Chapter 580. It's time to eat. Come out and line up to eat. When the Khitan captives arrived, they saw many snacks and people buying and selling things outside. On the other side was a tent. They knew what it was. The messenger who passed the message and orders said that the Southwest barbarians were captives. They were curious to see what the Southwest barbarians ate. The messenger didn't say anything. There were still more than 5,000 captives left behind today. The other 5,000 went to the coal mine. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't pay for the coal. All the coal they dug out was lumps of coal and didn't go through the washing process. The quality of the coal wasn't very good. It was far worse than the Fushan open-pit mine. Li didn't have a choice. Otherwise, why would he always target the northeast? The iron mine and coal mine were just right. The 5,000 people who went to the coal mine were the ones who performed well during the snow removal process. The remaining 5,000 people who stayed behind to clean the snow both times were the ones with the lowest points. They were very anxious. If there was no work to do and they didn't get a chance, wouldn't their points be lower next time? When they heard the order to eat, they rushed out as fast as they could. They lined up according to their points. They washed their hands first, then lined up in line. They took their bamboo tubes and plates and waited to get their food. The further back they were, the worse the food they ate. The people who got their food didn't have much food left. No one cared about the Khitan captives. Batcher walked out of the line and stood beside a person who was getting his food. He looked down and saw that the rice was cooked. There was bran in it and some pickled vegetables. He waved to his people, and the other 389 people came forward. They knew that the bran was used to feed livestock and poultry in the Tang dynasty's Fushan. The Southwest barbarian captives used a small bamboo tube to store water and 2 halves of the bamboo tube to store rice. They took it to the side to eat. The 1,000 bull guards were guarding them with weapons. The winged knights also came to help. The squad leaders were better, but the captains were more vegetables. Batcher walked to Li Yi and asked, "Are we eating that too? Aren't you eating scallion pancakes? Are you hungry from the journey? Where do you want to eat? If you eat here you won't find it cold. There's a place for the Chinyo guards to get food. Go on, take your own plate." Li glared at him. "What do you mean by eat this? How much good stuff is there in the scallion pancakes? We'll give you vegetables to eat in the middle of winter. Brothers, wash your hands first. You have your own soap and towels. Don't use theirs." Bacharka really went to greet the others. The 390 Khitan captives found a place to wash their hands. After wiping themselves clean, they carefully went to retrieve the plates. The 1,000 bull guards communicated with the winged knights who were escorting the Khitan captives. They raised their weapons vigilantly but did not stop them. The Khitan captives learned from the Chinyo guard. They held a plate in one hand and used a spoon to pick the food they wanted from the trough of the dining cart. You're allowed to eat, but you're not allowed to leave any leftovers. You can eat as much as you want. It's free. Don't cheat the Li family Zhuangzi. The Chinyo guards warned. I know. I've heard," Bacharka replied with a smile. The person who was eating noodles with his head lowered was at a loss. What was going on? Are you sure you were caught? Handkerchiefs and soap were understandable. The other southwestern barbarian captives also had them. What's with eating? Serve himself? They didn't care about you when you were running around? The Khitan captives had only eaten a scallion pancake after traveling so far. They were already hungry. They were soldiers and could eat a lot. Now that they had served themselves, they looked around and found a table for the stall owner. They went over and sat down. They placed their plates there and glanced at the place where they got free soup. They ran over to get a bowl and returned to eat. They didn't sit at the same table as the stall owner. They were spread out. The winged knights watched and didn't stop them. Li agreed. 2 Khitan captives even sat at the same table as the person who was eating noodles. The person who was eating noodles turned his body slightly and continued to lower his head. This dish is delicious. It's a little sweet. A Khitan captive ate braised chicken. He didn't know what it was when he scooped it. When the Chinyo guard scooped it, he followed suit. I'm eating chives. Why is it yellow? It's fried with eggs. The rice is also fragrant. Another captive ate a mouthful and tasted it. He didn't know what chives were. Hanalan, where do you think we should stay tonight? Set up a new tent next to the Southwest Barbarians? The person who ate the braised chicken asked. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it. Li Dongzhu treats us well. It's different from how he treats the Southwest Barbarians. The person who was called Hanalan replied. The person who was eating noodles? You're calling him Li Dongzhu just like that? You are the elites of the Khitan Empire. Li Dongzhu is indeed telling the truth. Otherwise, how easy would it be for him to kill us? Yeah, it's fine. Let's eat. The person who was eating braised chicken suddenly recognized the person who was showing his side profile. He quickly lowered his head. Hanalan looked up and sighed. Gadamu, we have no choice. Li Dongzhu is too powerful. He can fly. A tree more than 600 steps away. His weapon, called a gun, hit it with one shot. 200 steps away, the pheasant's head was gone. When he dealt with us, he used needles. The needles were poisonous. Those who were pricked fell in 10 breaths. Fortunately, he detoxified the poison. Also, he threw things that emitted smoke. Those who were touched by the smoke couldn't even stand, let alone fight. Yes. In the end, he didn't kill anyone and forced us to surrender. 1,000 winged knights blocked our people in the canyon and even released smoke. What else could the people in the canyon do but surrender? Gadamu added, still not raising his head. The person who was in charge heard clearly. It's not that our army didn't work hard, but the enemy was too strong. He quickly thought it through. There were a total of 390 brothers, and the Tang dynasty sent out 1,000 winged knights. They couldn't win against the winged knights in a head-on fight. The selection and training of the winged knights was different from other armies. They were the private army raised by the Tang emperors, Li Longji. It was said that Li Yi had led the ambulance to train before. If they couldn't do it, they would be treated immediately. He looked up at the 2 of them and nodded slightly to show that he understood. It was right to surrender. On the other side, Bacharka ran to Li Yi's side. Li Yi brought him a folding table and chair from the car. Bacharka put down the plate. Li Dongzhu, you don't want to eat? It's cold outside. I'll wait for you to eat and then I'll take you to arrange a place to stay. Then I'll go to the cafeteria to eat. There are more dishes in the cafeteria than here. Li Yi shook his head and gave the reason. We're going to live in? Bacharka was shocked. I said that there shouldn't be a war between us. You came here to learn. After you learn, go back and lead your people to live a good life. The tents of the Southwest Barbarians are cold at night and are full of straw. There's a fire tunnel in Jianghu so you can stay warm there. I've arranged it for you. Learn and work for us. Take it as a teaching fee. Disciples learn from their masters and also work for them. The Tang dynasty is such a big territory. How many people do you have in Khitans? If you occupy it, how many Khitans will be left in a county? Li Yi said with a look that said, I'm thinking for you. It sounded very simple. It was natural for disciples to work for their masters. In the end, it was not a problem to say that the Tang dynasty was big and the Khitans were few. Aren't you afraid that we'll suddenly riot? Bacharka put himself in Li Yi's shoes. What's the use of you rioting? Even if you kill 10,000 people of the Tang dynasty, what will happen? You'll still live there. The winter is unbearably cold and there's nothing to eat. Did you come here just to kill people? Instead of finding ways to make your people live better? Li Yi continued to reason. Chapter 581. Bacharka was just a general who led an elite army. How could he have undergone professional training? Li Yi was familiar with this kind of business. He always felt that if he was reborn in the spring and autumn period or the Warring States period, he would definitely be able to maneuver around. At that time, it was all about strategists and all kinds of lobbying. In fact, it was diplomacy and deception. The opponent he was facing now was just the leader of an elite Khitan army. The Khitans were sandwiched between the Tang dynasty and the Turks. The tribes were obviously unable to unite and their strategic goals were unclear. At the same time, the Khitans were suppressed by the Turks. There was actually a country there called the Zhen Kingdom, but not the Zhen Kingdom. It was called the Bohai Sea. The Bohai Sea was not just a sea but a country that was not a country. At least not in name. The current leader of the Bohai Sea was called Dezworong. He was showing goodwill to the Tang dynasty in developing. That was where the Khitans wanted to get more living space, get rid of the Turks and move toward the Tang dynasty. What Li Yi really wanted was all the tribes and land in that area. But Charka did not know what Li Yi was planning. He ate delicious food and listened to Li Yi continue to describe the wonderful blueprint for the Khitans. After they finished eating, Li Yi directly took them to Zhuangzi and put them in a place with surveillance cameras. They did not know there were surveillance cameras, so they took new bedding and moved into the house. The house was full of bunk beds and several beds. The 390 people were touched and found that the Tang dynasty was really good. In the afternoon, before evening, Li Longji and his family came over. They first took the children for a physical examination. Empress Wang took the children to rest, and Li Longji went to Li Yi's study alone. Brother Yi, you caught them. You want to treat them well? Li Longji was very straightforward and went straight to the point. Li Yi shook his head. Use these people to drive a wedge between the Turks, Khitans and the Bohai Sea. There are no strategists among them. Treat them well for others. As Li Yi spoke, he took out a map and pointed at the various locations on it. Third brother, look. The Khitans have sided with the Turks, and the Turks have influence in the surrounding areas. They have also allied themselves with the Tubo. Further ahead was the Prince of Bohai County conferred by His Majesty. In order to transfer manpower, the Tang dynasty wanted to use the Prince of Bohai County to restrain the other tribes. With Bohai County's king in power, there will be no Tang dynasty's influence in the entire northern part of Hebei province and further northeast. Li Yi spoke slowly while Li Longji listened with a frown. Brother Yi, are you saying that the northern part of Hebei province cannot be ceded? Li Longji understood. At the same time, he felt that it conflicted with the national policy that had already been formulated. No, the navy in the Bohai Sea must not be withdrawn. We have to strengthen it. We have to transfer manpower from Hunan province to Dengzhou, Laizhou, and other places. Li Yi's expression was serious as he pointed at the Shandong area. Li Longji closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. After a while he said, Brother Yi, if you want to provoke a war between the Turks and the Khitans, will Bohai County's Zhuorong react when he finds out that the Tang dynasty is close to the Khitans? In winter he can't do anything. In summer the situation will be different. Li Yi shook his head. Will Zhuorong face any problems in the future? Li Longji thought of Li Yi's special situation. Since the 5 Barbarians' rebellion, the tribes no longer fear the Central Plains. They all think that they can control the situation in the Central Plains. Li Yi said the most fundamental thing, and history later confirmed it. After the Enlushan rebellion of the Tang dynasty, the surrounding tribes rose, including the small Shadua tribe. Then, the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms came out and the surrounding tribes attacked again. Now the Khitans were bullied and became the Liao kingdom. After many years of fighting, the Yuan dynasty came out. It was not easy to destroy the Yuan dynasty and become the Ming dynasty. In the northeast, the Qing dynasty rose again. How can they not occupy this place? Give them a chance? The situation will become chaotic. Li Longji completely understood that Li Yi wanted to stir up the situation. On one hand he was targeting the Tubo tribes, the barbarians of the southwest and the Turks. On the other hand he wanted to pull in a large number of tribes in the northern part of Hebei province. Only when there is chaos will there be benefits. Everyone is in chaos. Let's see who can judge the situation more accurately in the process of chaos. Li Yi revealed a relaxed smile. In his mind there was the Tang dynasty, the northern part of Hebei province, the grasslands above, Turpan over there, the Himalayas in the northwest, and the jungles in the southwest. All the tribes were placed on the map and he knew what they were doing now. Chaos was to put small flags on the map, look at them one by one, organize them, and send people to reward those who should be rewarded. Those who should be threatened would be threatened, and those who should be fought would be fought. There was also the Umayyad dynasty, India and Japan. It was the Nara era. Who could understand the current situation better than him? If there was no chaos, how could they fight with the forces in the Tang dynasty? What's the next step? Li Longji's mind was in a mess, so he asked. Announce in the newspaper how good the relationship between the Tang dynasty and the Khitans is. Say that I'm willing to provide education and financial support for the Khitans. Li Yi put on a look that said, I'm really thinking for the Khitans. Give me this map. I'll find someone to draw it. Li Longji rolled up the map and hurriedly left with it. He returned to the imperial city and urgently summoned the 3 prime ministers. Yao Chong and the other 2 were about to get off work, so they ran to Xingqing Palace. Li Longji unfolded the map. Li Yi said, he said it in his own words. In that case the Turks are likely to question the Khitans and the Bohai Sea will be on guard. The Khitans will be tricked. After hearing this, Yao Chong had a plan in his mind. They were clearly in a hostile situation between the Khitans and the Tang dynasty, but Li Yi played a strategy of cutting off relations. Zhang Shua helped to come up with an idea. I should take the initiative to reward the Khitans and see how they respond. Lu Huaishan followed up. In winter, the Turks can't send troops to the Khitans. The Khitans will probably consider it and weigh the interests of all sides. The water has been muddied by Li Yi. Originally, when they heard the news, they thought that Li Yi was stupid and couldn't judge the situation clearly. Only now did they understand that Li Yi had made many preparations and attacked from every angle imaginable. No matter what the Khitans chose, Li Yi would teach the captives some purposeful knowledge. After the Khitans were dealt with, these captives would be released to help the remaining Khitans in their construction and continue to resist. If the Khitans survived, these captives would be released to help the Khitans and carry out the reform in the Khitans according to Li Yi's plan. It would either be an external conflict or an internal conflict. At the same time, he could also exchange the people of the Tang dynasty for them. Yao Chong thought for a moment. If they attack the Tang dynasty, what should we do? They can't fight in winter. Wait until summer. When the navy has more money, we can disembark on the coast and cut off their supply route. Li Longji drew a line on the map and pointed out the Bohai Bay and the rivers that flowed into the Bohai Bay. We're old. Lu Huaishan sighed. He realized that Li Yi's grasp of the overall situation was not something they could consider. The Khitans had made a wrong move. The captives they sent were captured, and Li Yi directly used them to sow discord between the Turks and the Khitans. The plan was to take one step at a time. Whenever there was a change, there would be a change. The price was nothing more than a little food. 390 captives eating meat and drinking wine every day, how could they make Li Yi poor? A statesman. Zhang Shua gave his evaluation. Chapter 582. Selling newspapers. The Khitans have finally arrived at the Tang dynasty after going through untold hardships. They are here to learn and seek ways to develop the Khitans. Selling newspapers. The Khitans are in constant communication with the Tang dynasty. Bahui Li family Zhuangzi and Li Dongzhu are willing to teach them personally. Selling newspapers. Understand the relationship between the Tang dynasty, the Khitans, and the Turks. Early in the morning, the paperboys started shouting again, sending out and selling newspapers. No, we didn't. Yu Jiang was about to cry as he read the newspaper. He found that the situation was not right. There was no such thing as coming to learn. They were clearly looking for an opportunity to kidnap Li Yi or steal his technology. The 390 people were better off dead. They were trouble if they were alive. In the Honglu Temple in the Imperial City, the Tubo and Turks were worried. The Turks were worried. The Khitans and the Tang dynasty were getting closer, which was not good for them. The Tubo were worried. If the Khitans and the Turks fought, the Turks would not have enough troops to deal with the Tang dynasty. At that time, the Tang dynasty would be able to send troops to fight the Tubo. With new weapons, the military forces of the Tang dynasty would be even stronger. Looking at the newspaper, it was written that the Tang dynasty would soon confer titles to the leaders of the Khitans. There were many Khitans. They might not agree to one, but how could they not agree to all of them? The Tubo people went to find the Turks and asked them what to do. The Turks had already sent people out with several newspapers. It was winter and they did not know when they would arrive. The Khitans' envoys in the Honglu Temple were even more panicked. They wanted to explain to the Turks. However, before they could set off, the officials of the Honglu Temple found them and asked them to enter the palace. Arrange for the 4 of them to stay in a room. Give them tea and snacks. Don't let anyone come in contact with them. Do as Li Yi said. Yao Chong personally gave the order. Last night, Li Longji went back to the Li family Zhuangzi and came over in the morning to give them an idea. 2 hours later, Yao Chong sent people to deliver many gifts to the 4 Khitans as a reward from the imperial court before sending them back to the Chamberlain of Dependencies. The Turks and Tubo people were waiting. What did you say? The Turk asked him politely. The 4 of them looked at each other and shook their heads. One of them replied. He didn't say anything. When he went over, he let us drink tea in a room. Then he gave us something and we came back. Do you even believe your own words? The Tubo people looked at him as if he were treating them like fools. The 4 Khitans sighed helplessly. They knew that they had been tricked. No matter how they tried to explain, there was still a gap between them. If the 4 of you go out now and announce that the Khitans want to attack the Tang dynasty, then we'll believe you, the Turk said. What kind of joke is this? The Khitan looked at the Turks as if they were looking at a fool. He didn't have the book of the Prime Minister. How could he declare war with just his mouth? The Tang dynasty would directly arrest him and the others. Write a letter and send it back. Tell your people there that they are not allowed to accept the title of the Tang dynasty. The Tubo people changed their method. We can only explain the situation. We won't do anything else. The Khitans still refused. They also had dignity. The Tubo people were so far away. What did it have to do with them? If you have the ability, you can send troops from there to attack us. I'll tire you to death. Seeing the Turks and Tubo people leave angrily, the 4 Khitans looked at each other. They found that they could indeed reconcile with the Tang dynasty. It was a good opportunity. The military force of the Tang dynasty was different from before. They had hot air balloons and gunpowder. What if the Tang dynasty sent troops to attack them? His own people were arrested. Li Yi's mind was hard to figure out, but it looked good at the moment. Can we go to the Li family Zhuangzi to see the arrested people? A Khitan suggested. Let's apply. Another person had the same idea. They went to the officials of the Honglu temple and first applied to see the officials of the Tang dynasty. Then, through the officials of the Honglu temple, they applied to Li Yi. At lunch they received a reply that they could. They could choose the time and go whenever they wanted. At lunchtime in the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi and 390 people went to the canteen to eat. This place happened to be the place where the winged knights ate. There were no villagers eating at all. The soldiers are separated from the others. Soldiers eat a lot. When the villagers see others eating, they will eat until they are full. Li Yi explained to the Khitan captives the knowledge of how eating with others affected people. The Khitans nodded. They also found that they did eat a lot when they were with people who could eat a lot. They looked at the dishes again. There were dozens of dishes and they could take as many as they wanted. One by one they went to wash their hands. When they came back they took a bit of the dishes and tasted them. Li Yi was still at the same table as Bacharka. He ordered 3 dishes: steamed pork with moldy vegetables, minced pork eggplant, and smashed cucumber. The main dish was rice. There were 2 kinds of minced pork eggplant. One was stir-fried. The eggplant strips did not need to be oiled. The minced pork was stir-fried first, and then the eggplant was stir-fried. When it was about time, the minced pork was added. The other kind was stir-frying the minced pork first. When it was done, the whole eggplant was cut in half. The minced pork was placed on top and then steamed. Li Yi chose the second kind. The first kind was too oily. If the eggplant was oiled, it would be even more oily. Of course, no matter which kind it was, a lot of garlic was needed. Bacharka had a lot of dishes on his plate. He took a bit of each dish. After he finished eating, he went to take the rest. He could feel Li Yi's goodwill. Last night they had gone to listen to him. Some people quietly opened the door to take a look. They did not find anyone watching them. They were completely moved. The Li family Zhuangzi did not guard against them. Li Dongzhu really did what he said. He was too magnanimous. No wonder people said that he was magnanimous and used virtue to win people over. What they did not know was that their actions when they opened the door and poked their heads out, as well as what they said in the room, were all monitored and monitored. The winged knights did not just eat in one place. Sometimes, when they were tired from training, they would find a place to sit down and eat. The adults and children in Zhuangzi would not eat more just because the winged knights ate more. Li Yi was always on guard against them. For the sake of the international situation, he had to pay some price. Li Dongzhu, when do we start learning? Bacharka tested to see if Li Yi really wanted to teach. Let's start after dinner. I'll let you plant soybeans. I'll teach you how to grow bean sprouts first. Each of you has a small pot. Follow the instructions. In the future, after you plant beans, you can fry the bean sprouts. It'll be an extra dish. Then I'll teach you how to grind soy milk and make tofu. I'll teach you how to separate the tofu from the soy milk and how to make it into tofu pudding. Li Yi spoke as soon as Bacharka finished speaking. He even said a lot. Bacharka lowered his head and ate. He felt a little guilty. Look, even Li Dongzhu thought about it, but he did not believe it. After dinner, Li Yi really taught 390 people how to grow bean sprouts. Each of them had a pot and a towel. They soaked the beans, changed the water, and maintained the temperature. The 390 people followed step by step like primary school students. Then they put the pots under the bed in the room and waited to see them before going to bed at night. They changed the water and changed it again the next morning. For them, this was their first time growing bean sprouts. It felt magical. After you learn how to process beans, I'll teach you how to hatch chicks and ducklings. Li Yi was still so gentle and elegant. Chapter 583. Li Dongzhu, we found it. We found the giant panda. On the 10th of December, the bean sprouts had just sprouted a little. Li Yi was taking the Khitan captives to watch and share the joy when a hunter ran over. The old hunter was 53 years old this year and was considered to have lived a long time in the Tang dynasty. His name was Jing Chunlai. He set off with his team and found traces of the giant panda with his own eyes. Li Dongzhu, it's very far. It's about 400 li away. We've climbed over the mountain to the other side. I borrowed a horse on my way back. The young hunter who was sent back to report the situation panted as he told Li Yi about the situation. He was thinking about 1,000 li. If they found traces of the giant panda, it would be 100 li. If they confirmed that there was a giant panda and that the Li family Zhuangzi's men saw it, it would be 1,000 li. Take a rest first. I'll call someone. Li didn't dare to be negligent. The more pandas he raised, the lower the cost. The key was that he knew how to raise them. Pandas were too good at healing people. After letting the hunter rest, Li Yi turned to look for the chitin captives. Bacharka, there's an activity. I'll take you into the mountains to catch a giant panda. Quick, change your clothes. There's a horse to ride. Li Yi was worried about leaving the chitin captives in Zhuangzi. What if they cause trouble? Where are the bean sprouts? Bacharka was still thinking about the bean sprouts. The farmer will change the water for you. When we come back, the bean sprouts will be very long. We can fry them to eat. Li Yi understood the excitement of a primary school student when it was their first time growing bean sprouts. Because of the burden of the captives, the team only set off after a full 45 minutes. The winged knights looked at the chitin captives as if they were weaklings. You call yourselves chitin elites? Bacharka and the others felt the strong contempt. They lowered their heads and didn't say anything. They were indeed slow in changing clothes, packing their bags and assembling the team. The winged knights rode 4 horses each, and the chitins rode 1 horse each. When they needed to change horses, they asked the winged knights for a horse. It was equivalent to each of them riding 2 horses, with the other one being controlled by the winged knights. They had no weapons, so even if they wanted to run, they couldn't outrun the winged knights who were riding 3 horses. They brought an extra backpack with food inside. A convoy of 50 vehicles set off, with the ambulance among them. The group headed west. They did not go to Lantian County. Instead, they went to Guowu County, which was very far away from Lantian County. There were good iron mines there. From there they entered the Qinling Mountains. Beyond that was the southern slope of the Qinling Mountains. As expected, the pandas were afraid of the cold and stayed there. The 2,000 winged knights adjusted their scouts and ran back and forth. Bacharka and the others finally felt the pressure. It was not that they had not fought against the military forces of the Tang dynasty before. They were almost at the same level. When they faced another elite team of the Tang dynasty, they saw the gap between them and the other team. As long as they were on the move, they would definitely be in a marching posture, even if they were currently in the capital office. It was impossible for any unit to ambush the winged knights. It was said that the emperor of the Tang dynasty had 30,000 winged knights. If he kept 10,000 and sent 20,000 to fight the chitins, how would the tribes react? Zheng Chunlai sat in a carriage, resting and looking out through the window. He liked to see the winged knights running around. It made him feel at ease. They were the strong soldiers of the Tang dynasty. It was said that Li Dongzhu thought they were not good enough, so he always trained them and sent them out. This was obviously another training. How could Li Dongzhu help His Majesty train the soldiers? At noon, the convoy arrived in Guowu County, which was more than 200 miles away. The horses were fast and so was the carriage. The key was that the road was flat. Even if they ran, the carriage would change horses. The chitins were even more terrified now. Within the range of the capital office, the Yulin flying cavalry brought the carriages and ran 800 kilometers at top speed. The convoy stopped, and the guard driving the carriage took Zheng Chunlai to pay the money. Zheng Chunlai borrowed 2 of the horses he had borrowed. He borrowed one from the only family who had horses at the foot of the Qinling Mountains. From there he rode to Guowu County. In Guowu County he exchanged another horse with someone and borrowed another horse. The 2 horses took turns to ride to the Li family Zhuangzi. The horse he exchanged for was given to the person who borrowed the 2 horses. At the same time he paid for the 3 horses and bought them. The 2 horses he rode back were left in Zhuangzi as working horses. It was impossible to bring them back now. The horses could not run anymore. It was equivalent to paying twice the amount. When they reached the village at the foot of the Qinling Mountains, they would still pay twice the amount. The horses would not return. The villager and Zheng Chunlai went to pay the money. The others took out stoves and pots from the carriage and collected water to melt the snow. They used a gasoline torch. The snow melted after a while. They continued to fill the pot with snow. Every time a pot was melted, the horses would drink warm water. Cut alfalfa, stir-fried bean powder, shelled wheat, salt and a little pepper were the food for the horses. This was no longer refined material but super refined material. Horses really loved to eat. After eating, the winged knights used a long-haired brush to brush the horses. After brushing, they wiped them clean with a pure cotton cloth. The Khitans learned how to operate the horses. They found that if they fed them like this, they could not afford to raise horses. Li Dongzhu, did you pay for the winged knight's horses in Zhuangzi? Batcher looked at the alfalfa that had been cut in advance and felt that it was more expensive than beans. Li Yi's expression was conflicted. He shook his head and said, "No, His Majesty and I cooperated to open earthly paradise. We have 10% of the shares. That's the money." "What about the 1,000 bull guards outside Zhuangzi?" Batcher thought of another troop. 10% of the money? Li Yi's tone was helpless. "What about the winged knight's food and clothes?" Batcher was curious. Li Yi looked up at the sky and said, 10% of the money? 10% of the shares can pay so much money? Batcher was surprised. Yes. Li Yi lowered his head. Wuxia, who was watching and listening, wanted to laugh. He knew what was going on. Li Yi helped His Majesty build earthly paradise. At first it was just 3,000 winged knights. Occasionally they went to Zhuangzi to eat and drink. 10% of the money was indeed enough. Later the scale grew. Sometimes many people went there to eat and there were also 1,000 bull guards. 10% of the money was not enough and no one mentioned it. Anyway, if something happened it would be added to the 10%. The winged knights did not eat the same food as the Li family Zhuangzi in the Forbidden Garden. The Li family Zhuangzi could only provide 5,000 sets of down and cashmere jackets. But those 5,000 sets were snow grassland camouflage, snow camouflage and snow forest camouflage. There were 3 types and 5,000 sets of each type. It was all money, and the Li family Zhuangzi was responsible for it. In the entire Tang dynasty, no state or family could do it. Wuxia felt sad for Li Yi for a while, but he felt that it was nothing. The Li family Zhuangzi provided a lot of things. What was the winged knights doing now? Li Yi asked for the giant pandas, and 2,000 winged cavalry warriors ran around with them. They were supposed to be Her Majesty's private army, but they were doing private work for Li Yi. Her Majesty never used the winged knights. Even when they were sent to follow the caravans and support the southwest, it was Li Yi who benefited. Let's eat, let's eat. After Li Yi was done being sad, everyone packed up the horses. The horses rested there and it was their turn to eat. While others ate compressed biscuits and meat floss, Li Yi went into the car and took out some rice to heat up. Then he ate in secret. He did not eat compressed biscuits. There were chili shells in the pot. Chapter 584. Second Uncle Wei, keep the money but I can't return the horse. In the village at the foot of Mount Qinling, Zheng Chunlai took the money and stuffed it into the hands of an old man in his 60s. Chunlai, you can't take it. Horses aren't worth this much. This is enough to buy 2 better horses. I'll take the money for 1 horse. You see, it costs money to raise a horse in winter. I'll take the money for the horse and buy another one in spring. After calculating, I'll save money on the ingredients. How can I take more? The old man refused. He was simple and didn't want to take advantage of others. My master gave it to him. The manners guard who followed him said. Who are you? The old man didn't know how to read and didn't know what the words on Zhuangzi's guard's clothes meant. He took a closer look and muttered, Where have I seen you before? Bahui Li family Zhuangzi's men. Zheng Chunlai knew that second Uncle Wei's eyesight wasn't good. Oh, no wonder. I'll take the money. Go up the mountain and be careful not to slide down. When the old man heard that it was money from the Li family Zhuangzi, he happily accepted it. After Zheng Chunlai gave the money, he turned around and walked out of the courtyard. The old man held the coupon and shouted into the house. Old woman, light 2 new sticks of grass incense for Li Yi's longevity tablet. Just lit, once in the morning and once in the evening. You even did it yourself. Who's here? The voice inside said. Add 2 more sticks. Li Dongzhu is here to send the money. The old man's voice sounded. Zhuangzi's guard stopped and shook his head. He returned to the team with Zheng Chunlai. The team arrived at the foot of the mountain before dark. They set up camp and waited for dawn to come up the mountain. The ground was hard in winter, so there was no need to dig ditches. The winged knights went to cut branches to make the deer horses. They moved the tents down from the cart and set up a stove to cook. Wuxia personally led the team into the mountain and took advantage of the last bit of daylight to hunt wild animals. The Khitans were responsible for nailing the tents. Zhuangzi's guards unloaded the cart and gave the horses a handful of pepper to eat. While they were working, people from the village came over. The village was called Wei Family Village and most of the people had the surname Wei. The village chief's name was Wei Li. Since the winged knights were such a large troop, the village chief noticed the situation and came to take a look. Second brother Wei said that the people from the Li family Zhuangzi of Bashui are here? Wei Li was 68 years old this year and looked to be in good health. He saw the flags of the Winged Knights and the Li family Zhuangzi. He refused to be helped by others, nor did he use his walking stick. Instead he took large strides forward. The Khitan looked at the old man and waited for him to bow. Li Dongzhu was a secondary grade 2 official. Then they saw Li Yi jogging over. Uncle Wei, wait. I know you're a hunter. You're good, but the road is slippery. Li Dongzhu? You came here personally? Did anyone see a panda? Wei Li didn't reject Li Yi's help. I saw it. I'll go up the mountain tomorrow morning, Li Yi said with a smile. His attitude was like a grandson. The old man was 68 years old. In the Tang dynasty he could attend birthday banquets. Even if Li Longji saw him and there was no danger around, he would still help him. Regardless of whether he was sincere or not, he had to do what he had to do. Be careful. The Qinling Mountains are not ordinary. It's a place where people are eaten. You have many people, so you're not afraid of wild animals. Watch the road carefully. If you slip, it'll be too late to save you. Wei Li was brought to the side of the ambulance by Li Yi. There was a shed on top of the ambulance. Someone brought 2 chairs over. Li Yi asked the old man to sit properly and went back to the car to take out the blood pressure monitor. He rolled up part of the old man's clothes and put it on his wrist. He didn't need to use his arm. You're in good health. High blood pressure 120, low blood pressure 65. Strong heartbeat 60. Good. You can live past 120 years old. Li Yi looked at the reading and tried to make it sound better. I don't believe it if others say it, but Li Dongzhu, you said it. I'll try my best to live to 120 years old. The old man had a good mentality. He had never seen this kind of equipment before and didn't know what it meant. Anyway, if Li Yi said it was good, it was good. If it wasn't good, Li Yi would prescribe him medicine. Uncle, how are you doing? Li Yi's voice was calm and gentle. It's all because of you. We're always collecting things. The village is next to the mountains. Every time you collect things, everyone will go and pick them. Every time you collect, the village can earn back a year's worth of money. It's amazing. Now, every family wants to set up a longevity memorial tablet for you. They know you're afraid, so they set up one for Her Majesty. It's just that sometimes I forget to burn incense for Her Majesty. It's high. It's easy to forget. Wei Li looked very happy. He told Li Yi about the situation in the village. Li Yi, he didn't believe that he would forget to burn incense just because it was higher. He was obviously reluctant to burn incense. Uncle, don't tell me you're going to burn 3 incense sticks? Li Yi felt guilty. Only the dead will burn 3 incense sticks. I'll burn incense for you. When there's no more incense, I'll borrow one from others. If there's too much incense, I'll burn 2. Don't worry, I won't burn 3 incense sticks for you. Wei Li knew the rules. 3 incense sticks were not for the living. They were either ghosts or the dead. Thank you. I'll ask Zhuangzi to make more herbal incense for everyone. Li Yi expressed his gratitude. Thank you. You can send mosquito-repellent incense in summer. Take it as a gift for you. Everyone can have a good night's sleep. Wei Li made a request. No problem. I'm not afraid of the mosquito repellent. I can put it anywhere. Li Yi agreed. The old man raised his hand and touched Li Yi's head. Xiaoyi, everyone has you in their hearts. It doesn't matter if there's incense or not. If anyone dares to speak ill of you in the village, we can't let them leave the village alive. Li Yi let the old man rub his head. Many people did it anyway. He was used to it. He was touched by the last sentence. He believed the village could do it. Wasn't it easy to kill someone? Uncle, since our village is at the foot of Mount Qinling, the location is important. I have an idea. Li Yi decided to help. Say it. Everyone in the village will listen to you. Wei Li retracted his hand and became serious. In the future, more people will enter the mountain. There's only 1 horse in the village. I'll rent 20 horses to the village. The village? Li Yi also became serious. He started to talk about the plan. He told Wei Li that he wanted to develop the auxiliary industry in the Wei family village. He would borrow horses and carriages. The village would gather youqiao sticks and fences to raise chickens. The wings of the chickens would be cut short. Then they would build houses for hotels and organize the hunters in Zhuangzi to accompany tourists to the mountain for hunting. The Zhang family village would be responsible for finding tourists. Some rich people were willing to play. When the supply situation here is good, the hunters will choose to go in and out of the mountain more often. You're a hunter, so you should understand. Li Yi mentioned hunters in the end. He still had other plans. Hunters and poachers were not the same thing. Poachers only cared about profits. Hunters had rules. They were not allowed to enter the mountain at any time. They were not allowed to kill animals under any circumstances. They were not allowed to kill pregnant animals, breastfeeding animals, learning how to survive with their children and looking for a mate. These were the rules that the hunters of the Tang dynasty and the previous dynasties followed. They were not the hunting quota of the so-called civilized countries. The rules of the hunter's hut in China had existed for a long time. They were thousands of years ahead of other ethnic groups and countries. When the hunters brought their apprentices, they would first teach them the rules, then teach them the skills. Xiaoyi, you're giving money to our village. Wei Li thought about what Li Yi said. He realized that the village did not need to take any risks. Everything would be taken care of by the Li family Zhuangzi. You're sending me to heaven. Can't I give you some money? Li Yi joked. Chapter 585. The fine snow drifted down slowly, and the pressurized kerosene lamps were exceptionally bright. The smoke from the firewood mixed with the snowflakes, giving people a hazy feeling. In the winter nights, there would always be the howls of wild beasts in the mountains. Many people were already used to it. In the village at the foot of the mountain, adults and children poured out. The sound of laughter mingled with the cries of the baby. No matter what the situation was, the people of the Wei family village were participating in the barbecue party today. The village was next to the mountain, and they had always used charcoal and firewood, so they provided the firewood. The winged knights hunted a lot of wild animals and prepared them in the snow. The wild animals were roasted one by one. To put it bluntly, it was a bonfire party. The bonfire village was in charge of the meat, and the winged knights were in charge of the meat. The seasonings were all placed on plates and everyone cut meat for dipping. Everyone in the village came to participate. They were only responsible for the firewood and did not need to care about anything else. The weather was cold and the babies who were a few months old cried and woke up from the cold. The winged knights quickly arranged for them to be in an open tent. From here they could see the barbecue area and there was no wind. The winged knights took off their cloaks and helped to wrap the babies. The barbecue meat was cut as it was roasted. First, the elders in the village chose the tender parts of the meat and added 2 more cuts. Then it was the women, followed by the children, and finally the adult men. The Khitans looked at them and expressed that they did not understand. Shouldn't the best meat be given to the strongest leader? Then it was the others' turn and finally the weak's turn. Li Dongzhu, your method of distributing meat is to tell others that the weak can get more? Bacharka was the last to get his meat. Li Yi got his at about the same time as him. He carried a bamboo plate over to talk to Li Yi. What kind of strong are you if you can't protect the weak? In the wolf pack, the wolf king eats the best meat because it has to suppress the other wolves in the pack and use force to do so. Humans are not wolves. A human leader does not need to use force to suppress others. Instead, it is his dedication and sacrifice. For example, I'm very weak and can't fight, but they all listen to me because I don't use force to show my status. Li Yi patiently explained the problems of human civilization to Bacharka. Bacharka nodded vigorously. That's right. Li Dongzhu, you're not good at fighting. We all know that you only know how to use poisonous needles and poisonous smoke. You can only fly occasionally when you have a gun that can kill people from 600 paces away. You're too weak. Bacharka was on the verge of tears as he spoke insincerely. You misunderstood. What I meant was that if you attack me now, I can't beat you. You'll know once you try. Li Yi was still as sincere as ever. To be honest, he was no good at fighting. Bacharka kept shaking his head. Li Dongzhu, I didn't offend you. Don't kill me. I mean, let's arm wrestle. I don't have the strength. All right, let's not compete. Eat meat and drink wine, but don't drink too much. We have to go up the mountain early in the morning. Li Yi felt helpless. Why didn't anyone believe him when he told the truth? The children in the village were simple and willing to believe. Li Yi ignored Bacharka and the others and played with the children. He was performing magic. He had a magnet in his hand and used small iron beads to guess how many small iron beads were in the bowl. Problems occurred as soon as he performed the magic. He didn't control it well and caused the children to laugh. At this time, Li Yi was no longer mysterious. Instead, the villagers felt that he was a friendly person like a big kid next door. The children in the village felt that they had a big brother who was willing to play with them. Everything was so natural. There was no barrier between the two of them due to their official positions. As the people grew tired, the laughter gradually faded away. In the early morning, there was no smoke rising from the chimneys of the Wei family village. 1,000 winged knights stayed behind. 1,000 winged knights and 390 people protected Li Yi as he went up the mountain. The light snow was still falling, but because it was not heavy, the footprints left by the previous people were still there. 2 days later, Jing Chunlai led the team and caught up with the person in front of them. It was his cousin Jing Chunqing. The age difference between him and his cousin was close to 30 years. The age difference between cousins was determined by the time the elders got married and had children. When the two teams met, the hunters were obviously relieved. They didn't care about logistics. They were afraid that the ownership of the panda would change. If that happened, they would lose their 1,000. There were a total of 16 people in the team. 15 people had been keeping watch. Jing Chunlai went back to report. The old hunter Jing Chunqing saw Li Yi and smiled. It's just in front. It doesn't seem to be in good condition. It's irritable. He pointed ahead. It was actually very far away. He didn't dare to get closer. The team continued to move forward. Li Yi finally saw the panda. The temperature here was higher than in Chang'an. Although it was still below zero, it was not as cold. A giant panda was sweeping down the bamboos and using its claws to dig at the roots of the bamboos. From its reaction, it seemed to be looking for something. Li Dongzhu looked. It's just like that. It keeps hitting bamboo and occasionally eats bamboo, Jing Chunqing said while holding a pair of binoculars. As soon as he finished speaking, the panda seemed to stop moving its limbs. After a while, it turned its head and picked up something that looked like a mouse. It put the mouse down and picked up another one. The two mice looked similar. After a few times, it chose to leave with one of the mice and left the other behind. It's looking for bamboo mice. It's going to give birth. It gave birth to two. It chose the one that it thought was the strongest. Quick, go and bring the one that was abandoned back. No, don't move. Li Yi looked and quickly understood the panda's intention, especially when he saw the two pink mice. The panda was going to give birth and wanted to find bamboo mice to eat to replenish its protein. Before it could find them, two cubs were born. The mother chose one and abandoned the other. It seemed cruel, but he thought about what Judah had written about his mother. My mother gave birth to 13 children. Because her family was poor, she couldn't raise all of them. Only 8 were left. The rest were forced to drown. When it came to survival, even humans were like this, let alone pandas. Li thought about it and turned around. The guard on Zhuangzi put down the box on the aircraft, opened it and took it out. Li Yi had already put on his gloves and opened the other box. Li Yi stood on it and activated it. With a whoosh, it rose into the air and flew to the position of the abandoned little panda. He landed more than 20 meters away and ran over with the box. He grabbed the panda that looked like it could die at any time and put it into the box. He turned around and ran to the aircraft. The panda with the baby in its mouth was already rushing over. She didn't want the baby, but she wouldn't allow anything else to eat the baby. Don't worry, both of them are yours. We'll know in 2 days. Li Yi greeted and flew around. He didn't dare to return to the team directly. After flying around, he came back. He landed and jumped down. Where's the milk? Quick, feed it. Li Yi took the little mouse out of the incubator. Jing Chunqing said anxiously, it hasn't melted yet. Dongzhu, I'm done here. The village master reached into his pocket and took out a milk bottle from under his armpit. He used his body temperature to keep the milk bottle warm. He took turns. The others were all frozen, but he had to ensure that the temperature was right at all times. Li Yi took it. The winged knights blocked the surrounding air so that no wind could escape. Chapter 586. As soon as the pacifier specially made for the baby panda was placed in its mouth, it began to drink it. It was drinking milk brewed by Li Yi using the equipment in the hospital. Fresh milk was not good. If it was used for too long, the bacteria would grow. Jing Chunqing and the others also made a little every day and were always prepared. However, people always had problems at the critical moment. He habitually thought that there was no problem and froze after making the milk. The farmers were obedient and operated strictly according to the rules. They would rather waste than not be able to help when there was a situation. Everyone looked at this mouse-like panda and couldn't compare it with the cute panda. It's too small. It's not proportionate. Guizi was in charge of blocking the wind. At the same time, he raised the temperature of the area using the human body. That's why it's so precious. It's very difficult for pandas to reproduce because of hunting and the weather changes. Li looked at the little guy drinking milk instinctively and breathed a sigh of relief. The people next to him were pouring water into a leather bag with quicklime. Then, when the temperature rose, they placed the leather bag around the little guy to ensure the temperature. The little guy didn't even open its eyes and just drank milk instinctively. After drinking a few mouthfuls, Li put it in the incubator. What about the adult and the child? Guizi looked at the mouse and asked. He felt very awkward. Was this the cute panda in the panda garden? The difference was too big. The panda in the panda garden had black eye circles, white head, furry and chubby. What was this? He felt that he had no appetite even if he was roasted. Babies are the same. They don't look good when they're just born. Li Yi said to the people around him. But how can there be such a big child? Pandas are so big. How can the child be so small? A chitin couldn't bear it. He couldn't understand. When a horse's child is born, it can run after a while. Can your child run after being born? Li Yi used another animal as an example. God knows how a panda's child could be so small. The guards of the Li family Zhuangzi didn't have any doubts or questions. They knew that whatever Dongzhu said was right. However, there was still a guard leader who asked, Dongzhu, what about the adult and the child? She was born too late, so it's not easy to raise her. The female panda's left hind leg seems to be injured, and her limbs are not coordinated. I could anesthetize it now, but I was afraid that it would harm the child in the few seconds or minutes it was anesthetized. Even rabbits will bite their own children to death when faced with danger. Don't think that pandas will be soft-hearted. Li Yi said the solution he had thought of, but at the same time it was difficult. Dongzhu, I'll go. You carry me and fly over. You use the anesthetic needle to attack the giant panda. I'll jump down and grab the small one. Wuxia stepped forward. He was willing to help the giant panda. If he had succeeded, the family of 3 would have survived. Otherwise, based on the current situation, only the mother would have survived while the children would have died. I know you're strong. You're a genius in martial arts, right? However, one had to use their brains when fighting a war. How could they fight a bear with their bare hands? If I give you the saber, I believe you can kill it, but I want it alive. Think about it from another angle. What did it do before? Li Yi was jealous of Guizi's ability. This person was good at leading troops and even better at one-on-one combat. It's looking for the bamboo rat, the village guard reminded. Go find the bamboo rat and dig it up. When you find it, send it to Li Dongzhu. Guizi understood. Use poison. Other people's poison was fatal, but Li Yi's poison had a time limit. After the time limit, the poison would recover. The giant panda wanted to eat meat. It couldn't find it by itself, but there were so many people helping it. Li Yi didn't move. He looked at the giant panda in the incubator beside him. He had to catch the big one. Otherwise, if he raised this one himself, the probability of it dying was very high. His technology was very advanced at that time. If he wanted a twin panda to survive, the probability of death was still very high in captivity. Everyone went to look for the bamboo rat, but the bamboo rat was more unlucky. It also had the right to live. Why should it be caught and become food? Li Yi admitted that the bamboo rat was quite cute, but it couldn't be compared to the giant panda. It didn't have dark circles under its eyes. That was called smoky makeup. If the giant panda's eyes were more prominent, the total color would be called a brown bear. If the color was all white, it would be called a polar bear. If the color was all black, it would naturally be a black bear. The value of any bear couldn't be compared to the value of a giant panda with black eyeshadow. Li Yi knew that everyone liked the giant panda not only because of its appearance, but also because the giant panda didn't want to attack people. The giant panda didn't seem to live on meat. It always sat there and gnawed on bamboo. In fact, the giant panda really wanted to eat meat. This had never changed. At the giant panda garden, a bamboo shoot and a piece of braised meat with a little salt were thrown in. When the giant panda smelled it, it always ate the meat first. It was an omnivorous animal and usually ate bamboo rats. Li Dongzhu, we caught 6 of them. Is it enough? Half an hour later, everyone brought 6 bamboo rats. The bamboo rats were very frightened and looked around with their big eyes. If you kill them first, my psychological pressure will be a lot less. Okay, I'll inject the medicine. Li Yi chose to ignore the bamboo rats and injected them with the needles. He muttered as he dealt with the needles, I ignored the bamboo rats. Some countries ignore the lives of other people and even their own people just for their own political career. Thinking of this, he felt much more comfortable. Half an hour later, the giant panda fell. Guizi rushed over with the box as fast as he could and put the small one inside. The others put the giant panda on the shelf that they had set up before and carried it back. Li Yi was responsible for the needles. There was no cage now. The cage was too heavy in the snowy weather, and with the giant panda, it would be slow to move. One day, Li Yi took 2 days to find them and 1 day to go back. Everyone ran like crazy. They knew that the 2 little guys needed their mother's milk. Now their mother was anesthetized. The hunters had no money, only their lives. The chitins finally knew what the 30 people said about being injected with needles. It turned out that the needles could be used to anesthetize them. Dongzhu, the others are back. They also brought back 1,400 captives from the southwest barbarians. The team had just gone down the mountain and hadn't put the giant panda in the cage when someone ran to report the situation. When did this happen? Li Yi asked in his heart. 10 hours ago, the news reached the imperial city. The winged knights who reported the news replied. Based on this speed, the imperial court must have received the news at the same time as Li Yi was last seen. The chitin captives didn't know the situation, but the winged knights had their own guesses. Wuxia understood. Wasn't this normal operation? If there was a big problem they would definitely look for Li Yi. Li Yi had a look of realization. Rest first, then go back and tell them to protect it well. I'll buy it all. After he finished speaking, one of the 1,000 winged knights who stayed at the foot of the mountain took turns to pass on Li Yi's words. This kind of information transmission method was actually used by the emperor when he was traveling. The information would be sent to where the person was and then sent back. Eat the meat. I've already cooked it for you. I can't give you raw meat, otherwise you'll bite. After Li Yi explained the situation, he turned around to feed the female panda. The two little ones were still counting on the elder to take care of them. Chapter 587. There was a wound on the panda's left hind leg. It wasn't bitten by a wild animal. From the looks of it, it was cut by a sharp stone. There was pus and blood around the wound. Li Yi debrided and bandaged the wound when the panda was numbed. He didn't suture it because there wasn't much blood. After that, he had to change the dressing continuously to let the wound heal on its own. The panda was very irritable after being anesthetized continuously. It only calmed down after its child was given to it. It was now eating cooked meat and drinking milk with the little guy in its arms. It looked at the people outside from time to time and curiously looked at its bandaged leg. The other little panda was excreting in the ambulance. It couldn't do it on its own and needed help. When there was a mother, the mother would lick it. When there was no mother, someone would touch the area around the anus with a cotton swab and brush it. The next trouble is to change it once a day. If you have the smell of its child on you, it will attack you. Li Yi was worried. How could he discuss this with the panda? Jianghu, drug it when you feed it meat. I found that you can control when it wakes up. Wuxia suggested. He was curious about Li Yi's ability to control the dosage. He was still a little bit off before. Now it was only a few breaths away from how long it took. I can't always give it anesthetics. When we go back, I'll think about it. We have to build a friendship with the wild panda and make it trust you. Li Yi said it was easy, but he had a headache when he thought about it. The team rested for 4 hours and continued their journey in the middle of the night. Master Zheng, here are 3,000 carvings. You can divide it as you see fit. On the way back, Li Yi handed a stack of coupons to Zheng Chunqing in front of the other hunters. Li Dongzhu, isn't it 1,000 carvings? Zheng Chunqing rubbed his hands and looked embarrassed when he heard 3,000 carvings. There are 2 little ones. When we found them, if they didn't give birth, of course, it would be 1,000 carvings. When they gave birth, 3 carvings, 3,000 carvings. Li Yi did the math. The panda gave birth to 2 carvings, so 3 carvings would be the same as 3 carvings. After that, he stuffed the money and got on the carriage. Zheng Chunqing and the other 16 people sat in the other carriages. They couldn't feel the coldness of the night and occasionally giggled. According to their role in the team, the least they could get was 100 or 100,000 coins. If he was lucky, he could earn it in 5 years through hunting. If he was unlucky, it would take him 10 years. On the afternoon of December 16th, the panda was brought back to Zhuangzi after fainting twice. Its child had been replaced once. It seemed to have sensed it, but it did not say anything. Anyway, it was fine as long as there was one. Quick, make the clothes according to the appearance of the giant panda. As soon as Li Yi arrived in Zhuangzi, he immediately ordered the workshop to make the clothes. He had already thought of how to deal with it. To get closer to her, he would start by treating her wounds. They had to change the dressing on the wound. They couldn't always change the dressing after the patient was anesthetized. This was a good opportunity to build mutual trust. In the evening, the clothes were ready. Li Yi had Guizi and the other winged knights put on their clothes and lit up their surroundings. Guizi pretended that his left hind leg was injured and sat beside the cage. Li Yi moved aside to let the panda see. He treated the wound and bandaged it. After Guizi was done, another panda came over. Li Yi continued with the previous steps. The third panda came over with bandages. Li Yi opened the bandages first, debrided the wound, and bandaged it. More and more pandas came over. The panda in the cage looked at the other panda's legs and then looked down at its bandaged leg. It seemed to understand something. Then it was anesthetized while eating. The baby and bandages were changed. The next morning, the bamboo shoots were placed in the cage. The panda lay there eating the bamboo shoots while feeding the baby. When it finished feeding the baby, the pandas from yesterday came again. Li Yi got on the operating stick. The scissors were at the front of the stick. He cut open the bandaged area of the injured panda and slowly operated it. One by one, when all the pandas were dealt with, Li Yi looked at the leg of the real panda in the cage. The panda sat there and looked at its leg. There was still something bandaged on it. Li Yi reached in with the operating stick. The panda watched as the scissors cut open the bandage and took out the dirty bandage. He reached over with an iodophore cotton ball and wiped the wound bit by bit. The panda recognized the wound and knew that it was injured. After wiping it, he used the operating stick to bandage it and tied a beautiful knot. That was it. During the whole process, the panda even lifted its leg. Otherwise, with its weight, it would have been difficult to put the bandage under its leg. Li Yi took a big goose egg boiled in salt water and put it in. The panda quickly picked it up and licked it first. It opened its mouth and bit. After chewing and eating the big pieces, it licked the small pieces and the broken ones into its mouth. After the morning exchange, Li Yi went to arrange for the new 1,400 Southwest barbarian captives. The captives came over yesterday to take a bath and collect clothes and daily necessities. They were not arranged to do anything for the time being, so they were divided into groups. The other Southwest barbarian captives who had no work to do went up to talk to the newcomers about the rules. What did they eat? What rewards did they get? How rare was the opportunity to work? How did they show their superiority when they were assigned to work? The new captives were confused, especially when they looked at their former comrades. They seemed to have lost their fighting spirit and only thought about working all day. Break them up and arrange for them to be in other teams. 1,400 people is not a small number. Li Yi was not willing to waste his energy on the new captives. He would help to deal with the previous captives. The thing he wanted to do the most was to gain the trust of the panda. Otherwise it would be too tiring to rotate the two of them. Dongzhu, give them good food for a few days to strengthen their bodies? Songda wanted to treat them like the previous captives. No, eat them normally. Anyway, there is not much work in winter. Other than digging coal and clearing snow when it snows, there is no other work. Don't give them the work of cutting ice. Li Yi did not want to give them good food and drinks. It was all money. He spent 70,000 yuan to buy 1,400 captives. Imperial City, Political Affairs Hall. Bai Gu came over for lunch again in the afternoon. Li Yi bought 1,400 new captives. In the future there will be taxes on the sale of slaves. Bai Gu had a notebook with dates written on it. Today was the 17th of December. There were still 13 days left. When the new year came, the Ministry of Revenue would receive the taxes. Yao Chong looked at the food. He found 3 new pandas. When should we go and take a look? I have never seen a panda cub before. He did not care about the Ministry of Revenue. He was in charge of the Ministry of War. The Ministry of War had money. Li Yi had hired the 16 guards and paid him. Therefore he had a good impression of Li Yi. In the past, they were quite close. It's good to raise pandas. Lu Huaishan supported Li Yi's decision to focus on the pandas. Zhang Shua agreed. Yes, raise pandas. Persevere and have a peaceful new year. In the remaining 10 days do not do anything else. Bai Gu ate a mouthful of rice and swallowed it. The chitin matter is not over yet. This matter involves too many people. I estimate that Li Yi will not be able to come up with anything in the next few months after the new year. You can't say. Whatever you are afraid of will happen. Yao Chong, who also wanted to have a good new year, hurriedly stopped him. Bai Gu laughed. I am waiting for him to come up with a way to make big money so that I can collect taxes. Chapter 588. 1212. On the bank of a river in Lantian County, a group of people shouted and pulled baskets up. Bamboo crowns were placed under the baskets and ropes were tied to the crowns. More than half of the baskets were filled with mud. Zhuoshao's men were guarding at the side, and the people working were slaves from the Southwest barbarians. Li Yi finally thought of what work could be done. Each county was assigned more than 1,000 people to clean up the mud in the river. In winter there was less water to clean up the mud. It was convenient, but it was cold. Out of the 20 counties, 6 counties would be cleaned first. After 6 counties were cleaned up, 6 counties would be changed. In the other 2 counties, slaves who dug coal would be transferred to do it. The left and right guards and left and right valiant guards would take turns to guard, and their wages would be handed over to the Ministry of War. Li Yi was in charge of their meals, and the slaves did not receive money from the county for their work. In fact, they should ask for money from the Ministry of Works, which was considered as helping the Ministry of Works. Li Yi knew that if he did not get the money, Wei Zhigu would not give him money, nor would he give him money. He would just treat it as doing a good deed. What right did he have to raise nearly 12,000 slaves next to Chang'an? What if other rich families raised 1,000 guards? Did they want to rebel? The key was that Li Yi knew that many people would erect a long life memorial tablet for him. This was the will of the people. The people could not give him much money, so he simply did not ask for money. The slaves were idle anyway. Lantian County was close and the team arrived first. They brought baskets, crowns, ropes and backpacks with daily necessities. When they arrived, they jumped down to work in their boxers. Li did not care if they would get sick after a few decades. When the Tang dynasty asked the people to transfer slaves, the people did the same. Some even went down naked. Li Yi was distressed that the villagers could not do it. The people of the Tang dynasty could do it, but the slaves were nobler than them? When they were working, some people were beaten from time to time. The captives who came later were not fully integrated into the big families, so they were lazy when they were working. Zhou Xiaowei watched and recorded the scores. When the other captives saw this, how could they let it go? If you are lazy, we will be unlucky and beat you. After being beaten, they suddenly became diligent when they were working again. The local people stood on the shore and watched. As they watched, they realized the situation. Everyone help me weave baskets. Wicker, youtiao and bamboo baskets are easy to break. Someone shouted that the broken basket would delay their work. In Lantian County there would be droughts and floods. If the river was cleaned, there would be fewer floods. There was no need to worry about the drought as there were newly dug wells. That's right. Each family will contribute one basket. This is for us to work on ourselves. The person who sells the baskets offers 2 baskets, but you guys are faster. Another person followed suit and shouted. After shouting, he went back home to get a basket of youtiao. It would take half a day to weave a basket of youtiao. The people who specialized in making baskets and selling them were very fast. They had wooden shelves, so it was very easy to make baskets on the shelves. Some of the people in the county town even went to buy baskets. It was not worth it to make one by themselves. If they had time to work, they could earn a few baskets of money. In a village that was not a county town, the village chief organized people to weave baskets. Especially those who were not in good health and could not do heavy work, the village provided for them. No one would be at a disadvantage if they helped out at the side basket. Otherwise, if the Ministry of Works found someone to clear up the silt, he would have to jump in himself to dig. Now that there were people working for free, why couldn't they contribute a basket? Dongzhu, the team of chitin envoys in Chang, and is here. There are only 4 of them. They said that they can come over at any time. Songde found Li Yi, who was passing bamboo shoots to the pandas and communicating with them. Come in. I'll meet them here. Li Yi passed a bamboo shoot to the pandas. The pandas who were taking care of the children reached out and took it. They hugged it and started chewing. They did not want the outer layer and only ate the inner layer. They were taking care of their children and needed to eat good food. You still have to eat bamboo. It's not that I can't afford to feed you guys. It's your gastrointestinal needs. I know you like to eat meat more, but eating too much meat is not good for your health. Look at me, sometimes I eat vegetables. At night, I want to exchange a baby with you. If you keep drinking milk powder, the baby's body is not healthy enough. Li Yi sat there and looked at the road and talked to the pandas. Pandas could not bathe, so the smell was not good. Li Yi sat in the limelight. Bang, bang. The pandas slammed the cage. They had finished eating and were waiting for Li Yi to send the next one. Li Yi was talking, so the pandas reminded him. Here. Do you know how much a big bamboo shoot like this costs now? This is stored in the ice cellar. The others are soaked in salt water. I didn't bring them for you. Those that have been soaked in salt water have to be soaked in salt water. They are all skinless and can be eaten by people. In the ice cellar, you need to light a kerosene lamp first. Use the kerosene lamp to reduce the oxygen in the air and increase the carbon dioxide. Li Yi started to explain to the pandas how to store the bamboo shoots they ate. After the amount of ice in the ice cellar was set, a few kerosene lamps were put into light, and the cellar was sealed. When the kerosene lamp burned to a certain extent and there was no more oxygen, it would be extinguished and sealed in the cellar. The kerosene lamp burned in the cellar and consumed oxygen. The carbon dioxide increased and the metabolism of the bamboo shoots slowed down. It was equivalent to Li Yi's air storage at that time. It was better than a cold storage. The pandas ate and listened. Anyway, they did not understand. They only knew that they were happy to be able to eat fresh bamboo shoots in winter. You gave birth late. Other pandas' babies are already old enough to eat soy sauce. Look at yours. Someone is here. When Li Yi and the pandas were talking, people came over. There were 3 officials from the Honglu Temple. They were responsible for recording what they heard and saw. Li Dongzhu, no, Dr. Li. My name is Tian Qingyuan, the Vice Minister of the Honglu Temple. These 2 are the Vice Minister of the Honglu Temple, Lu Tong, and the Registrar, Changsun Wanyun. Tian Qingyuan introduced himself and the other two officials. He was a secondary class rank 4, the vice minister was a secondary class rank 6, and the registrar was a secondary class rank 9. Li Yi stood up and returned the greeting. Tian Qingyuan continued to introduce the 4 Khitans. The Khitans did not have surnames. They just gave themselves names. They are Brother Bo, Sire, Na Duo, and Qi Kanhan. He finished the introductions in one sentence. The 4 of them bowed. Li Yi returned the greeting again. The 4 of you are here in Zhuangzi to witness the friendship between the Tang dynasty and the Khitans. Songda, invite Bacharka and his brothers over. Songda left. 8 maids and eunuchs placed a small table and chairs, as well as a plate of fruit and tea. It's not cold here. We have pandas, so there's a heating system underground. The room is stuffy and can't hold many people. Li Yi explained why he did not invite them into the room. Bang bang. The panda smacked the wood. There was no more. There was more. Li Yi picked up a bamboo shoot and handed it to the pandas. The pandas took it and sat at the edge of the cage watching the group of people eat as they ate. It meant that they could talk among themselves. I won't talk to you. Remember to pass me food. Not long after, 390 people arrived. They were reading the Hanyu Pinyin page of the newspaper. They were talking to each other as they walked over. When they arrived, they bowed to Li Yi almost simultaneously. Li Dongzhu. Li Yi returned the greeting with a fist salute. The 390 people looked at their own envoys in Chang, and nodded slightly as a greeting. The 4 envoys were speechless. They felt stifled. Whose side are you on? We should be your superiors. Shouldn't you be closer to us? Go and get some stools. I can't take care of you all by myself, Li Yi said casually to the Khitan captives. The 390 people dispersed. They knew where the stools were. Chapter 589. 390 people came back, each with a folding stool. They lined up and sat down with their legs together, chest out, hands naturally placed on their legs. The 4 Khitan envoys secretly praised, "Beautiful, this is our Khitan non-commissioned officer." Dr. Li, Brother Bo's face darkened. When did our Khitan sign an alliance with the Tang dynasty? Li Yi picked up a bamboo shoot and handed it to the panda. You can eat meat. Your stomach is not good, you can't stop eating bamboo shoots. You have to learn from others, adjust yourself and see the situation clearly. You still have children to raise, eat some other bamboo. You can't communicate with us, so we spoil you. Otherwise, if you were a human and could understand human language, I wouldn't feed you like this. I'll give you 2, don't keep hitting the cage. Li Yi said as he handed over another bamboo shoot. The panda was indeed happy. It put the new bamboo shoot on its legs and continued to eat. Li Yi turned around and looked at Brother Bo. You can sign an alliance? You have to report this and they will send a prime minister's letter to contact you. Brother Bo's imposing manner was instantly dispelled by Li Yi's words of feeding the panda and scolding the locust tree. I mean we haven't formed an alliance. What you said in the newspaper gave people the feeling that we have formed an alliance. Brother Bo stuttered. You care about that? Tubo has already formed an alliance with the Tang dynasty. Didn't you betray us just like that? The friendship between 2 countries is the most important thing. It doesn't matter how you write or say it. The key is whether you are willing to develop together and exchange what you need. If you Khitan are willing to have friendly relations with the Tang dynasty, then you are in an alliance. If you are thinking about something else, then you are enemies. Look at how I treated the Southwest barbarian captives. Then look at how I treated my 390 brothers. I believe you, but how many people do I have? They are all Khitans. You can capture me with 1 order. Li spread his hands and looked around. Around him were 8 palace maids and eunuchs, 3 people from Honglu Temple, and 1 steward, Songda. The others were 4 Khitan envoys and 390 Khitan captives. With Li Yi's reminder, the 3 from the Chamberlain of Dependencies showed serious expressions of panic. The eyes of the 4 envoys lit up as they looked at their non-commissioned officer. 390 people sat there, looking straight ahead as if they didn't hear anything. Li Yi, do you admit to your crimes? Ambassador Shikagahan felt that his chance had come and shouted. Li Yi looked at the 390 men. Your envoys have too much internal heat. You should eat a piece of watermelon to calm yourself down. If you want to eat, 6 of you can eat 1. You can count and get the watermelon. Yes, sir. Bacharka stood up. 390 plus 8 plus 4 plus 3 plus 1 plus 1 was 407. Dongzhu, 407 people, 68 watermelons, 1 person short, Bacharka reported. Take 69 watermelons and give 1 to the panda. Li nodded and ordered. Yes, come with me. 68 people, each person will carry 1 watermelon. Don't let it fall to the ground. Watermelons in winter are precious. Bacharka yelled and everyone stood up. He pointed his finger at the crowd. 68 people were selected to follow him to the greenhouse to pick watermelons. Li Yi smiled at Shikagahen. Watermelons in winter are not very sweet due to the short amount of sunlight. They also need to be dipped in flowers. It's just that they are fresh. Actually, I still have watermelons soaked in salt water. It's not bad to eat now, but I'm sure all of you want to eat freshly picked watermelons. Wait a moment. When they come back, let's try it and give a few bites to the panda. Shikagahen lowered his head and didn't want to say a word. At this moment he felt like a river of sorrow. He wanted to threaten Li Yi, but in the end his non-commissioned officer couldn't be moved. Whatever Li Yi said was the law. The three officials from the Chamberlain of Dependencies widened their eyes in disbelief. The Khitan captives had only been captured a few days ago. How did they become Li Yi's subordinates? The other Khitan envoys also didn't say a word. Nothing was more sorrowful than a dead heart. Songda was expressionless. He was the same as before. The eunuchs turned to look at the panda. The palace maids had smiles on their faces and their eyes were twinkling. The watermelons were brought back. The variety wasn't as big as the ones Li Yi brought back. Li Yi also didn't exchange for a bulking agent to spray. It looked like a Hami melon. If 6 people ate one, it was indeed one. The watermelon knives were brought over and cleaned. The Khitan captives cut the melons. The first piece was brought to Li Yi by Bacharka. Brothers, don't be polite with me. Many of the county's greenhouses have cold melons, which are watermelons. Everyone can eat as much as you want. Li Yi received it and shouted. Okay. Only Li Dongzhu has the ability to eat watermelons in winter. It's right to learn from Li Dongzhu. In the future, the Khitans will eat watermelons in winter too. The captives cheered. When they saw the greenhouses, they wanted to learn how to grow watermelons in their hometown. As for the 4 envoys, what a joke. What's the use of them? After delivering the melons to Li Yi, they delivered the melons to Songda and the 8 palace maids and eunuchs. The palace maids and eunuchs thanked them. Songda patted the shoulder of the person who delivered the melons. Next was the 3 officials from Honglu Temple, the captives themselves, and finally the 4 envoys. There should be 1 extra piece. Li Yi's piece was just the right size for 2 pieces. Everyone took small bites and tasted the watermelons in winter. The 4 envoys tasted bitterness in their mouths. They were the last to receive the melons. Did they have status? Bang, bang. The panda slammed the cage. Here. Li Yi handed over a bamboo shoot. The panda didn't take it. It looked at the watermelon in his hand. It smelled something. Its nose was sensitive. When it looked at others eating, it sniffed. There was something good. Here. Do you want a knife? Li Yi put down the watermelon in his hand. He held the extra watermelon with one hand and reached in, ready to give it to the panda at any time. The panda didn't have any intention to attack him. It hugged the watermelon with 2 paws and smashed it on the floor of the cage. The watermelon cracked. It slammed its paws down. Crack. The watermelon broke into pieces. It picked up a piece and started chewing. The watermelon juice dripped onto its paws. It even licked it. Why don't we sign an agreement first? You have concerns about the alliance between the Khitans and the Tang dynasty. You and I will sign a friendly trade agreement. The Li family Zhuangzi will sign a friendly trade agreement. I will provide you with help and you will collect what I need from the Khitans. It won't involve the 2 countries. Li Yi said to the 4 envoys. He was starting to play political tricks. 2 countries hated each other. If they could have ping-pong diplomacy, they could directly start a trade. To give face to the governments of both countries, the Li family Zhuangzi would be the lubricant. When interests were involved and there was a balance between the 2 countries, the alliance between the 2 countries would be broken. Once a trade alliance was formed, the Khitans could only be bullied with their economic and financial knowledge. You don't have to give an answer now. Go back and weigh the pros and cons. If you feel that you are at a disadvantage, you can maintain the status quo. If you feel that it is mutually beneficial, we can avoid the problem of the 2 countries. Li Yi's voice became gentle. It was comfortable to listen to. The 4 envoys found it difficult to make a decision. They needed more time to consider. They had to analyze 390 non-commissioned officers' problems. What was going on? Why did the non-commissioned officer listen to Li Yi? There is no hurry. Let's have lunch here. I have chili. Try it, Li Yi continued. Chili was not only popular in Sichuan. It was cold in the northeast, including Chang'an. Chapter 590. The Khitan envoys didn't eat at the Li family Zhuangzi. They were in a hurry to leave and go back to think of a solution. The 3 officials from Honglu Temple wanted to eat, but since the envoys left, they naturally had to leave. Fortunately, when they left, they each carried a small basket with watermelon and a few cucumbers in it. After lunch, Li Yi instructed people to connect another cage with the previous panda cage. After throwing a boiled egg inside, the panda brought the child to a new place. The original cage had to be cleaned. Not only could pandas eat, but they could also digest. The pandas in the panda garden were clean. It was the work of humans. After changing to a new place, the panda found a corner and sat there to taste the eggs. It didn't matter if its gastrointestinal tract was suitable for digesting meat. It would eat meat, raw and cooked meat. Some wild pandas would even enter other people's sheep pens to eat. Taking advantage of the suitable position, its leg leaned against the side of the cage. Li Yi called the winged knights to dress up as pandas and began to change the dressing and bandage the panda's wound. After a few operations, he carefully approached the panda in the cage. The panda looked at him. He used a pair of scissors to cut the gauze on the panda's left hind leg. He lifted the panda's leg and removed the gauze. Then he dipped it in iodophor and wiped the panda's wound. There was still pus and blood on the wound, but there wasn't much left. When pandas moved, body fluids would be secreted and pus and blood would be produced. After cleaning it, he wrapped it up and tied a beautiful knot. The panda was very cooperative throughout the process and didn't make any aggressive movements. Li Yi asked the panda to lift its leg with all his strength, and the panda also did so. It could feel the condition of its leg. Every time it was treated, it felt much better. Some wild pandas were treated once. The next time they were sick or injured, they would go to others for help. People would give them food to eat and treat their wounds. Pandas were actually quite smart sometimes, including escaping from prison. When they saw the keepers, they would walk back on their own and act as if nothing had happened. The only disadvantage was that they couldn't control their strength and would always hurt the keepers. Unlike dogs, dogs knew not to bite hard when playing with their owners. It was also not as good as a horse. When a horse ate the food fed by a human, the human's palm would be flat. The horse knew not to bite the human's hand. Of course, it was probably because pandas had been raised by humans for a short time. Dogs and horses had been raised for many generations. There were also cats. When cats were at home, they would not show their claws. A cat that scratches people with its nails is like a dog that bites its owner. If it needs to be thrown away, it needs to be killed. Let's switch babies tonight. They're all your babies. When they're 2 or 3 months old, the chances of them dying will be lower. Li Yi pretended to be mysterious as he handed over a cooked chicken drumstick. The giant panda sniffed the meat and reached out to take it. It opened its mouth and started eating. When the bones were crushed and there was no more meat left, it looked at Li Yi. Li Yi shrugged. No, just one. The giant panda stared at him for a while before continuing to eat the bamboo shoots. I owe you, right? It's much more troublesome than raising a dog, Li Yi said angrily. The giant panda ignored him. After finishing a bamboo shoot, it licked its baby to help it excrete and then fed it milk. I truly admire you for being able to survive until now. Li Yi shook his head and left. The giant panda's behavior gave people the feeling that the baby in its hands would be in danger at any time. Sometimes it would press the baby under its body. Other times it would forget about the baby. However, if you took its baby away and let it smell the scent of its baby on you, it would definitely attack you if it couldn't find the baby. When the giant panda breeding base swapped twins, it was usually to build trust and care. Then it would be done within a minute. The giant panda would be irritable if it was a minute away. It was another matter if it pressed its baby under its body. It couldn't let others touch it. While he was summarizing his experience with the giant panda, the 4 chitin envoys returned to the Honglu temple. They were not in the mood to eat and sat there worrying. They realized that the relationship between the chitins and the Tang dynasty and the Turks had been influenced by Li Yi. They didn't know what medicine Li Yi fed the non-commissioned officer of the chitins. The non-commissioned officer actually listened to Li Yi. It seemed that Li Yi did not guard against the non-commissioned officer. The 390 people of the chitins didn't even think of capturing Li Yi when they had such a good opportunity. That was Li Yi. If they captured him and brought him back to the chitins, the 4 of them sat there and drank tea, using whatever methods they could think of to discuss. The Li Yi they saw today was different from the rumors. His methods were smooth. The 3 people from the Honglu temple also had the same idea. The 3 of them ate in Xingqing Palace. It was already past lunchtime. Li Longji had just started eating, as well as Yao Chong and the other 2 prime ministers. It was the end of the year and there were many things to do. If the local officials wanted to come back, they would write a prime minister's letter and show it to the political affairs hall's prime minister. They would talk about some strategies to govern the country and try to be close to the prime minister's ideas, hoping that the prime minister would promote them. Or the Prime Minister couldn't make a decision and had to wait for His Majesty. The Prime Minister's letter said that the Prime Minister had to be shown to His Majesty. Many officials were promoted in this way, including Yao Chong. Yao Chong took advantage of Li Longji's visit to Xinfeng to meet him in Tangzhou, which was 300 li away. He gave Li Longji a lot of strategies to govern the country, and Li Longji made him the Minister of War and a disciple of the Secretary of State. The Minister of War was an actual position, and a disciple of the Secretary of State received the same treatment. Later, the Secretary of State was changed to the Crepe Myrtle province, and Yao Chong was appointed as the Crepe Myrtle magistrate. He was the real Prime Minister. In the past, if someone wrote a Prime Minister's letter with beautiful words and pointed out the Tang dynasty's shortcomings, Yao Chong would feel very good. But now he was a bit annoyed. He realized that he didn't like to discuss politics directly. He liked to talk about the development of the Tang dynasty, which was the Li Yi model. Li Yi gave people the impression that he was very easygoing. He never jumped out to talk about the shortcomings of the imperial court. If you didn't ask him, he would just do his own thing. If you asked him, you could ask him anything and he would tell you what to do. If you wanted to talk about poetry with him, he would accompany you and occasionally compose songs for fun. If he didn't attack, anything could be discussed. The key was that he had money. He had money himself. If you said that a department didn't have money, he would help think of a way to make money. In comparison, the provincial governors of the various prefectures were simply idiots. They didn't even know how to govern a province, and they wanted to criticize the Tang dynasty's national affairs? They should learn from Li Yi. When Li Yi made a move, it was like a surging tide and irresistible momentum. While Yao Chong was thinking that others couldn't compare to Li Yi, the vice minister of the Honglu Temple, Tian Qingyuan, had already finished talking about the process of going to the Li family Zhuangzi. Dr. Li can order the Khitan captives to do things. This subject has nothing to say. Tian Qingyuan concluded. Li Longji's expression was indifferent. He didn't look surprised. This was a normal operation. The Deputy Minister of Secondary Class, rank 6, and the Deputy Minister of Secondary Class, rank 9, had been in a state of excitement. They didn't have the chance to meet Li Longji because he wasn't even rank 5. Today not only did they meet him, but they also had a meal together. Yao Chong. Li Longji asked Yao Chong. This subject thinks that Li Yi is calculating. No, he's doing things methodically. He should be used. Yao Chong admitted that Li Yi made the imperial court's affairs into the affairs of the people. It was political wisdom. Other people's affairs were the people, but his people were the imperial court. As long as the Khitans dared to establish contact with him, the Khitans would be more or less done. Chapter 591. Did you see the little panda? Li Longji nodded at Yao Chong and suddenly changed the topic. I saw it. It looks like a skinless rat. Recorder Chang Sun Wanyun was so excited that she forgot that it was dinner time. Is Li Yi easy to talk to? Li Longji asked again. How should I put it? If you're tough when he talks, he'll fight back. You'll definitely lose this round. But he doesn't go overboard. He won't go overboard and can even discuss things with you. He gives you the feeling that you've gone overboard. He can't help but fight back, but he won't treat you as an enemy. Honglu Deputy Lu Tong followed. He felt that Li Yi was such a person. When interacting with Li Yi, if you didn't go overboard, Li Yi would give you face. He would fight back to the extent that you attacked. Fight but not break? Lu Huaishan asked. Yes. Prime Minister Lu is right. Lu Tong felt that those words were used well. Continuous maneuvering. Zhang Shua gave his evaluation. Yao Chong nodded. Indeed. It's just that he's always pulling the bow but not using it. He pretends to be mysterious. He was used to finding fault with Li Yi. If he didn't find fault with Li Yi, he would probably fall sick. He picked Li Yi from the political side. Bai Gu, on the other hand, picked from the financial side. The two of them, one prime minister and one minister of the Ministry of Revenue, sat there looking very conflicted. Lu Huaishan couldn't handle the big matters. He had always been dealing with the small matters. He had a different impression of Li Yi. UNG, the payment for the 16 guards should be settled at the beginning of January. He mentioned the money. Yao Chong. He raised his wine cup. Your Majesty, Dr. Li benefited the people by capturing prisoners and personally capturing enemy troops. He should be rewarded. Yao Chong was worried that Li Yi would find an excuse not to pay after knowing that his attitude was bad today. If he didn't pay, could he capture or kill him? What official position? Li Longji tried not to laugh. Vice Captain Rong. Yao Chong said an official's name, Wu Sangguan. Lu Huaishan gave him a look of disdain. Deputy Captain Pei Rong was a 9th rank officer. Compared to Guanglu Dafu's secondary second rank, the difference was like mountains and rivers. What was the use of this position? Can I get some salary? Was it enough for him to eat vegetables in a greenhouse? Sure. Li Longji smiled and nodded. I will arrange it tomorrow. Yao Chong took the initiative to take on the responsibility. He didn't need to find someone else to be a ninth-rank official. He just casually gave it to him. The Chamberlain of Dependencies, Lu Tong, and the Registrar, Sun Wanyun, were dazzled. What were you guys talking about? He felt that there were many things in the story, but why couldn't he understand? Was there a need to discuss such a serious matter in Xingqing Hall when he was a ninth-grade martial scholar? In any case, Chang Sun Wanyun didn't think that a ninth-rank official like him would be remembered by the emperor and the three prime ministers. The two of them finished eating first and sat there, not daring to move. Fortunately, a palace maid brought them tea, so they drank it and listened. Li Longji and the others talked about the panda and didn't talk about the imperial court at all. Because there were people who weren't qualified to listen, they couldn't be chased away. All the topics had to be returned to normal. The Prime Minister and Li Longji were very familiar with this. You couldn't hear what wasn't meant to be heard. Your Majesty, please place the panda garden in the western part of the city for people to see. Pandas look simple and honest and their behavior is cute. Yao Chong proposed to open a separate garden. He admitted that it was interesting to see pandas. Especially pandas that hadn't fully grown up. They were only a few months old and looked like big dogs, but they were more interesting than dogs. Sitting there sleeping, their heads slowly moved forward. As soon as their heads touched the ground, they flipped over and woke up in a daze. There was no way to describe their feelings at that moment. Laughing, they couldn't wait to take one home. The panda garden was located in a corner of the Li family Zhuangzi, in the eastern part of the city. It was quite a distance from the western part of the city to the eastern part of the city. It wasn't easy for many people to get there. Zhang Shua nodded, then frowned. How do we calculate the cost? A panda garden costs quite a lot. Ask Li. Lu Huaishan felt that it was a small matter. For Li Yi, it was just spending a bit of money. However, he wanted to see what Li Yi thought. If he wasn't willing, who could force him? Li Longji didn't say whether it was okay or not. He was going to bring the Empress and his son to take a look at it tonight. It involved the temporary change of policy against the Khitans, so he had to ask clearly. Li Longji knew that Li Yi's promise that he didn't have any thoughts of bypassing the founding of the state was just a spur of the moment. It was probably the attitude of the four Khitan envoys that made Li Yi realize that he couldn't force the plan. And his brother Yi's greatest ability was to change. If you changed, he would change and follow you. After everyone finished eating, Yao Chong went to arrange for the 9th rank and lower military officials. He personally made the arrangements to show that he valued it. He really wanted to go over and give Li Yi a certificate, but he couldn't. It would be exposed. Before the sky turned dark, Li Longji's family of 3 arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi. Quick, push the small house I made for Shang'er to play in over here. Li Yi saw the little boy, changed into his white coat and opened his arms. The little boy looked at him in confusion. He seemed to have thought of something and opened his arms to ask for a hug. Li Yi carried the baby and asked someone to bring the small house over. It was a small one-story house with a fine felt inside. The little boy could crawl now. It was a gift specially prepared for him. The house was 1.5 meters tall and 3 meters in diameter. It was too small for an adult, but for the little boy, it was his territory. It was 1 meter tall and the adults could see the child inside. The baby was really happy. After entering, he crawled around. There were 6 places where he could poke his head out. Each place was guarded by a person to prevent the child from falling. If he fell, he would be quickly put back. Below was a net with cushions. The area was 7 square meters. The child crawled and poked his head out. When he found someone, he giggled and crawled back to hide. He looked out from another opening. If it was an adult, it would be quite boring. However, the little boy felt that he had found the most interesting game. Li Longji held Empress Wang's hand and watched his son crawl around happily. He didn't know what to say. After a while, he sighed. Brother Yi is old and can plot for the world. Brother Yi is young and can only laugh for the baby. During the day, he pushed the Khitan envoys to the wall and gave them strategies to plot for the country. At night, she could actually play with a baby and have fun. This contrast was too big. It was so big that it was difficult for ordinary people to accept. When the little boy was tired, he poked his head out. When he saw his mother, he smiled. Empress Wang hugged him in her arms. Soon the little boy fell asleep. Uncle, let's go see the panda later. Empress Wang wiped her son's sweat and prepared to change his clothes. Half an hour later, the sky was a little dark. Guizi changed into a white coat and disposable gloves. Like a thief, he followed Li Yi to the panda's cage. In addition, the winged knights carried the incubator. Today they were going to force the exchange. They couldn't numb it anymore. Total numbness was too harmful to the panda's nerves. Empress Wang pushed the baby carriage. The baby changed into a pure cotton clothes and slept soundly in the carriage with a warm water bag. Everyone was very nervous. This was an operation for the sake of a life. Guizi was the main attacker. He had to be fast. The assessment of the martial arts examination was now testing him. Get the lights ready. Z, you have less than 10 breaths to complete the operation. Calm down. Give me the honey snack. I'll give it to him. Li ordered and stretched out his hand. He also wore disposable medical gloves. Chapter 592. Those who have nothing to do with this, please step back, Li Longji said in a deep voice. The people around them moved aside. The panda was obviously nervous too. It was probably thinking, what's going on? Why are there so many people tonight? It looked at Li Yi. The creature it was most familiar with was Li Yi. Li Yi gave it good food to eat and even treated its wounds. Li Yi also looked at the panda with sincerity in his eyes. It was indeed sincere. This was a panda trying to change babies. There was no calculation. Everything was for the two cubs to grow up. The panda base at that time had given him data. The survival rate of twin pandas without breastfeeding was almost zero. Unless they found other female pandas to provide some milk, the survival rate was not high either. They had to be bigger before they could be artificially fed. Analyzing the composition of the female panda's milk, it was about the same. It felt like any kind of milk would do. This could only prove one thing. His life science at that time was still too weak. Could it analyze DNA, analyze nutrient composition, and analyze the type of antibody? If he wanted to analyze the antibody, he had to try using a virus instead of directly drawing conclusions from a certain cell tissue. The death rate of pandas was very high. Under artificial care, how many people could guarantee that not one would die after raising 100 pandas? What did it mean for 1 out of 100 people to die? But pandas would always die. Those overseas had to be announced, and those in the country were selectively announced. With such a thing being carefully cared for, the death rate was higher than other creatures. Li did not want any of the pandas to die. The key operation was about to begin. A snack with a lot of honey was handed to Li Yi. Li took a deep breath, opened his palm and reached into the cage. There were fewer people around, so the panda was not so emotional. It looked at Li Yi and lowered its head to smell. Honey attracted more than 90% of creatures. Humans loved it, insects loved it, and animals loved it. Did bears love it? The panda stretched out its 2 claws and broke it. It quickly licked it. The lights suddenly turned on. The panda's eyes were dazzled. It shook its head and prepared to recover. Guizi grabbed the baby panda in the incubator with one hand and reached in with the other to grab the other. The exchange of hands was completed in the span of a single breath. The strength of his hands was perfectly controlled. The color of the lights was adjusted. Silk was placed in front of the strong light, and the light gradually weakened instead of directly shifting. That way the giant panda would face a short period of darkness. After a few breaths, the giant panda regained its vision. The first thing it did was look down at its baby. Very good, the baby was here. It sniffed and revealed a puzzled expression. It was her baby, but alright, she would carry it and feed it. She remembered that she had already fed the baby, but why did it still look hungry? Everyone's foreheads were covered in sweat. Everyone was facing a life. Z, impressive. Li once again addressed Guizi without mentioning her surname. I have to take a shower, right? I can't have the smell of a panda on me. Guizi smiled happily, revealing 2 rows of teeth. The panda licked the baby and fed it again as it looked at Li Yi. It seemed to know something. It was not stupid. It could tell from the smell that there was a difference. Li didn't say anything. He picked up an ocarina, adjusted the position of his lips, and played the Japanese song Original Scenery of Hometown. Originally it was a bamboo flute, so it was easy to master. But many of the traditional musicians of his time insisted on playing the ocarina and the flute. The sound was deeper and more mellow than the original ocarina. Li also didn't know if it would work. He only knew that camels suffered too much when giving birth. When they didn't want a baby camel, the locals would play the horsehead zither. What effect could the zither have? It would make the camel cry and then breastfeed its baby. Li chose the ocarina with a low pitch, so it sounded distant and long. A type of music couldn't be directly judged whether the treble or the bass was good. The emotions expressed were different. The tone of a cello and a violin were different. There was no absolute position to judge which one was good from the tone, only the position in one's heart. And a musician shouldn't have such a position. Li didn't think that the ocarina was bad. Being simple didn't mean it was bad, but he needed the low range of the ocarina. He used the ocarina to play the Japanese song of his time, not in a hurry. As the panda listened, the expression in its eyes changed. It seemed to be enjoying it. It seemed to be saying that the baby felt a little different, but it was no problem. This thing that always gave it delicious food was pretty good. It held the baby with one hand to breastfeed it. The other hand continued to pick up the honey pastry that had fallen to the ground when it was dazzled. It was really sweet. It felt good to eat it. Was there anything else? Li was psychic at this moment. He played the ocarina and signaled with his eyes. Tao Hong put her gloved hand into the ocarina with trembling hands. On her palm was a pastry smeared with honey. The panda crushed it the first time, but it learned to control its strength the second time. It carefully grabbed the pastry from Tao Hong's palm. It glanced at Tao Hong, put the pastry into its mouth and chewed happily. Tao Hong clasped her hands together and placed them on her chest. She looked intoxicated. She felt a sense of accomplishment. The panda didn't bite her, nor did it slap her hand with its big paw. Li finished the song. The panda didn't give him a thumbs up, but the people around felt that it was good. Brother Yi Chang and his big. Zhuangzi is in the east of the city. People in the west come and go to see the pandas. It's a long way. During dinner, Li Longji mentioned what Yao Chong said. Li estimated the number of pandas he owned. He nodded. I can build a Lioli village. Even if I can't make a lot of money, I can still afford to raise pandas. There's still money to be made? Li Longji was puzzled. He was in a good mood because he thought it was for the people. How did it have anything to do with making money? How could he make money? Looking at Li Longji's puzzled gaze, Li Yi smiled. The number of tourists staying in Zhang family village has increased. I have a share in Zhang family village, so I'll take the bigger share. People who come to see the pandas stay and have food and drinks. It's all money. Li Longji suddenly understood. I should have collected tickets and spent a few hundred yuan to see the pandas, but I can't. Li Yi smiled helplessly when he talked about tickets. Other than collecting tickets for watching football, there were no tickets for other things. If it was another Zhuangzi who had pandas, he would collect tickets. If the people wanted to see the pandas, they would pay. Li family Zhuangzi couldn't do it. The people would be puzzled. Li Dongzhu, you want to collect money for letting people see the pandas? With a good reputation, there were advantages and disadvantages. The advantages were that the people would stand on Li family Zhuangzi's side when something happened. The disadvantages were that they couldn't earn high profits from the people, especially if it looked like they didn't have any capital. Zhang family village could collect a lot of money for food and drinks, but Li Yi couldn't. He only had shares in the village. The people felt that the money was earned by Zhang family village, but Li Dongzhu didn't. Li Dongzhu was a kind person. Li Longji smiled. It seems that Lioli village can't collect tickets. You take 2 pandas and Lioli village will be open to the public. Female pandas with boys. Boys are more mischievous and active. They look interesting. In addition, the imperial court should order that no one can raise pandas in private or hunt them. Li thought of something. Pandas that were washed clean were cute. The rich people were tempted. They couldn't raise pandas. Chapter 593. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. 6 Li village in the west of the city is renting 2 giant pandas from Li family Zhuangzi in Bashui. They will enter the garden in 3 days. Selling newspapers. People who live in the west of the city don't have to go to the east to see giant pandas. 6 Li village in the west of the city is bringing in 2 giant pandas. Newspaper boys ran around the streets and alleys in the morning, shouting non-stop. Recently, giant pandas had become the mainstream topic in the city. Anyone who had seen a giant panda would tell others how fun it was. Li Qingqi arranged for people to clean up the giant panda garden. He did spend a lot of money. 1 giant panda cost 1,000 taels and it was only a 1-year rental fee. Recently, he had been learning from Zhang family's village and opening up vegetable greenhouses to people to pick vegetables. The effect was not very good. Everyone knew that 6 Li village was not open in the past, and there was no Li family Zhuangzi around. After bringing in 2 giant pandas, others came. I am now proficient in both the pen and the sword. Li Yi threw another book on the table. Early this morning, a 7th rank officer came and gave him the book at the bridgehead of Ba Qiao and left with a basket of vegetables. Deputy Rong, a 9th rank officer, rewarded Li Yi for his action of personally capturing Khitan captives for the Tang dynasty. For a soldier from the House of Subjugation, it was a good treatment to be rewarded with a deputy Rong. Under normal circumstances, capturing 2 captives was enough. At the same time they were rewarded. Li Yi knew from the attitude of the person who delivered the book that he did not care about anyone. Dongzhu, the chitin envoys from yesterday are here again. Songde ran over and looked at the book on the table with a serious expression. Let's go to the reception room. Li Yi began to tidy up his clothes. When he arrived at the reception room, the 4 chitin envoys from yesterday and the 3 officials from Honglu Temple were all there. The 3 officials had normal expressions, but the 4 chitin envoys looked like giant pandas. Their eyes were black and had dark circles. Their eyes were also bloodshot. Obviously they did not sleep last night. Everyone please. Li Yi sat down and the palace maid served tea again. No one touched the teacups. The 4 chitin envoys looked at each other. Brother Bo looked at Li Yi and spoke. Li Dongzhu wants to establish a trade alliance with the chitins? He changed the way he addressed Qin Wanru. It's economic and cultural exchanges. We'll further deepen our exchanges and cooperation, learn from each other's strengths to make up for our weaknesses, promote our mutual development, and stabilize our mutual interests. Li Yi gave another way of expressing it. It has nothing to do with the imperial court of the Tang dynasty? Na Duo asked. How can you say that it's unrelated? I'm from the Tang dynasty. Without official permission, I am not allowed to contact people from other tribes who are not in a state of peace. Li Yi waved his hand, denying that it was a private action without the authorization of the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. The 4 of them picked up their teacups to drink. Their hearts were tired. Why did Li Yi's words sound so awkward? Putting down the teacup, Na Duo glanced at the 3 people from Honglu Temple. How can the imperial court of the Tang dynasty allow this? Submit a letter. Your chitin envoys have submitted a letter requesting the Tang dynasty to open up economic and cultural exchanges among the people. Both parties shall ensure the personal and property safety of the members of the civil exchange teams. They promised not to arrest or put on trial the other party's personnel before the other party committed any illegal acts. Recognize the political rights of the other party's team during the exchange activities. Li Yi stated his request casually. The 4 of them continued to think about the meaning of Li Yi's words and analyze whether there was a trap. They looked at each other and found that there was no problem. What's next? Shikagen thought it was okay. Submit the letter. After submitting the letter, both parties will agree on the list of the members of the exchange team. We can transfer the members back to the areas under our control at any time. Li Yi also picked up his teacup. He looked at the tea but didn't drink it. You mean transfer them back to their respective countries? Brother Bo thought of the spies. Should he make them official? It's the forces under our control, not the countries. The Tang dynasty doesn't recognize the chitins as countries. Li Yi shook his head. He didn't want to talk about countries. Then we can't form an alliance with the Tang dynasty. Seal was not happy. You're not forming an alliance with the Tang dynasty. You're doing business with me. You said it before. Li Yi changed the topic to the beginning. The 4 of them, we said business but you said something about economic and cultural exchange. Then you said we need to submit the letter. Now we're talking about business. You said business? You chitins haven't established a country yet. The tribes are restricting each other. You represent a group of tribes. Li Yi mentioned the identities of the 4 people. Each of them represented several small tribes. They were working together as envoys to the Tang dynasty. Then what? Na Duo didn't want to continue the topic. Submit the letter first. We'll talk about it later. You have to take one bite at a time. Li Yi picked up his teacup and put it down again. You can go back and have a rest. Then think about how to write the letter. He failed to send the guests away again. The 7 people left again. The 3 officials of the Honglu Temple each had a small basket of vegetables. The 4 chitins muttered on the way back. They felt something was wrong but they couldn't figure out what the problem was. It seemed normal. Li Yi was rich. He was willing to buy things from the chitins and make money for his own people. It was good for the 390 disobedient non-commissioned officer to learn the skills of the Tang dynasty. When they returned they could use what they had learned. When they returned to the Honglu Temple, the 4 people hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of food and lay down to sleep. The 3 officials entered the palace as quickly as possible to find Yao Chong. Yao Chong and the other 2 prime ministers took them to see Li Longji. What do you think? Li Longji finished listening to the vice minister of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, Tian Qingyuan, and looked at Yao Chong and the others. Yao Chong's eyelids drooped slightly. I think that as long as the chitin envoys submit the letter, it's for the sake of state affairs. Dr. Li's actions are for others to see. Li Longji nodded and looked at Zhang Shura. I think so too. I want to know what Dr. Li's follow-up plan is so that the imperial court can cooperate. Zhang Shua pondered for a moment before answering. We'll discuss this later. Li Longji did not want to ask Li Yi right away. He looked at the last prime minister. Lu Huaishan nodded, indicating that he understood. It's my turn. Even if the Khitan envoys submit the letter, the Khitan side can overturn it at any time. The envoys' actions are used for propaganda to drive a wedge between the Turks and the Khitans. Lu Huaishan thought about it. What the four Khitans said, the Khitans on the other side did not allow them to say. It was a unilateral action of the Tang dynasty. Unless the Khitans sent someone back and the other side agreed, it would be a normal prime minister's letter. The prime minister's letter was also useless. Tubo even submitted a letter to form an alliance, but in the end they turned around and attacked. The alliance letter was useless. It's very difficult to breed pandas privately. You guys think of a way to issue a letter stating that they are not allowed to breed, kill, or capture pandas privately. This matter cannot be issued. Li Longji did not ask about the national policy. Speaking of national treasures. For the time being, pandas were not the national treasures of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty did not have any restrictions or requirements on hunting animals. Wherever there was a big tiger, the county would have to organize people to kill it. Li Longji left the matter of how to implement the additional restrictions of the imperial court to the three prime ministers and see how they would handle it. On the other side, the Li family Zhuangzi and Li Yi were waiting for the Khitans to submit the letter. Song De ran over with the hunters again. Dongzhu, we found traces of pandas. One big one and three small ones. From the footprints, we can see that they are different. They are looking for pandas. It's almost Chinese New Year. Li Yi said as he changed his clothes and prepared to leave. The winged knights and the Khitan captives gathered again. Li Yi found Guizi and entered the car to talk. I'll leave these three to you. I'll leave some medicine for you. Li Yi instructed. Chapter 594. Li Yi's team headed south and there were even more cars. Last time there were 50 cars in the Qinling Mountains. This time there were 200 cars. The winged knights increased by 1,000, making a total of 3,000. This time they were still going to the Qinling Mountains. They did not go through Lantian County or Wuxia County, but went straight south past Duku Town and then to the Ziwu Pass. The Ziwu Pass was part of the Ziwu Road from Chang and to Shu. After the pass they would arrive at the Qinling Mountains. This hunter was called Zhao Shi. His team had 20 people and he ran over to report the news. Li sat in the car and chatted with him. I didn't see any pandas, only footprints. Are there any footprints of other people? Li asked casually. I didn't see any. The snow there is shallow and there are many places where there is no snow. When we saw them, we chased them for more than 10 miles before I came back. It doesn't look like there were other hunters following them. Otherwise they would have run back to Li Dongzhu. When Li Yi asked about other people's footprints, Zhao Shi frowned. He seemed to be worried that if there were other hunters, how would they split the money? Okay, one big and three small ones are good. The small ones are cuter. Li Yi said with a smile. The winged knights were still scouting the area, coming back and forth to report. At night the team arrived at the Ziwu Pass. They set up camp and did not continue. The kerosene lamps were lit, and the winged knights took out two big boxes. One contained a basket and the other contained a hot air balloon. They blew the hot air balloon up with a gas torch, lifted it into the air and tied a rope below. The winged knights wore night vision goggles and split into 4 teams of 100 people to climb the mountain from both sides of the Ziwu Pass. The Khitans felt that something was wrong and Bacharka ran over. Li Dongzhu, why are we still searching the mountain? Bacharka remembered that they had left directly last time. There are many people and it's perfect for training. If we keep running around, the winged knights will do their own work and the training will be delayed. Li Yi gave a reasonable reason. That's right. The winged knights are the private army of His Majesty of the Tang dynasty. They must practice more, Bacharka agreed. The winged knights still need to learn mathematics and I'll teach you in the future. If you don't learn it well, you'll be at a disadvantage in battle. Li Yi looked like he was willing to teach them everything. Bacharka nodded his head repeatedly. He believed her. Bean sprouts were pretty good now. In the past he didn't know about this and only cared about eating. Li Yi, Zhao Shi and Bacharka chatted. Li Yi did most of the talking while the other two listened. Li Yi could talk about anything including the story of Ziwu Pass. During the period of the Three Kingdoms, it was said to be Wei Yan, kill. So, boom. The sudden battle cries were accompanied by fireworks that rose into the sky. The valley of Ziwu Pass echoed with these sounds. Whoosh, boom. Another firework bloomed in a different location. Ziwu Pass is a place with many mountains and roads leading south. There are ambushes on both sides of the road and in the mountains. No matter how many soldiers you have, you won't be able to set up an ambush. Li Yi listened to the shouts and explained to the two of them how the terrain affected the battle. The two of them knew without him saying anything. Now Bacharka and Zhao Shi were frightened. Enemies? Will something happen to our people? Bacharka asked worriedly. Zhao Shi nodded. His face was pale. He wanted to explain. He ran back and said there were pandas. Then the team set off and met the enemy at Ziwu Pass. If it were him, he would definitely suspect that the messenger deliberately lured the army here. It's okay. It has nothing to do with you. Your hunters are all in Zhuangzi and they have a guarantor. Li Yi saw Zhao Shi's uneasiness and comforted him. Li Dongzhu, how did you know there would be an ambush? Zhao Shi breathed a sigh of relief. He was puzzled. I don't know where the ambush is. I'm just being careful. It's impossible to raise 3 pandas at the same time. A female panda can only raise 1 child. Under normal circumstances she can give birth to 2. 3 is too rare. If she gives birth to 2, she'll have to abandon 1, let alone raise all 3. It's most likely that someone set this up. I want the pandas, but I want to take care of the people. Li Yi explained the habits of pandas. He made his judgment from this aspect. Even if his judgment was wrong, the team wouldn't lose anything by messing around. As Li Yi was speaking, his voice stopped. After waiting for half an hour, the Winged Knights returned to the place where the battle took place. The new Winged Knights team continued to search the mountain. The 2 teams returned with 22 and 24 corpses, as well as 4 injured people. A total of 50 people. It seemed that a team of 25 people was lying in ambush on the mountain. 3 of the 4 injured people were tied up. One of them had an arrow in his chest and was vomiting blood. Li Yi went over to take a look and shook his head. Give him a quick death. Can't save him? A Winged Knight came over to drag the person away. I'll save him and put him in the car. Whether he can survive or not depends on his fate. He doesn't have an assistant. I'll check his blood type first. You guys get ready for blood transfusion. Li Yi didn't want to save him earlier, but since the Winged Knight said so, he decided to give it a try. He first anesthetized him, then checked his blood type. He came out and shouted, "Those with blood type B, come here." The Winged Knights knew what blood type they were, so they came forward with blood type B. Li Yi drew blood one by one. Each person took 200 milliliters. He didn't want any more. He collected 2,000 milliliters of blood and went in to treat the patient. The patient was still bleeding, but the arrow in his chest was not removed. Li Yi started to work alone. The Winged Knights took the empty blood bag and drew blood. They cooperated with each other and the blood bag was automatically drawn out by negative pressure. At dawn, Li Yi finished the surgery after nearly 9 hours. The patient was still anesthetized. All the equipment in the ambulance was put on him. Li Dongzhu, how is it? Guizi was waiting outside. When he saw the door open, he quickly asked. Li Yi looked tired. 2 fractures in the sternum. There's a penetrating wound in the right lung. There's a tear. He's still alive. How long he can live depends on fate. Li Yi removed the arrow and treated the wound. Next was the infection. He opened the chest himself. There was no one to retract it. He used a frame to replace an assistant. The operative view was not good. There was a lot of blood. It was more than 7,000 milliliters. I hope he can survive. Dongzhu, we need to draw blood again. We have 10,000 milliliters of each blood type. Put it in your car. If anyone is injured, we don't need to draw blood at the last minute. Guizi prayed for the captive. He felt that he could survive with that injury. His brothers were with Li Yi. They could survive with the same injury. Okay, but the equipment in the ambulance can only be stored for about 10 days. When we return to Zhuangzi, it can be stored for 3 months. Remember to replenish it. The villagers in Zhuangzi occasionally donate blood, so we don't lack it. You guys go ahead. I'll rest for a while. This person is in the ambulance. We'll talk about it when the ambulance can't move anymore. Li Yi said this and went back into the ambulance to find a place to sleep. At noon, the team set off again. They were not fast. The Winged Knights wanted to wait for the heavily injured captive to survive. This proved that Li Yi's medical skills could treat the same injury. The remaining 3 captives had already been handed over. They were from Tubo. They came with Tubo's new competitor, Isinba. However, they separated before entering the city and found a place to hide. A total of 80 people were mobilized this time. They thought that the traces of the giant panda were the most perfect plan. Chapter 595. Good idea. Impressive. As expected of the elites who followed the contestants to the Tang dynasty. Li Yi expressed his heartfelt admiration after learning about the other party's plan from the captives. The captives were afraid after seeing that their companions who were shot in the chest could still be treated and might even survive. That was why they told him the situation. They were afraid of being tortured. They would save their companions when they were about to die. Then they would continue to torture them. Under normal circumstances, if they were tortured and endured, they would die after a certain extent. Like being whipped or branded with iron, if they were injured they would fall ill and die. They just had to grit their teeth and endure until their consciousness became blurry. If a miracle doctor suddenly appeared and said that he could treat an arrow in the chest, how long would they have to endure before they died? They might as well say it. Anyway, there was no evidence and it would not implicate the Tubo envoys. What Li Yi admired about them was that they had found pandas and copied the footprints of various pandas and made them into wood. In order to make it more attractive, they copied the footprints of 3 small pandas and 1 large panda. The wooden mold of these footprints was worn on the feet like shoes. It was messy like wearing high heels. The hunters were anxious to make money. They put all their attention on the number and route. It was impossible for them to study whether the footprints were fake or not. Imitation studies and psychology were all used. The key was that they were good at finding opportunities. They were also good at finding pandas. The 50 of them did not participate. They are preparing to ambush at the exit. It will take 3 days at normal speed to reach the location of the trap they set. There is a tall stone mountain there. They will ambush us mainly to kill you. If they fail, we will retreat quickly for your safety. When we reach the Ziwu Pass, it will be the most relaxing time. Guizi told him the enemy's follow-up plan. The 50 Tubo people did not attack Li Yi's team when they entered. It's cold. Throw the bodies into the hole and bury them. When you come back, bring them with you. Consider it your contribution. Li Yi did not have any superfluous thoughts about being schemed against. He was not afraid either. Looking down from the top of the mountain and up and down the mountain, the Yulin flying cavalry was specially trained to find hidden enemies. The group moved forward, entered the Ziwu Pass and walked along the Ziwu Road. After walking to a certain point, he prepared to take the small path up the mountain. It was impossible to walk all the way to the end of this canyon road. The end was 660 li. If any army wanted to pass through here and the enemy knew in advance, they could only wait for death. Guizi sent his light armored subordinates to chase after the hunters. Once they caught up with the hunters, they would bring the hunters back. In addition to the team that brought back the hunters, there was also a team that went to capture 30 people. Li Dongzhu, since it's an ambush, there won't be any pandas. Do you still want to go? Bacharka was more worried that Li Yi would be in danger. He still wanted to learn from Li Yi. There's a panda. Capture those 30 people and ask them if they know where the panda is. He had to be quick. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to celebrate the new year when he returned. The villagers are still waiting for me to set off the fireworks, as well as the fireworks from the Imperial City. Li Yi had just experienced an ambush and a big rescue, but his mentality was still so good. I remember that there are still people who care about me, old Bai. They said that after the new year, they would start paying taxes on kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. Li Yi thought of Bai Gu, the Minister of Revenue. He knew that Bai Gu was anxious. Any responsible official in the position of the Minister of Revenue would be anxious. If they were not anxious, it meant that they were not qualified. The team was sent out and the others waited. Li Yi took care of the patient. The patient woke up and had his own consciousness. Under the watch of the winged knights, the 3 captives went in to talk to their comrades. The main thing was that they had told them everything, and they even talked about how badly injured their comrade who was lying there unable to speak was. Let me tell you this. In the whole world except for me, no one can bring you back from the gates of hell. Your lungs are punctured and there are lacerations. Just the blood you lost was 7,000 milliliters. It was the winged knights who gave you the treatment. If you want to die, you can move as hard as you want. I promise I won't stop you. I don't have that intention. Antibiotics are very useful. You don't have any signs of infection. Your lung function has not fully recovered and there are drainage tubes. It's very uncomfortable. You can't speak and you can't eat. You're on a ventilator. Li Yi sat next to the patient and chatted with him. This was the first major live surgery he performed after coming to the Tang dynasty. The patient blinked and did not struggle. It seemed that he wanted to live. The information had already been told by his comrade, and he was still saved. Obviously he would not kill him just to save him. Guizi sat not far from Li Yi and carefully observed the captives. Li Dongzhu, if the Tang dynasty had 1,000 miracle doctors like you, how many fewer soldiers would die? He knew that if the same injury happened to anyone else, they could only wait for death. If the arrow was pulled out, the person would be finished. If the arrow was not pulled out, the person would vomit blood and be unable to breathe. He would still die. Li Yi only tried and he was actually saved. Seeing that the other party could not make a sound, he knew how serious the injury was. My level is too low. When there are so many doctors who can treat this kind of injury, the weapons are different. I'll still die. Li Yi thought of guns and cannons. An arrow could be pulled out, but if he was shot, it would depend on the bullet. If he used a sniper bullet, he would be shot in the chest and have a big hole in the back. How could he save him? Bang bang. At this time, the captive hit the side with his hand with a painful expression. Do you need to pee? So, blink as hard as you can. Li asked. His patient blinked hard and blushed at the same time. You're almost done with the general anesthesia. I'll clean you up. Now it's the fluid injection. Get a tube and connect it to you. Li got up to operate. The patient was not wearing any clothes and was only covered with a piece of cloth. Hurry up. You're a man. Can't you pee? Li looked down on the other party. Then it was done. He cleaned up and washed his hands. Guizi kept watching and asked, Li Dongzhu, how do you know that he's not in pain? He's in pain all the time. There's no anesthetic, but there's an intravenous injection of analgesics with antibiotics. He won't react to the pain, right? Li asked the patient with a smile. The patient blinked hard, meaning that he was very strong. He was indeed in pain. The analgesics only relieved part of it. How could it not hurt when his chest was open? Li Dongzhu, when will he recover? Guizi felt that lying there was suffering. Do you mean that he can eat by himself or fully recover? Full recovery, 3 months. He can eat for half a month to a month, depending on the recovery. At that time he can get up, but it's painful. At 2 months he can do normal light activities, but he can't do physical work. When Li Yi said this, he was not sure. Some people recovered quickly, but some people just couldn't. He turned and said to the patient, be strong. If you want to recover quickly, you have to be more optimistic. You've died once. This life is mine. You have relatives in Tubo. It doesn't matter. We have to trade in the future. If your family needs something, you can help me. I'll find someone to send it to you. The patient blinked hard, meaning that he really did not want to die, especially after suffering so much. He wanted to live even more. When he vomited mouthful after mouthful of blood, he already thought that he was going to die. Then he heard that Li Yi said that he would give him a quick death. He accepted his fate. Then he heard that he was saved, but he was still alive. Chapter 596. Quick, maintain your breathing rate. Dongzhu is waiting to go back for the new year. We're going to the Li family Zhuangzi for the new year. It'll be lively. A team of 300 people was moving quickly. Their clothes were a mix of yellow, green, and white. Their cloaks were pure white to match the environment of the Qinling Mountains. The leader was Fan Fan. He had just returned from the southwest and rested for a few days, but he insisted on rushing out for a mission. At this moment, he was holding a tranquilizer gun in his hand. He had never used it before, but he had heard Li Yi explain how to use it. It was the same principle as a crossbow, except that it was more accurate within 20 steps. At 30 steps, it would fly randomly, and at 40 steps, it would not be able to hit anything. It would not work in strong winds either. He knew how to aim because he had practiced with a scope on a crossbow. If it hits a person, they'll fall within 20 breaths. If it hits a panda, you'll have to shoot it 3 or 4 times in a row. Be careful to avoid it. Fan Fan mumbled. This was a secret manual for using a tranquilizer gun. They had to find the other 19 hunters and send a few people to bring them back. Then they would find 30 Tubo people and try to capture them alive. They would ask for the location of the panda and then move it back. The winged knights displayed their fighting strength as the emperor's private army. They ran very quickly. Some people accidentally tripped over something in the snow while running. They fell forward and flipped over with their hands on the ground. They ran at a high speed with small strides like ninjas. It was good for adjusting their balance and allowing them to react quickly. The sky gradually darkened. 6 of the 300 people were wearing night vision goggles. They stretched out their scabbards and grabbed one scabbard after another. They slowed down but did not stop. The sun slowly rose. A group of people who were packing up appeared in front of them. Lu Guan, Fan Fan shouted. The group of people stopped and turned around one after another. They saw a group of people who were wearing similar clothes to them. They ran fast and nimbly. Crossbows, swords, and tactical backpacks. After a few breaths, the group arrived. Some strolled slowly, while others took out things from their backpacks and ate in the snow. The 19 people estimated the distance and time. The leader, Lu Guan, looked at the group and nodded. I'm Lu Guan, Winged Knights? That's right, we finally caught up to you guys. You really exhausted us. We were just afraid that you guys would encounter enemies. There were 30 of them. Fan Fan began to pant. While running, he kept adjusting his breathing. When he stopped, he realized that his whole body was covered in sweat. How are you guys so fast? A hunter calculated the time and found it unbelievable. 1 day and 1 night. Brothers, eat something warm, don't eat the snow. Fan Fan found a place to place his cloak on the ground and sat down. He then called for everyone to cook. Some of the winged knights stood up and spread out, using binoculars to observe their surroundings. Others took out the matching kettles and filled them with snow and dried meat floss, dried vegetables and vegetable packets, and compressed biscuits in large shells. He found a stable place to put down a small shell. Then he took out a small bottle and poured gasoline into the shell. Light the fire and put the kettle on to roast. This was a 4-piece set of tactical water bottles that Li Yi had made for them. While waiting for the mess in the large shells to boil, the people in charge of cooking took over from those on guard duty. Those on guard duty ate first. There's a trap ahead. We can't leave. You guys stay here. Some of our brothers will recover and bring you back. You don't have to participate in the next battle. Fan Fan said to Lu Guan, who had been watching everyone rest and hadn't said anything. We're hunters. We can fight. Lu Guan shook his head. They were just as strong in the jungle. They didn't think highly of the survival ability of the Tang dynasty's ordinary soldiers. Of course, they didn't look down on the soldiers of the House of Subjugation. Those soldiers had to fight with their lives on the line. We're moving fast. Fan Fan's expression was serious. If we don't have to deal with the dangers of running for a long time, we're also moving fast. Lu Guan's gaze was firm. Then let's go together. Don't drag us down. Fan Fan waited for the food to cool down. You guys can still catch up? A hunter with a curly beard next to them was surprised. That's nothing. We're the first batch of winged knights. At night, each of us grabbed a scabbard and took turns to move forward. We've already slept for a while. Another winged knight laughed out loud. At night, they grabbed the scabbard and moved slowly. Sometimes they relied on inertia to move forward and relax their minds. Compared to the intensity when Li Yi took them to play, this was a happy moment. The happiest days were always yesterday. Those who hadn't experienced it would never understand the lethality of, I'll take you to play. It was just 24 hours. It wasn't like the intensity was high at night. Had anyone tried 72 hours of continuous high-intensity training? Together they could rest for 4 hours. By the time the soup cooled down, some of them had already fallen asleep. It wasn't that they had to sleep. Many ordinary people wouldn't feel sleepy even if they were in a state of excitement for 36 hours, let alone the winged knights. They seized every moment they could to rest and let their bodies adjust. The hunters didn't say anything and took out the meat of the animals they had hunted along the way. They had smoked it last night. They cut it into small strips and put it in a big shell. They had dealt with wild animals all year round. They could feel the aura of wild animals from the winged knights. It was a mysterious feeling. Then they went to take over the winged knights who were on guard duty and took their binoculars. They only had 2 binoculars, which wasn't enough. The winged knights were relieved. The hunters knew how to search for their targets. When it was time to eat, the winged knights ate very slowly. Some closed their eyes and ate in small bites, chewing very carefully. They ate and rested, chewing as much as possible to digest and absorb the food faster. The hunters helped to observe the situation, occasionally glancing at the winged knights. When the winged knights finished eating and resumed their journey, the hunters found that this group was unbelievably strong. They estimated the time and knew that the other party wasn't lying. They had been on the road for a day and a night. Now that they rested, they looked normal. They didn't want to lose and ran as fast as they could. Yes, they ran. When the sun was in the middle of the sky, they still ran and didn't stop to eat. Only some of them took a bite, stuffed a handful of snow into their mouths and chewed as they ran. The hunters gritted their teeth and persevered. It was simply unbearable. Just after 1 o'clock, a winged knights reported, found target, resting. I'd. Fan Fan ordered. Off. The winged knights fell to the ground at almost the same time. They propped themselves up with their hands and stopped moving. The hunters squatted down, panting. Stay alert. Rest, don't boil water. Fan Fan ordered again. A few winged knights crawled forward to a key location and laid down to observe the situation. The others ate meat floss and snow. After a few bites, they wrapped their heads in cloaks and huddled together to sleep. Half an hour later, the people on the other side moved. The winged knights followed closely, keeping a distance. The sky slowly darkened. The people gathered together to light a fire. At the same time, someone was on guard. Looks like they're not going to leave at night. They're going to attack in the middle of the night. Retreat. Fan Fan was relieved. The group moved back, found an angle where the other party couldn't see, and began to cook with gasoline. The hunters were so tired that they didn't want to move. Who would rush like this in the mountains? It was killing them. Chapter 597. In the middle of the night, the hunters were too tired. With the protection of the winged knights, they fell into a deep sleep. Fan Fan looked at the situation through the night vision device. There were 4 people on night watch. He made a gesture and the 200 winged knights surrounded them. When the distance was about right, he lay down and moved slowly. For people were guarding a fire, mainly to guard against wild animals. There was light in front of them so they couldn't see clearly. Fan Fan slowly crawled over. When he was about 20 steps away, he aimed and fired. Pfft. The tranquilizer bullet flew out, but it was slightly off course. It didn't hit the man's buttocks but his waist. Ah! The man who was hit by the needle let out a muffled groan. He thought that he had been bitten by the bullet and tried to grab it with his hand. Ah! He groaned again. It was painful. That was the needle. When he touched it, he grabbed it and pulled it out. He felt a chill at the place where he was hit, then numbness. Duola, what's wrong? The other 3 people noticed the situation and one of them asked. It's a small snake. It bit me. The man who was hit by the bullet held the thing in front of his eyes. He didn't recognize it. Ah! The second person was hit. He was hit in the front and it pierced his shoulder. He looked at it and pulled it out. When the third person was hit in the stomach, the 4 people finally understood that it wasn't a snake but a blow dart. Enemy, enemy! One person shouted and the others followed suit. Then the 4th person was hit. The Tubo people who were wrapped in leather woke up one by one. Enemy, blow dart, poison, I'm numb, I. The first person, Duo La, fell down before he could finish his sentence. The others panicked and went to get their weapons. Fan Fan was depressed. This thing was useless. When it hit someone, they didn't fall down immediately. They still had time to react. He continued to shoot. He had a lot of bullets. He changed to a new one, lay down and fired again. In the middle of the night, about 30 meters away, he lay down. The other party had a fire and couldn't see him. He knew that the thing came from his direction. The Tubo people looked for cover and stayed alert. No one rushed over. Fan Fan was happy. He fired one shot after another. Occasionally he would miss and try again. When the 17th person fell, the Tubo people panicked. They couldn't see the enemy, so even if they tried to hide, they could still get hit. The group of people casually picked up burning sticks from the bonfire and ran. Fan Fan took a long detour to avoid the bonfire. He chased after them himself, not allowing the other brothers to attack. After running for a while, the fire in the man's hand went out. In the darkness they crouched down, alert. Fan Fan found a good position, aimed at Yike, fired, hit and changed places. Now he realized that it was very useful. The sound of this gun was very soft, much softer than the sound of a bowstring. Even better was the night vision goggles, which had been proven on the southwest battlefield. However, they always needed a power source to charge them. The most suitable time to use it is on a cloudy day. It's pitch black and only I can see. Fan Fan thought as he fired at another person. He's right next to us. The person who was hit shouted. Don't make any noise. He can find us by listening to our voices. Another shouted. I was hit. I was hit too. Come out, do you dare to come out? What the hell are you? Lee, I know you. It's you, isn't it? There were fewer and fewer people who could make any noise. In the dark night, the fear was magnified. When the last person was hit by a tranquilizer bullet and crazily waved his knife around, it was all over. There were more ropes around the people by the bonfire. Fan Fan had shot the tranquilizer bullets. Even if they were hit, they were still found in the surroundings. Battalion Commander Fan, Li Dongzhu has good stuff. It's best to catch him alive. If he's hit, he'll just think that he's poisoned and won't think that he can recover. That way he won't commit suicide. After a winged knight tied the person up, he was very happy with the light of the bonfire. It's a pity that Dongzhu's stuff is too precious. I just missed 5 shots. I'm not familiar with it. Fan Fan was also happy. He collected the shells and tranquilizer bullets and put them in a bag. The other winged knights got up and lit the bonfire. There was no need to hide anymore. The hunters also woke up. They squinted their eyes and saw the situation. They rubbed their eyes. Damn, what happened? The enemy was caught? Are you winged knights ghosts? There must be killing in a battle, right? Is it popular to catch people alive in the Tang dynasty? The Tubo people woke up after the effects of the tranquilizer wore off. They were also very confused. Weren't they dead? Speak, where are the pandas? Fan Fan kicked a captive. What pandas? The captive had not completely recovered. You found the pandas that were made with the footprints. The 3 small ones are different, so there must be 3 big ones. There are 6 of them in total. Speak. Don't tell me you killed them. If that's the case, there's no need for you to live. Fan Fan put the pandas first. What a cute thing. We didn't kill them. We were afraid that something would happen, so we made them according to the footprints. One of the Tubo people was timid. Obviously, he was the one who made the footprints. If you can't bring the 6 pandas back before the new year, I will celebrate the new year with you all. Fan Fan said coldly. We can find them. I guarantee that we can find them. The pandas move around in a certain area. They won't go far. Another person who was in charge of tracking the pandas said. He promised. On the 27th of December, Li Yi, who missed the new year, waited for Fan Fan in the valley. 8 pandas, 4 big and 4 small, were carried out by the captives in wooden cages. During the search they found 2 more pandas. They were also mothers with their children. Fan Fan used the tranquilizer gun to deal with the pandas. The children were all big and could not be bitten to death by their mothers. The winged knights also helped to carry the pandas. They came back together as fast as possible. The big and small pandas were locked in the same cage. It was very heavy. Line up. Li Yi shouted. The 300 winged knights quickly lined up. Attention. Li Yi shouted again. The 300 people stood at attention. Everyone report your numbers. Li Yi ordered. 1, 2, 3. The winged knights reported. Fan Fan ran out and approached Li Yi. Reporting, the winged knights have returned from a mission. The expected 300 people are here. Very good, no one is missing. Dismissed. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The 19 hunters watched from the side with smiles on their faces. They were happy from the bottom of their hearts. They were happy that the Tang dynasty had strong soldiers like the winged knights. Even if the winged knights did not have horses, they were still winged mounts. On the way they ran as scouts and shuttled back and forth. The 300 people were as if they were made of iron. They were the strongest soldiers of the Tang dynasty, the emperor's private army. Put them in the car and hurry back. There are still 3 days left until the new year. There is no New Year's Eve this year. Li urged. There was still a patient in the car. The giant panda's cage was loaded into the car and the team rushed back. On the morning of the 29th of December, the whole team returned to the Li family Zhuangzi. The villagers who did not have work ran out to welcome Dongzhu back. Dongzhu was there for the new year. Li Longji had already received the news in advance that the winged knights had rushed back to report. 80 Tubo people wanted to ambush Li Yi, but 46 of them were killed and 34 were captured alive. Do you think my winged knights are dead? Do you think you can ambush them whenever you want? A giant panda with 3 children, idiot. Li Longji scolded, feeling a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. Chapter 598. Yao Chong and the other 2 were also there. They were going to celebrate the new year with them tonight. They thought that they could have a peaceful new year, but Li Yi ran out and sent someone to send a message to the palace. The palace also made some preparations as to why the giant panda would bring the 3 children with it. Shouldn't Xiao Yi feel honored? The Tubo, the Turks, and the Khitans all want to kill him. I'm too embarrassed to ask him for taxes during the new year. Baigu was also there. He was convinced. The Tang dynasty was facing the most threat, but they could actually send someone to kill one person alone. Every time they were killed, Li Yi's timid appearance would send a large group of people to protect him. The key was that he could kill people himself. His combat skills were not bad and his reactions were quick. His body looked like a scholar's, but in fact they had seen him when he was bathing in Zhuangzi. Those were called muscles and the lines were beautiful. In other words, he would take the martial arts exam next year. Even if he could not compare to Guizi, he could still get an A grade. He trained himself every day. Killing was about the intention to kill. It was like fighting. When you attacked, you wanted to kill. When you fought, you were naturally powerful. Many people did not dare to kill, but Li Yi dared. Moreover, he killed so naturally. Such an existence pretended to be a scholar all day long, as if he could not stand the wind. When he heard that a giant panda was bringing 3 little pandas, he actually pretended to catch the giant panda. This person was so insidious. He beat them at their own game. Or, don't collect taxes for now. I'm afraid he'll scheme against me. Baigu thought a lot, but Yao Chong was very happy. Li Yi can protect himself. It's a blessing for the Tang dynasty. In history, many people were alienated and assassinated because they could not scheme against themselves. Yao Chong affirmed. He wanted to suppress Li Yi, but he would not allow others to hurt Li Yi. Zhang Shua added, Your Majesty, you must not fall into the enemy's trap. I'll be alienated? My winged knights were made by him, and they were the first batch that he personally trained. If Brother E can fly around, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill people? Are you trying to sow discord and kill me? If he wanted to, he would have succeeded long ago. Who could stop him? He only used something that could fly and a gun that could shoot that far. Doesn't he have any more powerful weapons? Li Longji scoffed at the idea of sowing discord. What sowing discord? Saying that Li Yi wanted to kill the emperor and usurp power? He can do it now. Is there a need for you to tell him that? Your Majesty, I've asked Li Yi's captives to do some work in the coming years. I won't pay them any wages, just like cleaning up the mud in the river now. Wei Zhigu raised his hand to speak. He had been suffering from shoulder pain recently. According to Li Yi's method, if he wanted to climb the wall and move his arms more, he would be fine. What kind of self-limiting disease was this? It was not a big problem. When he was free, he would swing his arm back and forth, hoping to recover faster. Why don't you pay? Don't think that he is easy to bully just because he saved your life. When Baigu heard about money, he spoke up for Li Yi. If you don't collect taxes from him, won't he have more money? Wei Zhigu retorted. I am the Minister of Revenue. If I don't want to make money, how can I have the face to sit in this position? Baigu said righteously. I am the Minister of Works. I want to do projects. I have no money. Wei Zhigu said righteously. Both of you want to take advantage of Li Yi. This minister is not. This minister is only thinking about how Li Yi will deal with the Khitans so that the imperial court can cooperate. Yao Chong found his reason. He wanted to control the situation and make Li Yi his subordinate. Li Longji was not willing to listen to their nonsense. He looked at Zhang Shuo and said, Minister Zhang seems to have something to say? Zhang Shuo was stunned. I didn't want to say anything. Ah yes, Your Majesty, if you say I have something to say, then I have something to say. Your Majesty, what I want to say is, Li Yi hasn't been researching anything new recently. Let him create something. Even if he sells it, the Ministry of Revenue can pay more taxes. Zhang Shuo really couldn't think of anything to say, so he just said something random. Baigu nodded. Yes, Daoji was the best. Although he was young, he thought things through thoroughly. Li Longji was not happy. What do you mean by creating something new? Why don't you research something new? His gaze moved. Lu Huaishan understood that if he continued to look, he would be looking at himself. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Lu Huaishan did not raise his hand. He did not have scapulohumeral periarthritis. Minister Lu, please speak. Li Longji liked this kind of harmonious atmosphere between the monarch and his minister. Your Majesty, after the new year, the imperial examinations will be held in February. The current situation is not clear. You can ask Dr. Li, he was willing to help Lu Huaishan. Li family Zhuangzi still had a second batch of 220 students to take the examinations. Li Yi could not participate. The other imperial examinations were recitation. If it was poetry, he could not help others. It depended on talent. Only the current affairs could be led by Li Yi. He would do whatever he wanted. Why would the imperial court not cooperate? For example, Li Yi had prepared for last year's locust plague for a whole year. Minister Lu, you really work hard for the country. Li Longji was satisfied. That's right. I have to help Brother Yi. In Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi did not know what the imperial court was saying to him. He was feeding the panda. The panda switched back and forth between the two children. Its eyes were blinded and its body was numb. In fact, it already knew. It was just switching back and forth between the two children. So be it. It could be raised. Why did it always play tricks? When it saw Li Yi, it sat down beside the cage. It did not know who bandaged it. The knot was not tied beautifully. It had been moved so much that it was untied. Li Yi quickly opened the medicine box and took out the gauze. He reapplied it and tied a beautiful knot. During the whole process, the panda did not attack. When it needed to lift its leg, Li Yi lifted it and the panda lifted itself. It's almost done. Just a little more. After the new year, I can bathe you after 3 days of changing the medicine. We can put the baby aside first. Tonight I will change the baby for you. It's the new year, what do you want to eat? Li Yi communicated with the giant panda and handed it a big goose egg with honey on it. It was said that eggs with honey were poisonous. In fact, it was like eating seafood with oranges. It was not poisonous at all. It required a lot of food and a lot of food to cause problems. The panda looked at the newly bandaged knot and reached out to hold the goose egg. It smelled it, took a bite, ate it, and started to lick its 2 paws. It wanted to stick its head out of the cage and look at Li Yi. Li Yi hesitated, frowning as he pondered. Okay, I will put it in the panda garden. When we change the baby, I will need to wear heavy armor and there will be other people with shields. If you attack me, I will use a lot of anesthetics to numb you. I will not play with you anymore. Li Yi decided to put the panda in the garden. It had more space to move. It just needed more people to protect it, including shields, poles, and nets. If it was a large omnivore or carnivore, he would not do it. The panda did not know how to kill a person in one go. It just did not know how to go for the throat. If it was a wild Siberian tiger, it would die immediately. What was there to talk about? Pandas usually bite randomly, mainly the limbs. The premise was that it could not see its own child. You have the smell of its child on you. The panda did not understand. It stretched out its paw. Li Yi touched the outside of its paw and quickly reached in to touch its head. The panda did not move. It kept looking at Li Yi. Chapter 599. Have you heard? Li Dongzhu was assassinated and seriously injured. How is that possible? The winged knights are the bodyguards. How can they injure Li Dongzhu? Heartbroken. I heard that Li Dongzhu is very sad. He is so sad that he can't eat. Why is he sad? If he can't eat, he will starve to death. Because the assassins are so stupid. They are so stupid that Li Dongzhu is sad. He thinks that others are looking down on him. Yes, I'm sad too. When Li Yi returned to Zhuangzi, the news was released. When the people in Chang and were preparing for their New Year's Eve dinner, they found new entertainment. In the Honglu Temple, the Tubo people had found out that the 80 assassins were not under their command. They only found out that the assassins were killed and captured after the incident. The leader of the envoys, Bo Qiao, was very worried. After the assassination of Li Yi was still alive. He thought about the consequences of the Tujue's assassination. He found a lot of wooden boards and placed them in his room, one layer after another. He hoped that they could protect his life from Li Yi's attack. However, he felt that Li Yi would threaten them and then take advantage of them. Li Yi and Zhuangzi did not have time to care about the Tubo envoys. He was giving orders. Slow down. Lift it steadily. Put it down. Okay, put it aside first. 5 cages containing pandas were placed above the panda park. Through the gaps in the cages, the pandas could see the other pandas living below. It was the new year. The pandas were bathing in a small pool filled with soap water. The pandas ran into the pool to make bubbles. Their eyes were not uncomfortable anymore. After making bubbles, the pandas ran into the big pool to wash. The pandas who were taking care of the children rubbed them in all kinds of ways. The children ran around. The pandas in the cages looked at the children. The older ones who were caught later turned to look at their children. The ones with twins looked at their own children. Obviously they were not tempted. Even if the pandas found water to bathe in the wild, they would not bathe their babies. When it was about time, the 5 cages were pushed into their respective gardens on flatbed carts. As soon as the cage was opened, the big panda immediately rushed out with the child. First, he ran around to confirm his territory. Then he looked at the soapy water in the small pool and scooped it up to lick it. When he realized that it didn't taste good, he went back to the big pond and lowered his head to drink. Li Yi put on the protective equipment and brought the incubator over under the protection of a group of people. The panda looked at him. Li Yi got some honey and put it in a small bowl for the panda. The panda took it and started licking it. Li Yi took a deep breath and reached out to take the little guy out. He turned around and quickly exchanged it with the other one in the incubator and handed it over. The giant panda looked at it, took it over and continued to feed it. At the same time it picked up the bamboo shoots and began to chew on them. He didn't do anything offensive. Everything seemed so natural. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Li Yi smiled. He could try it a few more times in the future. Once they got used to it, the giant panda wouldn't attack them. However, in the future they would be separated by the cage. If they attacked, they just had to dodge. Li Dongzhu, will the pandas be scared when Zhuangzi sets off fireworks during the new year? Guizi didn't interfere. He watched from the side and was worried about the pandas. Horses were scared when they heard the sound of firecrackers. Dogs, cats and other livestock were also scared. Li smiled and shook his head. When they hear the sound of firecrackers, they will look up at the sky to see if there is thunder or rain. They won't be scared. Speaking of this, Li felt that it was very interesting. The giant panda was a materialist. Once there was a big movement, it would think that it was a thunderstorm. Other animals were also scared of thunder. Therefore, when someone killed the giant panda with a gun, the giant panda didn't know how to run. Xinyan and the others from Nankou started singing and dancing on the stage. Everyone was immersed in the festive atmosphere of the new year. The students from Zhuangzi went on stage one after another to show their talents. Even at the place where the migrant workers were, there were some girls from Nankou who were not as good as them. Yu Jiang was also in the crowd. He couldn't enter the area of Zhuangzi and frowned. He didn't understand what Li Yi was trying to do. The Khitan envoy requested for the opening of economic and cultural exchanges between the Khitan Empire and the Li family Zhuangzi. The imperial court of the Tang dynasty agreed and even specially exchanged documents. Then what was Li Yi's purpose? Did he really want to have friendly relations with the Khitan Empire and help them develop? Yu Jiang didn't believe it himself. He was using this agreement to sow discord between the Khitan Empire and the Turks. After both sides came into contact and explained, he believed that they would be able to see through the schemes of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi, what are you thinking? Yu Jiang didn't have any singing and dancing in his eyes. There was only scheming. Li Yi, who was suspected by Yu Jiang, was thinking about the new year. After a busy year, many things were planned and Zhuangzi was on the right track. Next year's matters could be dealt with next year. He gave out red packets and ate hot pot. The whole of Zhuangzi looked festive. In the palace, Li Longji invited the officials to a banquet to keep watch. Tomorrow they would be busy for another day. Everyone was on holiday. Now that many officials were on holiday, they were not qualified to attend the banquet. Empress Wang carried her child. Under the protection of a large group of guards, she waited for the concubines, talents, and other people who were inferior to her to come and greet her. The adults brought their children over and bowed to Empress Wang. Li Tsong and Li Ying, who were also 12 years old, knelt down and kowtowed. Li Tsong was the oldest. He was now called Li Siji and Li Ying was called Li Siqian. Empress Wang gave each of them a red packet of 100 taels in exchange coupons. She looked at Li Siji's face. There was a cut on Li Siji's left cheekbone. The cut had already healed, but the dent was still there. It was this scar that made many people reject his position as the crown prince. Otherwise, Empress Wang would have made Li Siji the crown prince since she did not have any children. Li Siji felt uncomfortable being stared at. He wanted to use his sleeve to cover the scar on his face but did not dare to. Siji, I'll find someone to ask if the cut on your face can be removed. Now that Empress Wang had her own son, she had a better impression of others. As the eldest son of the Tang dynasty, Li Siji's scar did affect his image. She thought of Li Yi. Empress, is it divine Dr. Li Yi? Li Siji also thought of Li Yi. In the entire Tang dynasty, it seemed that only Li Yi's medical skills could give people some confidence. But no one was allowed to get close. Some people even wondered if they should secretly spread the news. But as soon as they mentioned it to the people in the palace, they entered Yeding Palace the next day and many people died. His imperial father did not care about your identity. As long as you dared to touch it, he would completely deal with you. Yes. Empress Wang nodded. Li Siji's face lit up. He knelt down again and kowtowed, "This child thanks Empress. You may rise." Empress Wang nodded. For a moment, the people who came to Empress Wang's side were all moved. Today, the woman had received a small cosmetic box. In the future, if he fell sick, could he be sent to the Li family Zhuangzi through Empress Wang for treatment? Bai Gu, who was eating outside, was also thinking. He muttered a sentence from time to time. If someone listened closely, they would hear that he was saying, "In 3 hours it will be the new year. In 4 hours it will be the new year." He wished he had a watch. He used his hand to move the needle and it would be midnight. Brothers and sisters who are reading this book outside the website, if you have the ability, please subscribe to Qitian and give me a recommendation vote. The farmer bowed. Chapter 600. 2 fireworks in Chang, and parting for a year. Last year the stars shone brightly, and life's wishes were boundless. In the middle of the night the fireworks exploded in the sky. People in Chang and ran out and looked up. In addition to the fireworks in the imperial city, they also looked up at the Li family Zhuangzi. Some big fireworks flew high and exploded in the sky. Even the west side of Chang, and could see them. Older people looked at the laughing children and felt that they were a year older. The children looked forward to growing up and wondered when they could be like other people. Drink. Bai Gu was energetic. He only ate a few mouthfuls of food and didn't touch the wine much. When it was midnight, he picked up his cup and looked at everyone. It was the new year. After drinking the wine, he continued to mutter, 1 kerosene lamp for 100 grams, 80 grams for 1. 10 kerosene lamps for 4,000 milliliters, 1 gram for each sale. 1 thermos bottle for 200 grams, 160 grams for 1. I wish the Li family Zhuangzi a prosperous new year. Bai Gu sincerely hoped that Li Yi would make more money. He had never felt so strongly before. Wei Zhigu looked at Bai Gu and shook his head helplessly. It was difficult to be the Minister of Revenue. Fortunately, he wasn't the one now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be much better off than Bai Gu. At dawn, Li Longji held a court meeting. All the envoys from other countries participated. Li Yi wasn't interested in the court meeting. He went to see the patient. The patient from Tubo was in good condition. There was no infection in the wound. He just lay there and looked bored. Other people helped to take care of his urine. There was no big problem. His stomach was completely empty. The patient was still very surprised that he could survive. He who had died once cherished the chance to live very much. Don't worry. According to the situation, you can try to make a sound in a few days, but it will still hurt. Among the drugs Li Yi gave him, there was still a painkiller. The dosage couldn't be large or it would be addictive. The patient blinked with curiosity in his eyes. You want to ask me why I saved you, right? Li Yi guessed. The patient blinked hard. You should have heard it at that time. I wanted to give you a quick death. Your injuries were too severe and I didn't want to pay a high price. In the end you still died. Li Yi began to talk about his thoughts at that moment. However, the winged knights want to save him. They want to see how much damage I can heal. I saved you because I wanted to see my medical skills. The patient's eyes were fixed on the canopy, and he could not calm down. His life and death depended on what the winged knights thought. Thank the winged knights? Don't think too much. Since you're alive, think about the future. I paid a huge price to save you. You have to make it up to me. Li Yi smiled, patted the patient's arm and got up to leave. Dongzhu, there are a lot of people outside. They want to buy kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. Song De happily came over in his new clothes. Sell it and advertise it. From tomorrow onwards, kerosene lamps will be sold for 120 grams and thermos bottles will be sold for 240 grams. Li Yi knew why there were so many people buying kerosene lamps and thermos bottles today. Many people hope to use good things in the new year and they bought these things for the new year. This was especially true for those who learned how to grow vegetables in greenhouses. They had earned money this year and wanted to buy more. After the new year, taxes began to be collected on vegetables in greenhouses. Dongzhu, did the price increase because of taxes? When other merchants pay taxes, will the price of the goods increase and pass the losses to the buyers? Song De considered the problem from a different perspective than before. When the price of some goods increases because of taxes, other goods will increase after a period of time. Li Yi seemed to have planned for this. He continued, there are two ways to solve it. One is administrative intervention to limit the price, and the other is for the market to adjust itself to achieve balance. If everyone increases, how can it be adjusted? Money will be worthless. Song De found the problem. More money will be worthless. The total amount of money will not change and there will be inflation in the short term. Later, because people can't afford it and have no money, their purchasing power will decrease. They can only sell things at a lower price. This is called deflation. If merchants would rather let things rot than sell them at a lower price, the result will be an economic crisis. Seeing that Song De was willing to learn, Li Yi explained patiently. Song De forgot to sell kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. He found a place to sit down, took out a notebook and pen from his pocket, and jotted down the key points. Li Qingqi came over at this time. He listened to Li Yi's explanation and looked at Song De's notes. He was not in a hurry to talk. He sat there and listened. The real economic crisis is not absolute supply exceeding demand, but the concentration of wealth in the hands of a few people. Our Tang dynasty is based on agriculture. When grain is abundant and the price of grain decreases, it can only mean one thing. Li Yi paused. What's the problem? Li Qingqi asked naturally. Foreign trade is not good enough and industrial development is flawed. When there is too much grain, we can raise more livestock and poultry. Adjusting the industrial structure and rationally allocating resources is an ability that the upper class of a country must have. It must be discovered early, prevented early, and implemented early. The Tang dynasty is doing a good job now. It regulates the ratio of planting and breeding in each person's field. Li Yi briefly explained the solution to the problem of grain prices hurting the farmers. Grain prices are too expensive and it hurts the people, Li Qingqi said from a different perspective. Therefore, there must be financial subsidies. This is the purpose of collecting taxes. In the process of adjustment, we can use subsidies to get through the adjustment period. Li Yi began to talk about the problem of grain prices hurting the farmers. He told the two that when grain prices are cheap, the country will subsidize the farmers. The price of grain does not change and other people's food will still be cheap. In this process, we can use grain to breed and brew wine in large quantities. When the grain supply decreases, the subsidies will be removed to maintain the balance. This is the meaning of the existence of the imperial court. The leader is chosen from the earliest people, and the purpose is to let the leader live a good life. Now we are not choosing a leader but a change of dynasty. Whoever is in that position will shoulder the mission of leading the people to live a good life. Li Yi did not say that a complete market economy did not exist in the world. Every country needs administrative intervention. Otherwise, why would they choose you to be the leader? That's all for today. Let's go and sell some things. Li Yi looked at Songda. Yes, they are still waiting. Songda kept his notebook and ran away. Brother Yi, let me ask you. You have an agreement with the Khitans. What's the next step? Li Qingxi came with a question. In the new year, when everyone starts to work, they must come up with policies. What was not clear was Li Yi's economic and cultural exchange with the Khitans. This was definitely not Li Yi's matter. It involved the Tang dynasty and the Khitans. Should they make peace or fight, the officials had to know in their hearts. The next step is trade. From here, go a little north. Go through the grassland. After going through the grassland, you will reach the Khitans. The road is easy and you can pull a sleigh. Li Yi pointed to the north. He wanted to take the route from Inner Mongolia to Liaoning and go around Shaanxi. The winter road in Shaanxi was not easy to travel, and at the same time, it would not achieve his goal. Who will lead the team? Li Qingxi hesitated. Go around the grassland? That was now the territory of the Turkic Khaganate and not the Chanyu Protectorate. It was outside the Great Wall and it was dangerous. I will go. Li Yi pointed to himself. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, if you have the ability, please go back to the starting point to subscribe. Chapter 601. No. Brother Yi, it's too dangerous there. Besides, you can't leave Chang'an. Li Qingxi's hair stood on end. He didn't expect Li Yi to go out personally. What a joke. Sending Brother Yi out was a waste of talent. Brother Yi should stay in Zhuangzi. Then, if anyone has any questions about national policy, they can ask Brother Yi. Have you ever seen a prime minister go out instead of court? I'm not going, but others can't. Economic war is not easy. Li Yi insisted. I know. It's written in Guanzi that Guanzhong used economic war to defeat other countries time and time again. He found someone to learn from. Li Qingxi took out the book Guanzi, which wrote about Guanzhong's economic war against Lu, Hengshan, and Chu. When he attacked Chu, he said that he used money to buy silk cloth. Then the people of Lu stopped farming and planted mulberry trees, silkworms, and woven silk cloth. Then Qi continued to buy silk cloth. In the end, when Lu ran out of food, Qi cheated Lu. When they attacked Hengshan, which didn't exist in the spring and autumn period, it was said that Guanzhong knew that Hengshan's weapons were good and bought them at a high price. All of Mount Heng Nation's soldiers were forging weapons, and there was no one to farm. They couldn't eat, and the state of Qi had once again cheated Mount Heng Nation. They said that they bought deer from Chu at a high price and sold large amounts of food to Chu at a low price. Chu reared deer and didn't grow food. When Chu ran out of food, Qi cheated Chu. Li Yi knew these stories. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother, that's just a story. It's fake. Where did Qi get so much money to support a country's main industry? Which country made money and kept it? Instead of spending it, they raised deer, forged weapons, and weaved silk cloth? I said that they bought wormwood at a high price, but the people of the capital government stopped farming and focused on wormwood. The currency of the spring and autumn period was a mess. It was made of bronze. Where did Qi get the money? Li Yi told Li Qingxi not to listen to stories. The stories were just a train of thought. The real situation didn't exist. Now, people still used eggs and bamboo baskets to exchange for things. Silk cloth was also used as money. Copper coins weren't enough. When people made money, they had to spend it. How could they keep it? How long would it take to grow mulberry trees and silkworms? How many silkworms were produced in a year? During this process, the state of Qi had been providing food, and then suddenly ran out of food. In other words, the state of Qi had so much money that it allowed the state of Lu to destroy their fields and plant mulberries on a large scale and to breed silkworms. At the same time, the state of Qi could also sell grain to the state of Lu at a low price, supporting the daily food and drink of the people of the state of Lu. Since your kingdom of Qi is so awesome, why don't you just go ahead and do it? Just think about it, if the kingdom of Qi were to do that, how many times more productive would it be compared to other countries? Behind productivity was production technology. When production technology was used, it would drive military technology. Can't I? Li Qingxi felt that he would be able to understand economic warfare after watching Tube. Economic warfare is driven by simple transactions, but it's not simple transactions. There had to be a process where both sides gained and lost from the trade. The overall profit was a lot and it was called a trade surplus. It meant that one was taking advantage of others. If the overall profit was low, it would be called a trade deficit and others would take advantage of it. In a trade deficit, a large amount of resources will be lost, and the strength of the country will weaken. This is usually accompanied by the depreciation of the external currency, but the internal currency will inflate. Li Yi explained the trade relationship between countries to his elder brother. The loss of resources is a trade deficit? Li Qingqi summarized. No, if it's just exporting goods and not enough to buy other people's goods, it will be a trade surplus on the account. If I tell them that there are good iron ore and coal mines in that place, they will mine them in large quantities. When they sell to the Tang dynasty, it will be a trade surplus. The food they buy from the Tang dynasty is enough to eat, and the people can still live a good life. When Li Yi was talking, he thought of a small island country. The people who sold bird poop were actually phosphate mines. There was a time when the people were very rich. The people on the island used to be skinny, but since they became rich, they all became fat. Later, when they were almost sold and had no money, they were not used to living a good life. I can't tell you, Brother E. You must not tell me. Do you know where else there are mines? It's best if it's somewhere near Chang and in the Tang dynasty. Tell me. Li Qingqi knew that coal was good, not to mention iron ore. How can he tell the enemy? So I have to go to Khitan and solve the problem in Bohai. Li Yi changed the topic. No. Li Qingqi continued to shake his head. Let's not talk about safety first. How long will it take to go there? The last time he went to Luoyang, Chang, and felt that there was no backbone. Fortunately, the situation this year was more serious because of the locust plague last year. As for the tax collection, Baigu was thinking about the money, but he could not come up with a perfect way to do it. If there was a loophole somewhere, the Ministry of Revenue would think of a way to make up for it. If they thought of a wrong way again, it would delay things. Brother Yi stayed in Zhuangzi. He could ask him anything. Then we can only let their people follow us. First, send some things to the border and smuggle some to exchange for money. Li Yi temporarily dismissed the idea of going out and prepared to carry out another plan. Anyway, any plan would work. The effect was different, so he could change it. Brother, tell the Khitan envoy that the 390 members of the Economic and Cultural Exchange team in Li family Zhuangzi, as well as their relatives, will be taken out from the people of the Tang dynasty who were captured by them. Now I want the team members to come back and perfect the follow-up plan. Li Yi told Li Qingqi another thing. Back then, they had agreed that the safety of the team members must be guaranteed. At the same time, they could withdraw at any time. Now, the team members of the Tang dynasty were the people of the Tang dynasty who were captured by them. There were 390 people. Their relatives were there to play, so they had to be brought back. There were 390 captives here. In exchange, the captives could also be transferred to the team members of the Khitan team and brought back with their relatives. Li Qingqi was confused. Team members can be like this? It was impossible for the other party to agree. The people who were captured were the private property of the people in each place. Brother E, I'm afraid this exchange of captives is not appropriate. Li Qingqi shook his head. Why is it not appropriate? Li Yi was puzzled. The number of captives is different. With their families there are more captives. Li Qingqi said with a look that said, you don't even know this. I've taught 390 people skills. What did the Khitans teach us, the Tang dynasty people? 390 people can grow bean sprouts. Did the Khitans teach the people of the Tang dynasty how to grow bean sprouts? Li Yi's sophistry made others feel that he was right. They won't agree. Li Qingqi judged others from his own perspective. If it were him, he would not do it. I don't expect them to agree. Let's contact them first. We'll discuss the number of captives later. There's also the follow-up plan. Li Yi also understood that others would be fools if they felt uncomfortable. You said that 390 people in exchange for 390 households, and they would exchange with you? He said, if we go and come back, it will be April or May. I've already arranged everything. If I go there myself, it'll be easy. No, let's do it according to the difficult plan. Li Qingqi firmly stopped him again. Chapter 602. The price is going to increase. The prices of kerosene lamps and thermos bottles will increase by 20% tomorrow. Hurry up and buy it. If you buy it today, you can resell it tomorrow for 110 yuan. It's still a huge profit. I'll buy one for my brother in Fuping County. He can't make it today. When Songda announced the price adjustment for tomorrow, many people who wanted to buy one set immediately requested to buy 3 sets. The news spread quickly. Those who did not plan to buy it did not hesitate to buy it when they heard that the price had increased by 20%. Some businessmen even bought 10 sets at once. One set represented 1 kerosene lamp and 1 thermos bottle. In the imperial city, a banquet was held in the palace at noon. Everyone ate and drank before leaving. Those who left today were on annual leave. Those who wanted to visit relatives went to visit relatives, and those who wanted to build connections. There were only 2 months left until the imperial examinations. This was the last chance. Those who did not have a place quickly went to attend. Those like Li Bai, whose household registration was not in the country, had to attend the imperial examinations. Those who wanted to get promoted through another channel would take advantage of the imperial examinations to select talents. Go and take a look at those who are willing to join the Li family Zhuangzi. They can write a children's song with snow as the theme. Li Yi decided to give those who did not have the right household registration and other aspects a chance. Write a children's song to test their talents. If they felt that they were good enough, they would be exempted from the imperial examinations. Take other people's paths. Those people were troublesome and might not be useful. Even if you found the connections of the Ministry of Revenue, are you sure that he would arrange an official position for you? He could only recommend people to the higher ranks. It was good that he was here. He could think of a way. Li Yi felt that he should be selected for the imperial examinations. There might be some talented people who could not take the imperial examinations directly. He had a deep impression of Zhang Yuan during the Song dynasty. His name was not originally Zhang Yuan. He later changed his name to get closer to Li Yuanhao. There was another person who said that his surname was Hu and changed his name to Wu Hao. Wasn't that Yuan Hao? Zhang Yuan took the imperial examinations, but he was removed from the imperial examinations. He was unhappy and did not have any thoughts of loyalty to the emperor. He went to join Li Yuanhao. After that, he contributed to the Battle of Hao Shui Chuan and defeated Han Qi. After the Battle of Song, he lost many soldiers and generals. Zhang Yuan used his own achievements to give Zhao Zhen and the other officials a tight slap in the face. Li Yi felt that there were such people in both the Song dynasty and the Tang dynasty, especially those from the Tang dynasty who went to Tubo to give advice to others. He wanted to choose the good ones. As for those who were not capable, they could go wherever they wanted. Of course, he didn't care about literary talent, unless the other party was willing to specialize in literary work. That was the arrangement. Songdo was selling kerosene lamps and thermos bottles while Deputy Manager Sun Xen was in charge of spreading the news. It was said that the Li family Zhuangzi on the east bank of Ba River was willing to recommend outstanding talents. Dong Zhu was the Guanglu Daifu and the accompanying army deputy captain. At the same time, he attached the questions given by Li Yi and asked them to answer according to the questions. Li Dongzhu from the Li family Zhuangzi wants to recommend someone. Will you go? On the road next to Heavenly World, several students had just received the news. No. He only has money, hot air balloons and gunpowder. He doesn't have any real power. For example, we can look for Prime Minister Liu. Prime Minister Liu has a lot of people in Chang'an. We can use their connections to see if Prime Minister Liu likes us. Yes, it's better to look for someone with real power. The group of students walked away while talking. Yao Chong and the others who were about to go in for dinner looked at Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan was looking at the students. He had seen their faces just now, but now he had to remember their figures. Hurry up and go upstairs. Li Yi has raised the price. Baigu urged. He was the one who invited them. They had dinner at Heavenly World and talked about the price increase of kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. When they arrived at the private room, Zhang Yuan looked outside and shook his head. Li Yi finally showed his kindness. I wonder how many people will be indebted to him. There should be someone who will guide the people who think highly of him to submit an invitation to Li family Zhuangzi. Wei Zhigu said. He was referring to those people who knew about Li Yi's situation. If someone sent an invitation to them, they would need to use their connections. Since Li Yi wanted them, they should give it a try. As long as Li Yi said yes, there would be no problems. They would be able to meet the emperor. They would not be afraid in front of the emperor. They would become officials. Regardless of which channel it went through, it would eventually reach His Majesty. The person who could influence the emperor the most was Li Yi. He sold a lot of kerosene lamps and thermos bottles today. How can we check the accounts? Baigu did not want to talk about other people's business. He knew that money was coming. He had heard that some people would buy 10 bottles at once. 1 bottle would cost 80 liang, and 10 bottles would cost 800 liang. Li family Zhuangzi should be able to sell a few thousand bottles today, right? If they were lucky, the Ministry of Revenue would have an extra 200,000 to 300,000 liang. The problem now was the exact number. What if Li Yi did not admit that he had sold so many bottles? What if she found that he had falsified the accounts? Wait. When it's time to go to work, Li Yi should hand in the accounts. Yao Chong was calm. He was just surprised by Li Yi's selling methods. When he said that the price would be increased tomorrow, the number of bottles sold today increased sharply. Those who were in a situation where they could buy or not bought. I'm afraid that those who did not buy today will scold Li Yi. Some of them are not in Chang'an and are in other counties. They will not be able to come here in time. When Baigu was thinking about earning tax money, he thought that Li Yi was too anxious. He thought that Li Yi sold so many bottles for him and gave the Ministry of Revenue a good start. However, his methods were not good enough and forced others to spend money on the day. The assassination of the Tubo people did not succeed. I think that Li Yi will not let that happen. He will definitely make up for it. Zhang Shua did not care if Li Yi was scolded or not. He was wondering if Li Yi still wanted more horses. The Tubo people might not give them to him. Lu Huaishan took a sip of warm water and said, "The Tubo people sent people to compete. The leader's leg was broken by his own people. Li Yi did not agree to it. There should be a result after the new year." There are many things surrounding Li Yi every day. The Khitan envoys exchanged documents. What will Li Yi do with this? Yao Chong pulled on the string of the bell, indicating that the waiter could serve the dishes. He was guessing what Li Yi would do next. He had never seen such an erratic way of doing things, especially when it came to external strategies. He was not used to it. Let's see how the Turks react. Will the Turks attack the Khitans? The Turks have an endless civil war. Zhang Shua thought that it was a ploy to sow discord. Otherwise, if economic and cultural exchanges could not be used, how could they really communicate? The road was so long. What could the other party sell and what did they need? The vegetables are here. There are a lot of vegetables in the greenhouses this year. The vegetables sold today will have to be taxed. Baigu had already sent people to check on the daily quantity of vegetables in the greenhouses. Today there were people guarding the two markets. At the same time he sent people to guard the greenhouses. In the future the greenhouses would have to record the daily shipments. When the market prices were out, they would collect 1/10 of the taxes based on the recorded quantities of each type of vegetable. Before the new year he hoped that people would buy less vegetables. After the new year he hoped that the vegetables in the greenhouses would grow better and better so that more people would buy them. The Tubo people who were mentioned went to attend the court meeting. They were all listless. They returned to the Honglu temple and sat there worrying. Things had happened. When the festive atmosphere of the new year gradually disappeared, they did not know what Li Yi would do. Chapter 603. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. On the second day of the first lunar month, many people were greeting each other at the head of the Ba River Bridge. The people who set up the stalls were gone. They probably spent the new year at home or went to sell elsewhere. There were many people at the head of the bridge. They came here to drink soup. Some people went to visit relatives from Chang, and in horse carriages or ox carts. Most of the carriages were rented by the Li family Zhuangzi. Most of the carriages had 2 wheels so that it was convenient to carry goods. Those with 4 wheels could only run on the official road of the capital office. It was strenuous to run on the small roads and it was easy to overturn. There were also people who went to Chang and from Lantian County or further east. They had fewer carriages. Some people walked through the night and only arrived at the head of the Ba River Bridge now. They all ran to the head of the bridge to drink the free soup, especially those who walked here by themselves. They were tired, cold and thirsty. Those who went out of Chang and took this road purely for luck. It was unknown who spread the rumor that one would have good luck if he drank the free soup of the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi disguised himself and also stayed at the head of the bridge. He was waiting for someone to write a children's song and send it to him. In the end, after waiting for 2 hours and copying a medical book of 3,000 words, he didn't see a single student who sent the children's song. I'm just a secondary class, second-rank official. Why am I so unwelcomed? I'm giving you a chance. Can't you seize it and cherish it? Li Yi stopped writing and rubbed his wrist. He was depressed. Li Dongzhu, why don't you continue to receive patients? Guizi, who was in charge of protecting Li Yi, suggested. No, I'm too busy. I was busy before. I almost delayed one of them. Li Yi shook his head. Previously he received 5 patients a day. When he went out, the imperial physicians of the Imperial Medical Department came and went to save them. They almost died. From then on he stopped. He couldn't let the patients die in Zhuangzi. Some of the families of the students in Zhuangzi were old and passed away, but they weren't too sad. They thought that the elders had a good life in their last days. It was their birthday. Normally, if someone in Zhuangzi fell sick, they wouldn't die. Moreover, with good hygiene, a good life and a good mood, it was not easy to fall sick. Li Dongzhu organized a skating competition. Guizi helped him think of something again. Big Brother has specially set up an ice rink somewhere else. He doesn't even come over. It's very difficult for outsiders to enter Zhuangzi now. Li was still depressed. He felt that Zhuangzi was a big cage. If the villagers had a bit of status, they would definitely have someone to protect them when they went out, let alone when they went out. If the people outside had any problems, they could settle it on the other side of the bridge. Ice skating required a venue. Zhuangzi was out of the question. There were too many people and it would take a lot of effort to check. Therefore they built an ice rink in another place and organized activities. If you want to travel to the Zhang family village, you can't wait to check your 8 generations of ancestors. In the end, even more rich people went there. Most of them brought their children over and left the children in the Zhang family's village to take care of them for a day. The parents were concerned about their children's safety. They left their children at Jianghu family village and went off to discuss matters on their own, or whether it was a man or woman. Steward Song, look, my house is far away and I can't not spend the new year at home. I rushed to the place to buy kerosene lamps. How did it become 120 kerosene lamps? Songdo was selling luxury goods. Some people were complaining and expressing their dissatisfaction. What they meant was that they came from far away, and it should still be 100 kerosene. Dongzhu said that 120 kerosene is not expensive. We still have to pay taxes and we can't earn much. Songdo explained to the other party. How can Li Dongzhu be like this? He has increased the price. I'm not buying any more. 120 kerosene. How many years is that enough to buy candles? Li Dongzhu has changed. Everyone wait for him to lower the price. He saw that there were many people buying, so he raised the price. He's a bully. Several people were talking and those who wanted to buy hesitated. Guizi looked and frowned. Li Dongzhu, someone is up to no good. It's okay. Li wrote some words on a piece of paper and handed it to Guizi, asking him to help him deliver it to Songda. Songda took the paper and looked at it. He spat twice and stuck the top part of the paper to the edge of the table. The weather was cold and it quickly froze. I'll buy it. 120 kerosene lamps and 240 kerosene bottles. 1 for each. I'll buy 2 of each. Here's the money. 20. 20 of the same. They're all ready. You want to buy copper coins and silk? I don't have that many coupons. In an instant, the voices of opposition disappeared and everyone began to buy. Because it was written on the paper. After the 15th of the first month, the price of kerosene lamps will be raised to 150 kerosene bottles and 300 kerosene bottles. With this sentence, everyone had the desire to buy. They felt that as long as they waited for another 10 days, they could sell the kerosene lamps for 140 kerosene bottles and make 20 kerosene bottles. Li Dongzhu, do you keep raising the price like this? Guizi said with a bitter face. While he admired Li Yi's methods, he was also worried. If it was too expensive, there would be fewer people who could afford it. Only a small portion of people would buy it. In February, my price will drop to 80 kerosene bottles and 160 kerosene bottles. Li smiled and shook his head. Then the people who bought before will hate you. Guizi felt that if he were in his shoes, he would have the heart to kill someone. No, the people who bought before will feel that their luck is good. When others want to buy from them, they won't sell. Li was still smiling and shaking his head. Why? Guizi felt that Li was sick because he couldn't find people who would come to pay him a visit. Because there are serial numbers at the bottom of the glass of the kettle and kerosene lamps. When Zhuangzi comes out with new things, only people with these serial numbers can buy them. Others have money and won't sell. No matter how much money they have, it has to be the people who buy it now who bring their things over and record the serial number. Li threw out another sales method just like when he bought a car. After owning the car for a few years, one would be qualified to buy a new car of the same brand. Not only would the old car not depreciate, but it would also appreciate. Guizi, he finally understood why Li Dongzhu always donated money. He donated tens of thousands of kerosene bottles, hundreds of thousands of kerosene bottles. It was really too easy for Li Dongzhu to make money. When he had no money, he just thought about it and casually threw out something and a lot of money came in. Li Dongzhu, you should be the Minister of Revenue. Guizi said from the bottom of his heart. I'm not going. I'm too tired and have too many things to worry about. I think old Bai is now thinking about how to get money from me. In the past he was a cheerful old man. Ever since he became the Minister of Revenue, he looked at everyone as if they owed him money. The Li family Zhuangzi cooperated with the people of the counties to build the greenhouses. The Minister of Revenue's people didn't even celebrate the new year and ran over to count the number of goods. Ah, Li said as he laughed. Ha ha ha. Guizi also laughed. Only by following Li can he hear someone ridiculing the Minister of Revenue. It's still impossible to collect taxes from all sides. The people groomed by the Ministry of Revenue have to go down to the localities and teach them how to operate. The local big families have connections with the local government, and the local government might not collect taxes. The follow-up restrictions have to be implemented. Some officials can't be promoted. The amount of taxes collected has nothing to do with them. They have to be given a chance to be promoted. Li Yi turned his head and talked about the problem of human nature. Policies are ultimately implemented by people. When interests are affected, it depends on who can gain more benefits. Otherwise, there are policies at the top and countermeasures at the bottom. Chapter 604. As soon as Li Yi said "old bye," a carriage came over, followed by 4 guards on horseback. The carriage stopped and 2 servants got out, followed by Bai Gu. Bai Gu was wearing casual clothes, holding a whole wheat bun in his hand. He went straight to the place that provided free soup and said loudly as he walked, "I'm poor, I don't have money to make soup. Drink a bowl for free, thank you, Li Dongzhu." Li Yi, Bai Gu didn't see him, so he said it on purpose and then let someone pass it to his ears. "Old Bai, I have free wheat rice mixed with bran, do you want to eat?" Li Yi couldn't help but ask. Bai Gu was shocked and turned to look at Li Yi. It took him a while to recognize him. He scooped the soup and brought it over. "Xiao Yi, how did you become like this?" Bai Gu looked at Li Yi. Li Yi's mouth was covered with a beard. "Being the real me for once." Li Yi reached out to adjust the beard. Bai Gu didn't understand the relationship between the beard and the real Li Yi. He lowered his head and looked at the soup. "Today's soup is good, there's pickled cabbage in it." He took a sip and found that the taste was really good. "I made too much pickled cabbage stewed with bones." Everyone found that if they ate it all, there would be leftovers, so they just ate a little and added water to the rest for others to drink. Li Yi explained why there was pickled cabbage in the soup, then sighed. "The villagers can't even compare to others when it comes to eating." Guizi agreed. "They eat too much meat. The people of the Tang dynasty should have time to raise more chickens." The Ministry of Revenue plans to add a new department dedicated to collecting taxes. It will be separated from rent collection and transfer, all the way to the county. Bai Gu didn't study the Li family Zhuangzi's life. Others couldn't learn how good it was. He said that he wanted to set up a tax department under the Ministry of Revenue. From the Ministry of Revenue to the various prefectures and counties, they came to ask Li Yi. If it didn't work, they would think of another way. The Ministry of Revenue is directly in charge. It has a lot of power and independence, but does it count if it's linked to the achievements of local officials? Without the benefits of the local government, it would be difficult to collect taxes. Now, not all of the taxes collected were handed over to the imperial court. A portion of the taxes would be collected by the local governments, the counties, and the prefectures. The more taxes they collected, the more money they could spend. At the same time, it proved that the officials were capable. The imperial court was directly under the jurisdiction of the national tax, not the local tax. How could the local tax be linked to the achievements of the officials? The Ministry of Revenue is training personnel to be proficient in the use of triple coupons, as well as the use of red and blue pencils and carbon paper. Bai Gu asked Li Yi about the arrangements for these people. "Send them to the state capital and transfer people from the state capital and the counties below to learn from the staff of the Ministry of Revenue. The people of the Ministry of Revenue will be responsible for auditing the accounts and teaching other people how to keep accounts." Li Yi gave the people currently studying in the Ministry of Revenue an independent position and did not participate in the specific process of collecting taxes. Bai Gu nodded slightly and looked at the people fighting to buy kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. "We still have to wait for a year. Why are they in a hurry to buy when the prices have increased?" "Because the prices will increase in a few days," Guizi answered from the side. His position was special. He was a 6th-rank official, but he did not need to give face to any officials other than the emperor. The other officials usually did not interact with the winged knights, much less with Guizi. "Keep increasing? In the end, there will be fewer people who can buy them." Bai Gu asked the same question as Guizi. Guizi answered, "Wait for a while." He told them about the right to buy Li Yi's new set of good products. When he looked at Bai Gu, he shook his head slightly. What he meant was, "You didn't expect this, did you?" Bai Gu, "Xiao Yi, why don't you be the Minister of Revenue?" Bai Gu said the same thing as Guizi. "Old Bai, you can still appoint the Minister of Revenue now? If you resign, it will be up to the Emperor to decide who will be the Minister of Revenue." Li Yi observed Bai Gu's expression. He was looking to see if Bai Gu was sick. According to the information, Bai Gu was going to fall sick and die this year. The specific time was not mentioned. In any case, it was this year. Bai Gu felt uncomfortable being stared at and changed the topic. The promotion of local officials cannot be calculated by taxes alone. Otherwise, I am afraid that taxes will be imposed. Speaking of this, he was familiar with this. In the past, he had always written to stop the officials who were directly appointed by the emperor to the secretariat. After that, they were removed and appointed again. It was not until Li Longji killed a bunch of people, including Princess Annal, that most of the officials who were previously appointed were dealt with again. There were also exiled officials who were promoted outside of the 9th rank. In the past, if one was good enough, he could directly promote them to the lower 9th rank. His suggestion was that exiled officials also had 9 ranks. Similarly, they would be tested 1 rank at a time. Otherwise, exiled officials would become a formality. Now, he was talking to Li Yi about the evaluation of local officials' achievements. Whoever collected more taxes would be promoted. Did the evaluation of other aspects still need to be done? Then, there would be cases where goods that could only be sold for 50 CUN would be said to be worth 100 CUN when taxes were levied. The merchants would be at a disadvantage. Li Yi gave Baigu a thumbs up. This depends on the population of a place and the amount of taxes paid. The more prosperous a place is, the more taxes it has to pay. If there are no special circumstances, if the taxes of a lower county and an upper county are more than one, there must be a problem somewhere. Either the lower county collects more taxes or the upper county collects less taxes. Li gave a way to measure. The lower county had fewer people and the upper county had more people. The business of a place with a small population would not be as good as a county with a large population. If the business was prosperous, the population would be higher. Every year, the amount of taxes paid by each county would be recorded. When the tax was promoted, according to the size of the county and the proportion of the population, there would be a general ratio. This is a good idea. Baigu thought it would work and he was relieved. As expected, he should have come and looked for Li Yi. If there was something he could ask in person. How troublesome would it be to write a letter? After finishing a bowl of soup, he asked Li Yi for a basket of vegetables. He left the steamed bun for Li Yi and left happily. Li Yi looked at the steamed bun. Can this still be eaten? You played with it like a toy? Yes. Guizi gave an affirmative answer. Not to mention whether Baigu's hands were dirty or not, even if it fell on the ground, it could still be eaten. Throw it into the soup pot. Boil it for a while and it will kill the bacteria. Li Yi said. As expected, he threw the steamed bun into the soup pot. Immediately, someone stood at the side and waited for the steamed bun to soften. This was a steamed bun. Don't move. It's mine. I saw it first. My house is far away. I can walk to Chang'an. I'm hungry. The person guarding the soup pot stopped the others from taking the spoon. No one will snatch your steamed bun. I will scoop the soup. You watch. When will the Li family Zhuangzi's food be controlled by others? The person holding the spoon pulled the person away. Sure enough, he only scooped the soup and did not even take the pickled cabbage. Baigu entered the city. He thought for a while and went to look for Yao Chong. He wanted to ask Yao Chong how to control the price of an item if the price kept increasing. Yao Chong was receiving people. There was a long queue at the door. Many people were not here to meet Yao Chong. They were here to meet Yao Chong's family. They were not qualified to meet Yao Chong. But if they met his family and even the housekeeper, they would be able to establish a relationship with him. Baigu alighted from the car and went straight in. He muttered, "There is also a queue at my house. These people are always thinking about other things in order to secure their positions. They should learn from Li Yi. As long as they are capable, they don't need to worry about their positions." That's right. Li Yi cannot be a powerful official. Chapter 605. Baigu left Yao Chong's residence and went home to deal with the people lining up at his house. Yao Chong didn't see any guest, so he started to think in his study. Baigu told him about the follow-up to the price increase of kerosene lamps and thermos bottles, but this wasn't the main point. The balance between tax collection and political achievements of officials involved the entire imperial court. The Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue had to work together to avoid the situation of local officials forcing merchants. At the Ba River Bridge next to Li family Zhuangzi, there was a long line of people buying kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. Most of them were merchants who wanted to buy them and ship them elsewhere to sell. Generally, merchants who were in a hurry to do this had shops elsewhere. If the goods were broken, they would bring the broken pieces to the shops. When they came to Chang and to sell or buy goods, they would bring them to the Li family Zhuangzi to exchange for new ones. Of course, they didn't need to pay the shipping fee to preserve the reputation of the shops. The people who bought kerosene lamps and thermos bottles carefully wrapped them in fine cloth and fur to avoid breaking them. The two things that Zhuangzi brought were covered in hay, which didn't look meticulous at all. At noon, Li Yi was eating with the people of the Yu Chenyo Guard at the bridgehead. The people of the Chenyo Guard carried plates and served dishes. They ate quickly outside and were afraid that the food would get cold. During the new year, among the dishes provided by the manor to the 16 guards who had been rotated here, there were more green vegetables. Usually, there was more meat to ensure that the 16 guards were willing to come on duty. When the 16 guards were on duty in their own places, they didn't eat good food. The salary they received was wheat, millet, yellow rice and sorghum rice. If they wanted to buy something else they could buy it with rice. They didn't have to use copper coins or silk. When the Chenyo Guard was on duty they ate in the palace, but it didn't mean that they ate well. Recently, Li Longji had become rich, so he took out some money to let Empress Wang subsidize the harem. The money was mainly the profits from Li Qingqi and Li Yi's partnership. Li Yi didn't want it and threw it all in to continue investing. Li Qingqi had to give some money to his brothers and Li Longji got the most. The 6 Li village grew cotton and greenhouses. Apart from using a portion they sold the rest. The quality of the food in the palace was slightly improved, but it still couldn't compare to the Li family's zhuangzi. The 16 guards were now rotating every 10 days. If the left and right 1,000 bull guards didn't want to change, the other guards wouldn't. Zuiyu Qinyo Wei took a look and realized that it only happened once every 160 days. Thus they took action. Wei's team had a special duty at the bridgehead of Ba Bridge. The other guards were not allowed to have it, but the 1,000 bull guards could arrange for their brothers to eat as much good food as possible. Happy New Year, Li Dongzhu. Yu Jiang came over and greeted Li Yi with a smile. Li Yi returned the greeting, Brother Yu, Happy New Year. Then he added, Brother Yu, why don't we eat together? That's fine too. In that case, many thanks to Li Dongzhu. Yu Jiang didn't refuse. He went to get a tray and casually scooped out a few dishes before bringing them over. It seems that this year's New Year is not bad. Yu Jiang sat down and began to find a topic to talk about. In other words, in the east of Taihang Mountains the locusts will come out again. Last year, some places were late, and the locusts' eggs had already entered the soil. Deep plowing and soaking in water are good for dealing with the eggs, but ordinary people can't do anything about it. They can only wait for the locusts to come out. It's best to deal with them when they're young, but once they mature and form a large group, they can only be killed with smoke and fire. They can't be eaten. When Li Yi talked about locusts, some of the locusts were still young when he brought the chickens and ducks there. At the same time they didn't cover the sky and earth. The timing he chose was right at the crucial point. If the locusts came out again this year, the chicken, duck and pig farmers would be happy. Yu Jiang listened carefully and remembered that this was knowledge. It would be easier for him to deal with the locusts in the future. He didn't know that it was impossible for locusts to appear in the northeast now. There were many trees, birds and animals. The locusts could find food on their own. If there was enough food they could be eaten by the birds. Li Dongzhu, I have a method to cure the chitons. It's about locusts. Yu Jiang followed Li Yi's words. What's the method? Li Yi was curious. Catch a large number of locusts and send them outside the area occupied by the chitons. After they are released, the locusts will form groups and eat the chitons' food. Yu Jiang gestured as he spoke. It seemed that he didn't have a good impression of the chitons. No, if the chitons don't have food they will die. I'm currently in contact with the chitons and want to have friendly relations. The chitons have a hard life. If it wasn't for the Turks invading too much, the chitons would be better off with the Tang dynasty. I can understand their situation and am willing to help them. This way there won't be any war and everyone can live a good life. Li Yi waved his hand and had a compassionate look on his face. Yu Jiang was stunned. He didn't know if Li Yi was speaking the truth or not. Li Dongzhu, you captured 390 of them. How are you going to deal with them? Send them back? They are soldiers. Yu Jiang asked casually. It's a misunderstanding. I'm not capturing them, I'm teaching them. I'm teaching them all kinds of things in life, especially farming. They can leave at any time. When the weather gets warmer, bring a batch of goods and they will follow back. Then we'll trade them with the chitons and send them back. At the same time, we'll take back the captured people of the Tang dynasty. Don't go to war. War will kill people. After Li Yi finished speaking, he lowered his head and ate furiously. If he didn't eat, the food would turn cold. Yu Jiang had a lot of questions, but when he saw Li Yi's current state, he didn't say anything and continued eating. By the time Li Yi finished eating, Yu Jiang had just finished eating. After the new year, Brother Yu, don't forget to help manage the market at Quoto. If you're familiar with it, I'll find a way to arrange an official position for Brother Yu. Li Yi put down his chopsticks and went to get a bowl of soup. He told Yu Jiang about the future arrangements. Yu Jiang quickly agreed. Okay, I've seen it before. Not bad, I can manage it well after the new year. After dealing with this matter, he changed the topic. Li Dongzhu said that he wants to trade with the Chitons. The weather is warm now. What do the Chitons have to trade? There's a lot of platycodon. There's also prickly old buds. The prickly old buds are the best. They're tastier than Chinese tune sprouts. Li emphasized the prickly old buds. This was a specialty of the Northeast. It was very rare in other places. What does it look like? After Li Dongzhu mentioned it, I'm hungry again, Yu Jiang said with a smile. Let me draw a picture for you. You'll know when you see it. As Li Yi spoke, he opened the box beside him and took out a pen and paper. He used a pencil and sketched. Not long after, the picture of the prickly old buds was drawn. After thinking about it, he took out a red and blue pencil and colored the picture. Brother Yu, look, this is it. It's delicious. If you bring it to Chang, and I'm willing to buy it for 100 renminbi per caddy. Li Yi showed the picture to Yu Jiang. As he spoke, he started to draw again. Other than these, there's also a carrot. It's also not bad. It looks like ginseng and platycodon, but it's neither. Let me draw it for you. Not long after, he drew another picture of a carrot. This one had nothing to do with carrots. It was just like how the chili plants in the Northeast had nothing to do with chili plants. They were called clematis in the Northeast. Some of them were as spicy as chili plants. Yu Jiang took the picture and looked at it again. Li Yi drew another picture of a clematis in the Northeast. Brother Yu, you might not know this, but this is my favorite. It's spicy and makes my whole body feel comfortable. It's a pity that you can't find it anywhere else. The third picture was good. Li Yi said to Yu Jiang regretfully. These are all valuable? Yu Jiang was thinking of selling them for money. He had seen all the things drawn on the picture before. He didn't expect that someone would be willing to spend money to buy them. Others don't know. If I buy them, I can sell them for a higher price. Unfortunately, that place is occupied by the Chitons. The Chitons themselves don't know, and I can't go there. Li Yi revealed a distressed expression. He no longer had the excitement he had when he was drawing the picture. Chapter 606. Li Yi was only feeling regretful, but Yu Jiang felt his heart ache. Money, so much money. It was just sitting there and no one wanted it. Bohai Si doesn't understand either. They occupy the largest area. Li Dongzhu, do we dry these things in the Chitons? Yu Jiang wanted to send a message back. Dried bellflower and carrots will do. Old sprouts and this mountain pepper seedling won't do. It's also called clematis. Li Yi shook his head and pointed at the two pictures. We can't transport the green ones. Yu Jiang frowned. There's a way. Canned food in porcelain bottles. We don't need porcelain bottles. Porcelain bottles are expensive. First, blanch them with boiling water. After blanching them, soak them in cold water and marinate them with salt. Although it's not as good as fresh ones, the taste can still be preserved after soaking them in water. Li Yi casually gave a storage method. It sounded simple. However, the key was that they needed clay pots. The Chitons didn't lack salt. They had salt lakes, but they lacked iron, ceramics, and tea leaves. Is there any other way? Yu Jiang was disappointed when he heard about clay pots. Of course there is. The salted vegetables in my zhuangzi can be woven into rattan baskets and lined with oil paper. They won't leak. Li Yi gave another method. Oil paper. Yu Jiang realized that they needed something. The Chitons didn't even have oil paper. Actually, I know that the Chitons don't have good conditions. That's why I'm thinking of bringing what they have to me. We'll send what they don't have to them. This is called mutual exchange. If we have something that the Chitons don't have, we'll give the Chitons something that isn't valuable. No one will lose out and everyone will develop harmoniously. Don't you think this makes sense? As Li Yi spoke, he drew a picture of a zhuangzi container containing shrimp oil side dishes. After thinking for a while, he wrote down the sentence, famous 900 miles beyond the Great Wall, the taste suppresses the 13th floor of Jiangnan, and labeled the container as assorted side dishes. Yu Jiang sat there and took a deep breath. He then got up to serve the soup. After returning, he smiled and said, if Li Dongzhu can really get in touch with the Chitons when the things are shipped back, I'll also try them. Let's hope so. I'm just afraid that the Chitons won't be able to figure it out. With the two regions sealed off, it's not easy to even drink tea. The Bohai Si does occasionally transport some tea back. After Li Yi finished speaking, he drank the soup, cupped his fists and turned back to Zhuangzi. Qing Song came over, put the things into the box and dragged it away. Yu Jiang sat there and looked at the 4 pictures, especially the picture of a small vegetable jar. I can use this to pack the goods and sell them at a high price in the Tang dynasty. No, I have to send a message back. I have to agree to some economic and cultural exchange. He mumbled and kept the 4 pieces of paper. He crossed the bridge and returned to his home. Wuxia found a place to write a letter and sent it to the palace. He knew that Jianghu was an elite spy of the Khitans. However, when he met Li Yi, his identity was exposed at their first meeting. Li Yi actually knew where coal essence and amber were produced. The southwest didn't have them at all. In the palace, Li Longji accompanied Li Dan to eat spicy hot pot. Li Yi gave extra light to the small peppers in the greenhouse. When the peppers ripened, he would harvest them. He kept the peppers and made them into chili paste and chili powder. He didn't sell them and only gave some to Li Longji and the others. Knowing that Li Yi didn't need to use his life to exchange for food, Li Longji ate happily. During the new year, all the sacrificial ceremonies had been held and there was no court assembly. The family ate and drank. The other concubines, Jiahui and talented people didn't come. Empress Wang was there. She carried her son and ate by herself. The little boy saw that others were eating happily and reached out his little hand. Ah! Empress Wang picked up a carrot stick and dipped it in the clear soup. She pretended that it was ready to eat and fed it to her son. The little boy grabbed the carrot stick and slowly bit it. He felt that it was ready. "If I let you eat this spicy food, you'll cry endlessly," Empress Wang said with a smile. She gave the baby some spicy sauce a few days ago and he cried. "San Lang, I heard that the prices of kerosene lamps and thermos bottles have increased again. Li Yi is helping the Ministry of Revenue make money." Li Dan had been a little uncomfortable recently. The weather was cold, mainly because of the low atmospheric pressure. He wanted to go to the drunken immortal residence to soak in the hot spring, but he wanted to bring Li Yi with him. Li Longji put 5 bunches of mushrooms in it. He wants to establish the Li family Zhuangzi brand in Baishui. If things are cheap, how can it reflect the good of Zhuangzi's products? For this year's imperial examination, we should ask Xiao Yi more about the current affairs. Noble consort Lu helped to speak up. Usually she didn't have the power to interfere. Today she specifically spoke up for Li Yi. Yes, we should ask. Li Longji understood that there were 220 students in Zhuangzi who had to pass the imperial examination. There wouldn't be a problem if the current affairs were revealed. If the questions were written from memory, it wouldn't be a pity to eliminate them if they didn't pass. A young eunuch slipped in and found Gao Lisher. He handed over a letter and quietly slipped away. Gao Lisher glanced at the letter and handed it to Li Longji. Li Longji glanced at it and read it carefully. After reading it, he handed it to Li Dan. Brother Yi has made a move. The Khitan spies he kept finally came in handy. Li Dan read it and handed it to noble consort Lu. At the same time he said, Zhuangzi wants to sell oil paper. He can make a lot of money. Noble consort Lu read it and handed it to Empress Wang. She said, it's hard for that child. What kind of people does he have to deal with all day? I heard that Yao Chong and Bai Gu are very rude to him. Li Longji smiled and nodded. He knew what was going on with Yao Chong and Bai Gu. Yao Chong was naturally unhappy that his power was taken away. Bai Gu wanted to make more money for the Tang dynasty by being the Minister of Revenue. In the past, the Minister of Revenue could only rob the east wall to pay the west wall. Now that there was a way to make extra money, he had to keep an eye on it. If he didn't become the Minister of Revenue, he would treat Li Yi differently. Uncle wants to give the Khitans some benefits first. As long as the Khitans can benefit from the business, they will inevitably change their strategy towards the Tang dynasty. When they have money, they can't buy iron and food. Instead, they will buy luxury goods for the tribal leaders. The money will come back again. It looks like both sides are benefiting, but in fact, the production of luxury goods will take less time, and the digging and processing of wild vegetables will take more time. Empress Wang analyzed from another perspective. Once the situation was opened, the relationship between the Tang dynasty, the Khitans, and the Turks would change. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't lose out. The luxury goods he sold were not available to others, so the price was high, but he didn't have the money to make the materials. The luxury goods that the Li family Zhuangzi made in 2 hours were sold to the Khitans. It would take 100 Khitans a day to make them. If they exchanged like this for a long time, it would affect the Khitans' work in other areas. It might seem like a small amount, but they might not be able to exchange for anything in the future. For example, let the Khitans pick pine nuts, hazelnuts, or wild walnuts. Oh, and let them grow soybeans. Li Longji nodded. When they are short of food, Brother Yi will exchange for them. Why would you give them food if they are short of food? Noble consort Lu couldn't understand. She thought that if the Khitans were short of food, they could starve to death. That way the Khitans will be completely relieved and know what they are short of. The Li family Zhuangzi will give them everything. Once they get used to it, they will be controlled. Empress Wang had a strategic mindset. The first time the Khitans were short of food, they didn't exchange for food and some people starved to death. The Khitans understood that they wouldn't be able to use the same trick against them in the future. Chapter 607. In Baifu Palace, Empress Wang thought that the enemy was short of food. This was the best strategy. In the Li family, Zhuangzi, Guizi asked Li Yi the same question. Li Dongzhu, if the Khitans lack food after the exchange, are you willing to sell food to them? Guizi thought about the Khitans' living habits and winter environment. Every winter, some of the Turks, Khitans, Tubo, and Bohaisi would freeze and starve to death. The Khitans don't lack food. I will give them in advance so that they won't notice the lack of food. Once they are short of food, they will definitely be vigilant. Counting on the enemy to be a fool only shows that you are a fool. Li Yi's way of doing things was different. He gave directly and sent the key items over on a daily basis. You will also give them to Kohanzu? The Kohanzu that Guizi mentioned was Bohaisi, the regime established by Dezhuorong. The main ethnic group in the regime was the Sumoy Mo. The current state was called the Zhen state. They were accumulating strength and making friends with the Tang dynasty on the surface. Give them. They all need trade. Without trade, I can't get in touch with them. Our Tang dynasty can't transfer troops to attack them now. The northeast has many mountains and dense forests. 100,000 soldiers will have to be withdrawn in winter. Otherwise, the logistical pressure will be too great. They can still continue to run north. How long do we have to chase them? Li Yi's request was very simple. The first step was to get in touch with them. While Dezhuorong was still alive, he had to speed up the layout. They didn't have a good navy at the moment. In history, when Dezhuorong died and his son ascended the throne, his strength would be strong. He had a navy that attacked the Tang dynasty on land and water. At the same time, he also contacted the Japanese Empire to deal with the Tang dynasty. Of course, in the end, they were destroyed by the Khitans. The weak Khitans became strong. After the Tang dynasty ended and entered the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, the Song dynasty came out and the Liao dynasty was established. Guizi didn't know about history. He only felt that he was unfamiliar with this kind of war. Yes, he felt that Li Yi was waging a war, a different kind of war. He thought for a moment and said, how long will it take to end? End? Do you mean to kill them all or occupy them? Kill them all and wait for the Tang dynasty's navy to have more money and ships. Let's wait for 5 years. If we occupy and integrate them, we need to colonize and move the people from other parts of the Tang dynasty there. Li Yi didn't know how long it would take. Things had just started and he wasn't a god. If the commoners go over, won't they rob them? Guizi felt that the other races were all barbaric. If I'm stronger than him, he won't snatch it from me. Wait for me to finish making the gun. The iron we have now is not bad. I'll make a good furnace and blow air into it to make steel. Li Yi also had plans for war weapons. If the steel of the flintlock gun was not good, the barrel would explode. If he didn't want it to explode, he could only increase its thickness. It was dead heavy and he still had to carry gunpowder and bullets. Other than the advantage of shorter training time compared to archery, there were no other advantages. Li Dongzhu, is the gun you're talking about the same as the one you're using? Guizi knew how powerful a sniper rifle was. In theory, yes, but it's not that powerful. Wait a little longer. I need to improve the smelting and processing techniques. Li Yi knew that Guizi wanted to have a good gun, but unfortunately he couldn't do it. In short, I just want to protect you. I don't know anything else. Guizi temporarily gave up the idea of learning all of Li Yi's skills. He was very willing to learn. Now he could calculate and draw and he could do them well. However, he realized that Li Yi knew a lot of things. Before he could understand one, a new one appeared. Before he could learn the technique, strategic arrangements suddenly appeared. If he didn't stay by Li Yi's side, he wouldn't know how ignorant he was. Jianghu finally sent someone to deliver the letter in the middle of winter, and the New Year holiday was over. The next time it was lively would be on the 15th day of the first lunar month, and there would be lanterns then. Baigu went to work. He actually went to work every day, took a look and then went home. Today was the 8th day of the first lunar month, and it was a 7-day holiday. Many people still hadn't recovered from the holiday atmosphere, and they were lazy when they went to work. Did Li family Zhuangzi give the money? Is there a ledger? Baigu had just entered the office when he found someone to ask about Li family Zhuangzi's taxes. It was delivered yesterday evening. According to the ledger, a total of 695,000 taels of goods were sold in the past 7 days. As for the tax, it's now 556,000 taels. Li family Zhuangzi gave us exchange coupons with a value of 10 taels each. There's a total of 55,600 coupons, and they're all locked in boxes. It's very heavy. The assistant minister on duty last night reported the situation to Baigu. Li family Zhuangzi's coupons were very heavy. There were 55,600 coupons, which was more than 100 kilograms. Good. What about the tax for the greenhouse? Baigu smiled when he heard that Li family Zhuangzi had sent the money over. All of a sudden, there was an extra 556,000 taels. The Ministry of Revenue had a good time this year. Li family Zhuangzi would continue to sell in the future. As for the ledger, there was no need to look at it. With more than 500,000 taels, how could Li Yi falsify the ledger even if he wanted to? Xiaoyi is still the best. If there's anything in the future, I will definitely help him. Even if I have to ask Her Majesty? Baigu muttered that he wanted to help Li Yi settle some things. As he spoke, he mentioned Her Majesty. He wanted to say that even if Her Majesty wanted to deal with Li Yi, he would also help. Suddenly, he realized that Li Yi didn't need to ask him for help. How could Her Majesty deal with Li Yi? He felt uncomfortable. The assistant minister pretended that he didn't hear the latter part of the sentence and directly answered the first part. The greenhouse that Li family Zhuangzi cooperated with 20 counties and the greenhouse that others built privately. From the first day of the first month to last night, the total amount of vegetables sold was 233,100 taels. The tax amount is 233,100 taels. Currently, it hasn't been collected yet. The ledger needs to be checked. However, the greenhouse owners have already agreed to pay the tax. They'll get a 10% discount. More than 260,000 taels in 7 days? Is it from the capital government? It's not Chang'an City, but it's not a lot. Baigu saw that he had collected more than 200,000 taels. Compared to the Li family Zhuangzi, he felt that it was not enough. Minister Bai, not everyone can afford to eat vegetables in winter. The assistant minister reminded him. That's still not enough. I remember that the prices of vegetables these days are very expensive. Baigu had sent someone to ask about the prices of vegetables. Did you forget what was written in the newspaper? To preserve vegetables such as cucumbers, cowpeas, eggplants, etc., wrap them in newspaper. The assistant minister reminded Baigu again. Baigu remembered that the Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper did mention how to preserve vegetables in winter. Wrap the vegetables in newspaper and put them in a place that was not frozen but was very cold. This way some vegetables could be stored for half a month. Therefore, the poor people prepared to have a meal during the new year. This was how they did it. They even taught people to buy cowpeas and other vegetables in advance and then blanch them or fry them. They would wrap them in oil paper and put them outside to freeze. When it was time to eat, the melted vegetables would taste slightly different from fresh ones. Of course, the people believed what was written in the newspaper. This was how they did it. When it was a few days before the new year, they would not buy the vegetables anymore. They would just eat the vegetables from the previous year. So, forget it. We can't expect to earn money from the people. Why does Xiaoyi have so many ideas? Baigu mumbled again. He realized that he could not complain about Li Yi's methods. Was it easy for the people to eat vegetables in winter? Chapter 608. Minister Bai, the tax collected by the Ministry of Revenue in 7 days is 182 million yuan, the assistant minister kindly reminded him again. This was more than 800,000 yuan. Last year's rent and transfer were converted into money, so it was 2 million yuan. The greenhouse vegetables could still be sold for many days. Even if the price dropped later, it would not be a problem to collect hundreds of thousands of yuan in tax. The Li family Zhuangzi's kerosene lamps and thermos bottles were still sold, and there was still money. We should collect business tax. Yes, Xiaoyi is good. She took the initiative to pay business tax and even suggested the idea of collecting tax. Even if the tax is 1 in 30, how many taxable transactions are there in the Tang dynasty every day? Other places. As Baigu spoke, he became unhappy when he talked about other things. This was Chang'an City. There were many rich people in Yangzhou, Hangzhou, Suzhou, Yizhou, Luoyang, and other places. Other places did not have so much money, and it was impossible for people to spend more than 100 yuan on vegetables in 7 days. In fact, the people in Chang'an City spent more, but they bought it before the new year and wrapped it in newspapers or oil paper to store it. Minister Bai, we should quickly promote the collection of tax in the entire Tang dynasty. The assistant minister was even happier. No, we must promote it steadily. Don't be impatient. We can't bring harm to the merchants. As long as the merchants pay taxes normally, the Tang dynasty will have a lot of money. Baigu suddenly calmed down. He was scared. Money needed to go through the hands of local officials. The imperial court said to collect taxes, but the local officials had a name. What would they do? Yao Chong waved his hand and asked the assistant minister to leave. He sat down and began to write a memorial. He wanted His Majesty to strictly control the local officials and come up with a new plan. 10% tax, 20% tax, 30% tax. As long as the merchants paid the normal taxes, the great Tang would have enough money. If the merchants were harmed because of this, would there be any eggs left after the hen was killed? Li family Zhuangzi. Brother Yi, I brought you 200 kilograms of pepper. You can eat it without worry. It's too expensive. You even feed the horse. When Li Qingqi got the pepper, the first person he thought of was Li Yi, so he sent it to him. Jiangnan East Road? Li asked. It's from the southwest. We can plant it there but not anywhere else. Li Qingqi pointed in the southwest direction. Big brother, there's a problem. This pepper is most suitable for growing in Guizhou and Rongzhou under Jiangnan East Circuit, Lingnan Circuit and Shenzhong Circuit. Especially the Thunder Prefecture. Pepper grows like crazy there. Millions of pounds of pepper can be harvested in just 1 year. Li Yi named the most suitable place to plant pepper. Now, it was actually being planted in the southwest where there was a conflict with the southwest barbarians. Of course it was expensive. As for Leizhou, which was also Hainan at that time, he produced more than 40 million kilograms of dried pepper a year. That lousy Thunder Prefecture. Li Qingqi's eyes widened. In the Thunder Prefecture, if an official was exiled there, he would be killed. It wasn't as good as places like Yuezhou, where people had a way to survive. How many millions of caddies of pepper could be produced in a year? Li Qingqi was sweating. He was completely frightened. Pepper was very expensive. Only the Li family Zhuangzi cared about the horses and would occasionally give them a handful. If there were millions of caddies of pepper then it wouldn't be expensive. It wouldn't make more money unless there were restrictions on the sale. Big brother, send people to plant pepper. Otherwise, why should others sell it to us and make a lot of money? Li Yi thought of the surplus of pepper in other places, which was disadvantageous to the Tang dynasty. Yes, send people. Who should we send? You have to make it clear that it's not an exile. You have to give them medicine and floral water. There are a lot of mosquitoes there. Li Qingqi began to filter the list in his mind. He wanted the people he trusted the most and told them that he was going to plant pepper. Li Yi thought for a while and said, why don't I go there? In less than a year, I can take care of the local villagers and ask them to help plant pepper. That won't do. Brother Yi, you must stay in the manor. I have someone in mind. Li Qingqi refused without hesitation. He knew that no matter where he sent Brother Yi, the local area would be under Brother Yi's control. But he couldn't send Brother Yi to Chang'an. Brother Yi was the most useful person. Moreover, Brother Yi's medical skills were the most important. If anyone fell sick and couldn't be cured, they could directly ask Brother Yi for help. It's a matter of saving lives. If Brother Yi goes out and everyone falls sick, what will happen if they die? In that case, big brother, you can arrange it. There are 2 ways to plant pepper. One is to grow seedlings and the other is cuttings. Cuttings grow faster than seedlings. Seedlings grow faster by using seeds. If you want cuttings, you need to find pepper trees and take branches from them. I will write down the 2 methods for you, including what kind of land to plant, how to fertilize it, and how to take care of it during the growing period. In other places, it can be harvested in 4 years. In Leizhou, it can be harvested in 3 years. Li Yi said and took a pen. He wanted to write down and draw some pictures so that people could see the pictures more clearly. 3 years is enough. It's not much. Pearl culture still needs many years. Li Qingqi actually hoped that he could plant pepper this year. Fortunately, he didn't lose his mind and knew that it was impossible. He looked at Li Yi writing and drawing and sat quietly beside him drinking tea. He didn't think that Brother Yi didn't know how to plant pepper and was just blindly writing and drawing. He was thinking about how to arrange people. In 3 years, he wanted the most loyal people to go there. After 3 years, when the harvest began, should this person be transferred back or continue to stay there? If he was transferred back, he would be treated very well. Otherwise, he would be thrown away. Just like pearl culture used shellfish. After putting in the shellfish, the pearls would be produced. The stewards had agreed that after the pearls were produced, they could come back immediately if they wanted to. If they didn't, they could stay for a while. It turned out that there were so many places suitable for planting pepper, especially in Leizhou. The local mountain people were troublesome. Why wasn't there another person like Brother Yi? Li Qingqi was worried. If he sent someone else, it would be too slow and not good enough. Big brother, you have to trust some people. If you tell them the specific problems in advance, they will have countermeasures. There are many smart and capable people. Li Yi seemed to have seen through his brother's dilemma. He was efficient in the past because he was rich. If he spent money, the mountain people would feel his friendship. Others might spend less money and achieve better results. Looking at the officials fighting for power in the imperial court now, none of them were given for free. Because those who couldn't do it had been eliminated long ago. They were not even qualified to enter the imperial court. Some people helped Li Longji to seize the throne. They were given an official position, but they were thrown away in the end. Some people felt lost. When the power they obtained was gone, they couldn't recover. Some people were capable enough. They still worked in the local area and then returned to the imperial court. This was the emperor's plan, to wash away the sand with great waves. Brother E, write another method about local governance. I will let someone learn it. Li Qingqi didn't know that Li Yi's thoughts were wandering. He wanted someone to do it. I will write a few methods for people to refer to. They don't need to follow the instructions completely. They can be used flexibly. Li Yi agreed. After all, the profits from pepper were obvious. Even if the annual production was 2.5 million caddies, it was still a good price in the Tang dynasty. If it was half the price, more people would buy and eat it. If it was 1/10 of the current price, people who were willing to buy it would pay at least 20 times. A pair of shoes that cost 1,000 yuan might only be bought by 10,000 people. A pair of shoes that cost 100 yuan would definitely not be bought by 100,000 people. It might be bought by 1 million people. Chapter 609. I'm not sick. Get out. Who would come here to treat people during the new year? I'm not sick. Ha ha ha. In the Ministry of Revenue, the imperial physicians who rushed over from the imperial medical department were chased out by Baigu. Minister Bai, since you're not sick, why don't you allow us to examine you? The imperial physicians still wanted to examine you. They heard that Minister Bai was laughing for no reason. They were afraid that he had lost his mind. They only arrived when His Majesty sent someone to the imperial medical department. Sure enough, Minister Bai was behaving inappropriately and could not stop laughing. Come in. I heard that the imperial medical department does not have enough money. See if this money is enough. Baigu led the imperial physicians into the room. The big box brought by the Li family Zhuangzi was placed here. He opened one of the boxes and revealed the money inside. I'll give you 100,000 taels? Ah? Give us money. 100,000 taels. The imperial physicians stared at the money in a daze. Are you happy? Baigu asked. The leading imperial physician nodded. Yes. Do you want to laugh? Baigu asked again. Yes, haha. The imperial physicians laughed and the others laughed as well. 100,000 taels. See, you all know how to laugh when you see money. I will naturally laugh when I see money. However, I can't give you the money. Go back. Baigu closed the box again. The imperial physicians were dumbfounded. How could this be? Baigu asked them to leave. The imperial physicians left in a daze. They knew what illness Baigu and Minister Bai was suffering from. It was similar to their own illness. However, Minister Bai's illness was happiness, while theirs was sadness. 7 days after the new year, the Ministry of Revenue received nearly 820,000 taels. The tax is really useful. The Ministry of Revenue received a lot of money. The news that Baigu was not sick had spread throughout the imperial city. In the political affairs hall, Yao Chong suppressed his excitement and finished his work. He looked for Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua to have tea in the hall. He was lamenting the wealth from the tax. More than 800,000 taels could be used to do many things. Lu Huaishan was calmer. Currently, the Li family Zhuangzi is exporting a lot of goods. In the future, the taxes they pay will definitely decrease. Zhang Shua held a different view. Chang An's other aspects of business and taxation are no worse than the Li family Zhuangzi. The 22 counties of the capital government must not be obstructed in collecting the business tax this year. Yao Chong was ready to charge. This was real money. The Li family Zhuangzi couldn't expect more in the future. There were still 2 months to harvest in the greenhouse, and some vegetables could be sold until 3 months later. The business tax for shops and large transactions was the foundation of tax collection. It was like a continuous stream of water. When collecting taxes, they faced pressure from many people who had connections in the imperial court. They were officials whose families had business dealings, and officials who were recommended by large clans. They were prepared to kill. At the very least, they had to banish those who jumped out, such as Lizhou. We can't banish any more officials to Lizhou. We need to send trusted people there. Li Qingqi was talking to Li Longji. He had received Li Yi's notes on pepper planting and how to deal with the local aborigines. Lizhou, which could grow large amounts of pepper, was no longer a good place to be banished. If he threw bad officials there, they would take advantage of him or cause trouble. Li Longji flipped through the notes on governance. There was nothing interesting about pepper planting. Li Longji knew that Lizhou was in chaos. There was a period of time when Chen Wenyu, a local official, was appointed as the provincial governor. Chen Wenyu was originally from Lizhou, which was called He Province. In the 5th year of Jingguan's reign, he was sent to be the provincial governor for 8 years. Because he was a local, the local people accepted him more than foreign officials. He promoted the integration of the local people with the Han people. In fact, he introduced a series of city-building models. The local powers were persuaded by him and built the city. As a result, many people moved to live in the city. He stayed there and wasn't transferred back. In the end, when everything was almost done, he passed away. After he died, the local people called him the God of Thunder. If other officials were to go there, it wouldn't be easy. A high-ranking official exiled by the imperial court couldn't be sent to Lizhou to be the provincial governor. It was already very serious to send him to the south of the Yangtze River. Only a small official was sent to Lizhou to be some county magistrate. After he went there, the real officials were all Lizhou natives. If things went wrong, the county magistrate might die there. If he was killed, he could just say that he died of illness. Lizhou wasn't as prosperous as it was during Li Yi's time. The main thing is to manage Jianghu well. Only by managing Lizhou well can we steadily encourage the people to plant pepper there. Jianghu and the other provinces have many mountains and dense forests. The climate is hot. Li Longji read out what Li Yi had written. The Tang dynasty didn't manage Jianghu at all and left it to the locals. As long as the locals didn't rebel and no one rebelled, everything would be fine. Li Yi's idea was to develop Lizhou. From Lizhou to Jianghu and the other provinces, which was Hainan Island. What the locals didn't need were seeds and food. Just plant something there and it would grow like crazy. There were more mountain people in Lizhou than in Jianghu. The situation there was like a primitive forest. What they needed the most were tools for farming and hunting. Hunting was directly related to food. At the same time, it was a method to deal with wild beasts. There were no tall buildings. There were beaches, but there were no yachts or seaside villas. Brother E said to bring a large amount of malaria medicine and distribute it to the people. Whoever has malaria should quickly take the medicine. Also, send ships to deliver a large amount of ceramics, bows and arrows. We don't have to worry about the locals rebelling with good weapons. Buy cattle and horses from other places to help the locals with their farming. The people living in the forests and mountains will learn how to farm and continue to build cities. This way they will have protection against wild beasts. Li Qingqi wrote down everything Li Yi wrote. Now, arrange for people to transport things out of the Yellow River when it's passable. This included the cement produced by the Li family Zhuangzi. The fleet would sail along the shore to Lizhou. First, vigorously develop Lizhou and plant seedlings in Lizhou. At the same time, attract the people of Jianghu and other provinces to Lizhou to learn. Li Longji nodded. This is our own business. Spend money first and gradually develop. Li Longji didn't plan to hand over the pepper planting matter to the imperial court. The imperial court already had enough tax revenue. Governing the southernmost region must be reasonable. The key was money. Who would be willing to throw money in if they couldn't get any benefits? After thinking for a while, Li Longji said, "It's difficult to travel by land. We should develop water transportation." As Brother E said, a suitable place for pepper planting is rice that can be cooked 3 times and vegetables can be grown all year round. Navy. I want to build a navy like the Winged Knights, invincible and invincible. He strengthened his confidence. This was also what Li Yi wanted to promote. The navy could bring wealth to the Tang dynasty. At the same time, it could also contribute to the stability of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi of the Li family Zhuangzi was also thinking about ships. After he went to see the patient with the lung injury, he sat in the study and pondered. Which kind of ship should I choose? What kind of balance should the inland river ships find between big and small ships? How should I deal with the coordination between sailboats and paddle boats? Li Yi thought. He drew a picture of a ship on a piece of paper. At the same time, he looked up information and pondered which type or types to release. Actually, steamships are the best. Steam, alas. It involves the entire industrial system. First, we need to create steam power. Then we can think about putting it on ships. Li Yi muttered and drew another type of ship. Chapter 610. After 3 days, Li Yi finally finished his drawing. He brought a stack of drawings to the workshop and handed them to everyone. Let's work together and produce results as soon as possible. Let's start with a smaller one that can sail on the Ba River. When you have finished, the river will be developed and Zhuangzi will use it to transport goods. Li Yi was relieved after giving his instructions. He thought for a while and muttered, Tubo is so shameless. If I don't do anything, don't they know how to apologize? Where is Songda? Li Yi asked someone. The person shook his head. Li Yi turned and entered the monitoring room. Where did Song De go? I saw the path steward Song took just now. He should have gone to the kiln at the back. The person in charge of monitoring answered. Li Yi went to the kiln and found Song De. He gave him some instructions and Song De smiled and nodded. Just after noon, a two-wheeled carriage from the Li family Zhuangzi arrived outside the Honglu Temple in the imperial city. The people who followed them carried a box from the carriage and placed it in front of the Honglu Temple. They then drove the carriage away quickly. There was a burning incense on the box. The passers-by looked at it curiously and smelled it. It was an incense used to drive away mosquitoes in summer. The people from the Honglu Temple came out to take a look. Not long after, the officials left one after another. No one touched the box. The other people also came out to take a look. When they saw the burning incense, an inexplicable sense of fear appeared. They each found an excuse to leave. The leader of the Tubo envoys, Wuxia, was depressed. The box was not for anyone else and no one could touch it. But what was in the box? Quick run. There should be gunpowder inside. The gunpowder used in firecrackers. When the incense burns to the back, there will be a loud explosion. God knows how big the explosion will be. Isimba, who was sent by the Tubo to compete, guessed. How can it explode if it is extinguished? A Tubo envoy wanted to take action. Don't touch it. It belongs to the Li family Zhuangzi. It is not the box we are waiting for. If we touch it, the Li family Zhuangzi will have an excuse to cause trouble. Isimba quickly stopped them. If anyone wanted to touch it, it should be the officials from the Honglu Temple. How should we deal with it? Li Yi is coming for us. Retreat. Let's head out first and find a place. Quick. Wuxia urged. Since they were going out at the last moment, he didn't care anymore. When the commoners noticed the situation, they all moved away. He waited and waited until the incense was extinguished. There was no movement at all. The Li family Zhuangzi's men appeared again. They circled the box a few times, shook their heads, lifted the box into the car and left. The people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies all returned. The danger had passed and there was no explosion. Something must have gone wrong. Tubo's people also headed back. Just as they arrived outside the Honglu Temple, a villager ran over with a bag in his hand, mumbling, "Let's fight, let's fight." Poof. He threw the bag at the feet of Tubo and the others. The villager suddenly sped up as if he was trying to hide from something. Quick run. Isimba shouted loudly. Whoosh. The surrounding Tubo people ran in all directions. Take me with you, said Isimba, struggling with his crutch and falling to the ground with a plop. He struggled to get up and crawled some distance away. The villager who had thrown the bag ran back. He was just as suspicious as before. He circled the bag twice before picking it up and leaving. It's fake, it's fake. It's all fake. Li Yi is just trying to scare us. Isimba lay there thinking it through. Since that's the case, let's not bother about him in the future. The Tubo man who had returned panted heavily. No, he might do something real. The key is... Isimba thought of something else. Before he could finish speaking, the Tubo man came over. You Tubo people have to bear the consequences of your own actions. Don't implicate us. Compensate us. Hurry up and compensate us. You've been scaring us to death. The assassination didn't succeed and you want to pretend it didn't happen? What are you thinking? We even lost a horse last time. You should move out. Don't stay with us in the Honglu Temple. We're always on tenterhooks because of you. The other foreign envoys started to criticize the Tubo envoys. Bo Qiao finally understood. He gritted his teeth. Despicable. He knew that Li Yi was trying to scare all the envoys in the Honglu Temple and use them to force his Tubo to compensate. There was no need for evidence for an assassination. The key was that the Li family Zhuangzi's men could torture people in the Honglu Temple, but he couldn't go to the Li family Zhuangzi himself. The only thing he could be thankful for was that Li Yi didn't intend to kill anyone yet. The group returned to their own courtyard. For the time being, they couldn't hear the complaints of the other envoys. Why don't we challenge Li Yi? Isimba said helplessly. He wanted to wait until his leg was better. What if he doesn't agree? Bo Qiao was worried. We'll use their men as bargaining chips. As long as he agrees to the challenge and wins, we'll release some of their men. Isimba had already made a plan. He had discussed it before coming out. He wanted to force the imperial court of the Tang dynasty to put pressure on Li Yi. Tubo would always find opportunities to rob the people of the Tang dynasty. After robbing them of their money, they would bring them back to work. The people who were robbed were not all Han Chinese. Some of them were local people of various ethnic groups. However, they were all people of the Tang dynasty. If they were robbed, they would be Tubo's slaves. If the Tang dynasty fought with Tubo and won, they would capture the other party's prisoners and exchange them with Tubo. The current problem was that Tubo captured more people than the Tang dynasty. Okay. Bo Qiao immediately wrote a letter of credence. He could only represent himself. He didn't belong to the prime minister. After handing it to the officials of the Honglu temple, Tubo's men waited. In the Li family, Zhuangzi, Li Longji and Empress Wang brought the child over in the evening. They examined the child's body first. He didn't have any health problems and was very active. They hugged him, but he didn't agree. He struggled to get off the ground and crawled around. Brother Yi, Tubo's envoy, wrote a letter. He wants to compete with you in the name of the 200 people of the Tang dynasty who were robbed. Li Longji told Li Yi about the letter of credence he received today. Last time Tubo formed an alliance and betrayed them. They didn't even bring the people. Why should I believe them? Li Yi curled his lips. Tubo had no credibility. This was an excuse to refuse. Li Longji lowered his head slightly. He thought and said, the officials in the imperial court have many supporters. Let them compete. If they lose, they will be beheaded. If Tubo wants to compete with me, it should be technology. Li Yi could guess that the 20,000 caddies of alcohol were almost used up. He lit the hot air balloon again and again. As long as the people of Tubo were not stupid, they would definitely understand that the key technology was missing. One was the technology of how to lift the hot air balloon. The other was the technology of alcohol distillation. Otherwise they would know how to burn it. Is there any other way? Li Longji didn't say anything out of anger. The robbed people had a chance to come back, but the imperial court didn't agree. They were in a passive position. Let them send 200 people over as hostages. The Tang dynasty has more credibility than them. When the news is sent back, their people will come over. I have also made arrangements here. It's cold now. I have a sure win method, but it's not suitable for operation. Li gave a method. He also knew that once the news of Tubo spread, the hat of righteousness would be put on his head. Tubo used an overt scheme. He could only use it against them. Okay. Li Longji was willing to cooperate. Third brother, tell them to put the matter of the people aside. How much money do they have? I will use money to gamble with them. Li was thinking about the money brought by Tubo. If the other party paid, he would also pay. If his technology was not good, he would use it to gamble with the people.